What's up, everybody? Happy Friday. Welcome to the Sweat. Lots of DFS and sports betting advice is coming your way, and we're starting in the PGA. It's day 2 of our Fantasy Golf World Championships going down from Liberty National Golf Course, the site of the Northern Trust. 40 lineups with 27 unique competitors, all taking their shot at $4 million in prizes, including that top prize of $1 million. Many of our players are arriving today to enjoy a fantastic weekend of golf. So let's take a look at where things stand right now with our leaderboard. Take a look here and see. So Dictator Teddy is in first place. He's got John Rahm, Casey, Poultier, Garcia, Streelman, Vegas. Looks like Rahm obviously giving him a lot of fantasy points, 72 right now. So obviously this is a fluid situation, but Jeff, thoughts on the leaders lineup?
Well, first of all, Ian Poultier is my favorite golfer, Jesse. So I'm glad you brought him up.
Of course.
Ian Poulter, 5 under par. But yeah, actually.
Don't you love Poultier? It's the French way of saying it, even though he's English.
That's what I said. I enjoyed that pronunciation of his name.
So did I.
Although I don't know if anyone else did, but I mean, regardless.
We did, so great.
It's actually funny you bring him up because Ian Poulter at 7.5% is actually a very key cog in this lineup. He's extremely low owned. He's under 10% owned in this contest. You've obviously got the chalk play with Paul Casey there at 47.5% owned. But right now, I think a lot of eyes are on Sergio Garcia. I know a lot of these top lineups, including Dictator's Teddy, has him. He's at +3. He is well on the way to missing the cut unless we get a last few hole hero surge by Sergio. So, obviously made the right call here with the Rahm move. And like I said, the great move with Poulter. But Sergio is going to potentially take down a lot of lineups today.
Yeah, Reed. So Poulter, not Poultier, don't know why I read it that way, is $7,700. He's only got 7.5% ownership. So how do we feel about the guy who's in first place's lineup right now?
Yeah. First off, Jesse, you're bringing culture to the show, something that Jeff and I don't have. And so we appreciate that because we got a couple of hammerheads talking about golf here. But yeah, look, Poulter, that's what Jeff was talking about. You look at these qualifiers and these world championships, ownership does play a factor. It doesn't necessarily make or break, right? Because there's only 27 unique seats and then 40 lineups. So it's not that big of a deal. But you see guys like Rahm who are cashing in those 8 lineups, 20% of lineups that have Rahm. He's doing that for those guys. He's playing well. A guy like JT, right? JT is in one lineup. He's in one lineup at 2.5%. So that, could have made a factor, right? If the other lineup construction, the other guys in that lineup actually were playing well. But look, RJ Rat yesterday was in the lead. The Matt Wallace WD is going to hurt a lot of people. That's definitely going to play a factor. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But there's a lot of golf left. We know this course can give you a lot of birdies, but look at Bryson's scorecard from round 1. It can also give you a lot of bogeys.
So Reed, whose ownership surprised you among these lineups?
Yeah, so the first guy is Justin Thomas. 2.5%. That's one lineup, $9,800. And you see a lot of those lineups have other guys like a Sergio in it, like a Johnny Vegas, like some of these other players. But JT coming in at that, especially how he was playing with his irons, how he was hitting it with his irons, you would have thought that at least more than one lineup would have JT in it. I think Tyrell Hatton, because of his price tag, doesn't really surprise me. He's someone also who is highly rostered in this competition. And then you look at some of the other guys too, Jesse, the $6,000 guys, the HV3s of the world. He's only in 1%. I think the biggest one, though, Jeff, and I don't know if you agree, is the JT at 2.5%. And that's Fate Golf has JT in his lineup. I think Fate Golf, last time I checked, was around 15th or 16th. He might have had Wallace, or you might have Sergio. They might have Sergio in their line. So again, a lot can change in a matter of half a round or half a day. But JT is probably the most surprising.
Yeah, Jeff, JT was tied for the lead after round 1. So far, he's 3 over today. So Do you agree? You're just shocked he's only in one lineup here?
I mean, yeah. I actually had trouble finding him. I thought nobody took him for a while this morning, but one lineup took him. I think it really came down to between him and Rory McIlroy. I think with them being so close, it just looks like the field sided with Rory, who is over 20% owned. But I mean, look, last night, I'm sure most of these players were just like, I can't believe I didn't take Justin Thomas this low ownership. But, at the 3 over, I mean, it's probably not going to be as big a deal. He is still outscoring Rory McIlroy, who had the kind of a lackluster first round. So that one definitely jumped out. The Matt Wallace thing, it sounds like hindsight, but I am surprised the $6,500 player in this kind of field got up to over 15% ownership. I mean, we had such a deep field. We had guys like KH Lee down there who's playing really well. I'm not sure why the field just felt so comfortable with Matt Wallace, who was kind of playing over in Europe. Missed the cut at the U.S. Open, the Open Championship. I don't know. It just seems like everybody just felt comfortable with Matt Wallace over like just picking and choosing another kind of PGA Pro. And look, I mean, the withdrawal, you can't predict these things, but with the volatility there, I'm kind of surprised that he got up to that ownership. So honestly, the real chalk though, I mean, the guy who's going to just absolutely hammer the up and downs this weekend is going to be Paul Casey at 47.5% owned. DFS darling Paul Casey, everyone knows him, super consistent. I'm not shocked by this move. I think the field just said, okay, let's take our free space. Let's try and differentiate elsewhere. And, right now he's sitting at 1 under after 1 round, but that guy is going to move a lot of lineups because if you don't have him and he blows up, it's going to be great. If you don't have him and he, shoots 5 under on Sunday, your chances of winning is going to be tough.
It's like obviously hard to predict, but if you're looking at this list of competitors, you're taking a look at the leaderboard. Jeff, who's a guy you think could make a run up that leaderboard this weekend?
Yeah, so right now with the Matt Wallace withdrawal and with the Sergio Garcia potential miscut on the board, we're looking at like basically 30, maybe 25, 30% of the field here who they're going to have minimum, at best, 5 out of 6 golfers. Some of these guys might even end up with 4. So I'm looking down, and the Human Cespedes is in 5th place right now. He's tied 5th, 184.5 points. He's got Rahm, which is really important because Rahm's only 20% owned. But he's got Answer, he's got Connors, Lowry, Power, and Hank Lebioda. Actually, Lebioda is I read that wrong. He's at +6, so he's probably going to be stuck with 5 of 6 as well. If you go up, Kid Cody is another player. He's actually tied for 5th. He's got Rahm and Bryson, and he's got 4 other players like Glanto and Doug Gim low owned. Those guys are right on the cut line, like at even par. So he's probably got a better shot of 6 of 6. So for me, it would probably be Kid Cody right now at tied 5th. Wouldn't be shocked if you saw him move up just because some of these leaders, Jesse, they either have Wallace or Sergio in their lineup, and that's really going to hurt them on the weekend.
All right, Reed, what's your take, man?
Jeff, you're like Lady Gaga. You were on the right track, baby.
I was.
Human Cespedes, has 5 lineups.
Yeah.
Has 5 lineups in this contest. If you look down to second at 15th place, that's the one that I thought you were going to. He's got Xander, Cantlay, English, Kokrak, Tringali, and Reeve. So Reeve and Xander are the 2 players that, and then English is at 2 under, but English has been playing well. He just hasn't been putting around these greens. He had a beautiful shot. I believe it was on 13 where he hit it to like 2 feet for eagle. So he's there with the ball striking. So if Reeve gets going, if he makes a cut, Xander makes a cut, Human Cespedes can, the 15th place one, but I haven't refreshed the contest yet. But that one looks like a lineup that could win, especially like Jeff was mentioning, if Alex Sergio doesn't get cut.
Yeah, he might need Rahm to not win to move up. But if Rahm falters, you're right. Those lineups are in really good spots.
Yeah, Reed, let's talk a little about the actual golfers here. So this is the only FedEx Cup playoff event with a 36-hole cut. So who is in danger or of like not making it, possibly sinking some of our competitors' lineups? I know we've talked about Sergio.
Yeah, Jeff, I don't know if you see it the same way, Jeff, but looks like 1 under, 2 under. It's probably going to be the cut. It's kind of going. So the conditions right now are soft, Jesse. The first couple of days we were talking about it was hot, humid, dry. Today is more rain. It's softer. The green's like a little bit softer. So the afternoon guys could actually come out and do a lot better than the PM guys yesterday. But that's Bryson's right there. DJ is there. Sergio we talked about. There's a lot of guys potentially missing the cut that have implications, like you're mentioning, not just for our contest, Fantasy Golf World Championship, but also heading into the BMW Championship. So some big names like a DJ and Bryson are right there. Hatton is also someone who's heavily rostered in the contest, who's also right around there that if they don't do well today, they're out.
Yeah, Jeff, what do you think?
Yeah, Tyrell Hatton, over 37% owned in this contest. He's at +1. He's and like Reed mentioned, I mean, even par might have a shot. We're at T58 at even par right now, but I think it's either going to be even or -1. You've got Hatton coming in over 37% owned. He's +1. And look, another guy who's absolutely imploding, and we haven't mentioned Adam Scott, +5 right now, 17% owned. Not overly chalky, but again, like he's definitely going to sink some lineups. It's a horrible round by Adam Scott. So there are some big names right now that are either blowing up or like right going to be on the verge. You know, Paul Casey, again, I mean, 47.5% owned. This dude's only like one shot ahead of the cut line. So a lot of the chalky plays, quite frankly, are either on the verge of missing a cut or like going to have like a really good end to the round or a good afternoon. Webb Simpson, another guy at 12% owned. So lots of names swimming around there in kind of, you know, make it or break it territory. It's gonna have major implications for the weekend if some of these chalky guys end up missing.
Yeah, let's take a look at the odds now. So they're of course changing by the minute with round 2 underway, but who's someone you could still get good value on, Jeff?
I mean, I think Reed was over this guy. I think Reed liked him. But Patrick Cantlay sticks out to me. He said 3 under par. John Rahm is playing okay, but he's not running away with anything. But I mean, plus 2,500 for Cantlay. You know, I can't remember exactly what he was pre-event, but it sounds pretty close to probably what he would have been. And you know, you've got a player at 3 under par coming in the afternoon. Reed mentioned maybe it gets a little soft. I'd be interested in that. I mean, again, you know, we've got some names like Harold Varner III, Mackenzie Hughes. These guys just typically don't win playoff events. It usually goes to guys like Rahm or Cantlay. So, you know, I would take the shorter odds there on Cantlay at plus 2,500. Like I said, I think that's still very fair for a player of his caliber. And I would go with that. I mean, I think that's a pretty fair price and a guy who's playing well and in a really good position to make a move this afternoon. He shoots 5 under. He's probably going to be right there. So.
Okay, Reed, you like that Patrick Cantlay call?
Yeah, Jeff, he was 30. He was plus 3,000 heading into the tournament. So yeah, right. Like, yeah, I think he's right there at 3 under. I think the guy who's leading this tournament, John Rahm, he's such a good front runner. We've seen him perform admirably. We've seen him win, and JT's right there as well, right? So the win equity at the top is so strong that I wouldn't go past someone like Victor Hovland. You know, at what is he now? Plus 2,800. Right. And again, it's moving. I think it just moved to plus 3,000. I wouldn't go past that because of how good these guys are at the top. Other than that, I mean, let's talk about Tony Finau. Actually, I'll wait to talk about Tony Finau.
Oh, Reed. Okay. So before you leave us, I want your pick to win the Northern Trust. The guy's going to help one of our Fantasy Golf World Championship competitors walk away with the $1 million top prize. Are you leaving your talk for now?
You know what, Jesse? I've been thinking a lot about this. And if Tony Finau were to win this golf tournament, he's at 8 under right now. If he were to win this golf tournament, it would be fantastic. So give me Tony to win his first second tournament, technically, but a really good first one. He's at plus 900.
Oh, man. Jeff, who are you going with?
I mean, Finau's in a great spot, first of all. I don't hate that pick at all. I'm tempted to go with Kevin Na just because when this guy gets a sniff lately, that putter just goes up. I'm going to go with Na as my dark horse. Jesse, I'm just going to take the easy way out. I don't do this very often, but I'm just going to take the good player, and that's John Rahm, who's the best player in the world, and he's leading the golf tournament. So I'll just say Rahm holds on. Kevin Na, dark horse, but John Rahm.
All right, I like it. Thanks, guys. Of course, you can follow along with Reed all weekend, see how this all plays out. Guys, we're going to be switching gears to baseball next here on The Sweat after Adam Kaufman checks in with Tim Finnegan for a breakdown of Saturday's UFC Fight Night event.
Always good to catch up with Tim Finnegan, DK contributor. Adam Kaufman here with you. And of course, when Tim's around, when I get to be with Tim, it's all about UFC, and it's happening. Fight Night in Las Vegas. How are you, buddy?
I'm hanging in there. How about you?
Well, we'll see. It remains to be seen, depending on how well I make it through these questions. We got some tough names. This is typical, obviously, the MMA world. Let's dive in here. Coming up this weekend, we have got the men's flyweight division. You have Alexander Pantoja and Brandon Royval, those two going head-to-head, of course, and different sides coming in, obviously, for these two. I mean, Royval, he suffered a first-round knockout in his most recent fight. Pantoja, surprisingly, coming off a unanimous decision victory and only slightly favored on account of that at minus 165 on the DraftKings Sportsbook. So are you chasing or fading Royval here to pull the upset at plus 145?
So I'm going to fade Royval in this fight. Royval's coming off shoulder surgery. He dislocated his shoulder in his last fight against Brandon Moreno, who's the champion of the weight class now. And speaking of Moreno, Pantoja has 2 wins over Moreno. One of them was a really impressive rear naked choke finish. It happened on the Ultimate Fighter, so it's not listed on his official fight record because it's technically an exhibition. But he does have 2 wins over the champion in this weight class. And Pantoja has fought Davison Figueiredo. He took him to decision. Like that was a tough fight. So I think Pantoja just has more experience, and he's just ahead of Royval at this stage of his career. I think he's up in the pecking order. So I'm going to go with Pantoja in this fight.
Second fight of the night, we're going to review. It is the men's lightweight division. Vince Pichel and Austin Hubbard step into the octagon. Now, Tim, you can look at these guys virtually identical in basically every area. You look back at height, weight, record. The only difference, Pichel has not fought since 2020. Hubbard obviously has. And the DraftKings Sportsbook is taking notice of the similarities between these two. In fact, the line right here, it's Hubbard just minus 115 as the favorite. So in terms of chasing or fading here, are you going to, pick one side? Is this thing just too close to call, do you think?
So I actually am going to pick one side. Pichel's averaging a lot of takedowns. He's averaging about 4 takedowns per 15 minutes, which is really strong takedown volume. And Hubbard's takedown defense isn't that good. He's only stopping about 58% of opponent takedown attempts. So I can see a path to victory for Pichel in this fight, and that's with takedowns and control time. So I do lean towards him. If I had to make a pick on this fight, I'd pick Pichel.
All right, let's look at a couple of big boys here. The men's heavyweight division taking center stage. You have Parker Porter, Chase Sherman. They will be squaring up, going head to head here. And it's for Sherman, it's kind of an uphill battle, right? He's got the 4-inch height advantage here on Porter. Also 4-1 his last 5 fights, 4 knockouts. So are you going to chase or fade Porter pulling off the upset at plus 160?
So this is a heavyweight fight. So who knows what's going to happen in this fight? Like, heavyweights can be unpredictable because they punch really hard. The technique isn't quite as tight as the lighter weight classes. The skill level is not quite as elite as the lighter weight classes. But both these fighters throw a lot of strikes, and they both absorb a lot of strikes. So Sherman, like you said, he does have the height and reach advantage in this fight. And because there's so much striking volume thrown in this fight, I think there's a pretty good chance for a knockout. Chase Sherman on DraftKings Sportsbook is plus 120. That's a way to get the money line down from minus 190. So I'm going to lean towards Sherman in this fight.
Let's go back to the men's lightweight division, the co-main event here. You have Clay Guida, and on the other side of this fight, you have Mark Madsen. They'll enter the cage. It's interesting. What I really like here is sort of inexperience versus the grizzled vet, right? You got 10-0 right now, Madsen in his young career, and Guida, of course, 53 professional bouts to his credit at this point. So chase or fade the upstart handling his business as the favorite coming in at minus 155.
I'm going to chase Madsen in this fight. Madsen is a world-class wrestler. He won a silver medal to 2016 Olympics in Greco-Roman wrestling. And Greco's a little bit different than MMA wrestling. Greco is just a lot of upper body takedowns, but it's really carried over to his MMA career. Like, he had 8 takedowns in his last fight. He's averaging about 7 or 8 takedowns per 15 minutes. And Clay Guida has good wrestling, but not nearly on this level. He really can't hang with Madsen in the wrestling department. And Guida has been around for a long time. He's been fighting since like 2007 in the UFC, I want to say. So he has a lot of fight mileage. And this fight could really be booked to like really put Madsen over. So I'm going to take Madsen in this fight.
Takes us to our main event, my friend, and that is, of course, the men's middleweight division. The spotlight on Jared Cannonier and Kevin Gastelum, these two getting ready to square off. And, recently, I mean, neither one obviously has been overwhelmingly good their last handful of fights. On the one hand, you have Gastelum just 1-4 his last 5. The other side, Cannonier, 3-2 in his fights with a few knockouts to his credit. So chase or fade Gastelum bouncing back in this one and cashing in on a plus 130.
This is a close fight, but I think I'm going to fade Gastelum. So Cannonier used to be a heavyweight, and then he cut down the light heavyweight. Now he's at middleweight. So he has a big frame. He used to fight at heavyweight. He must have a big frame, right? Like he has a 77-inch reach. So he's going to have a 6-inch reach advantage over Gastelum. 6 inches is a lot. Now, Gastelum has fought long opponents before. He fought Israel Adesanya. Izzy has like an 80-inch reach, and he gave Izzy a good fight. But Cannonier, he has really dangerous leg kicks. Like he knocked out Anderson Silva with a leg kick, which you don't see that too often. Like he kicked him right in the knee, and Silva just went down, and that was the end of the fight. So I think Cannonier. I think with that reach advantage, I do lean towards him in this fight. So I'm going to go with Cannonier.
Tim, as you know, the DraftKings Sportsbook doesn't merely offer odds. You got some juicy fight props as well. Anything stand out to you?
Yeah, so we mentioned this before a little bit with the Chase Sherman fight. Chase Sherman by knockout or TKO was plus 120 on DraftKings Sportsbook. 14 of Sherman's 15 career wins are by knockout. So if you think Sherman's going to win, he's probably going to win by knockout. So if you're thinking about betting Sherman on the money line, minus 190, you might as well just take him by knockout, because you can get plus odds at plus 120 for that. And half of Porter's career losses are by knockout. And Porter is absorbing a ton of strikes. He's absorbing over 7 significant strikes per minute. And at heavyweight, if you're taking a lot of punches, that's, you're playing with fire, because heavyweights weigh more. They have more force behind their punches. So Chase Sherman by knockout plus 120 on DraftKings Sportsbook.
Last one for you. It's not just betting, of course. You have DFS, daily fantasy. So what stands out to you? Do you have favorite plays for this weekend?
I'm going to go right back to Chase Sherman. He's one of the higher priced fighters on the slate. He's over 9,000. But like I just said, I think he's in a good spot for a knockout win, because Porter absorbs a ton of strikes, over 7 significant strikes per minute. Half of his career losses are by knockout. And Chase Sherman, 14 out of his 15 career wins are knockouts. So there's a good chance for a knockout in this fight. And with all that striking volume, I think I would just pay it for Sherman.
Tim Finnegan, auto knockout when it comes to providing you information. Thank you, sir.
Great to be on.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to The Sweat. It is time for baseball. Say hello to DraftKings contributor Matt Meiselman, along with RotoWire's Paul Bruno and Eric Halterman. Guys, you know the drill. This is MLB Price Check. Favorite DFS plays in the following price ranges for tonight's MLB debate. All of a sudden, we're getting a lot of noise from Matt, I think. Maybe we should mute Matt. Matt should mute himself. I don't know. There we go. The noise is gone. So maybe we'll try and figure that out while we go to Paul first for a pitcher over 8K that you like.
I'll give you a couple to think about, Jesse. Robbie Ray's priced at $9,900, been remarkably consistent and dominant throughout this season. He's pitched to a 2.15 ERA and a .94 WHIP over his last 10 starts, 70 strikeouts and 17 walks in that stretch. The Tigers limp into town tonight, having lost 5 of their last 6, allowing 46 runs in that stretch, and throw a lefty starter tonight in Tyler Anderson, who's the cheapest starting pitcher on today's board. That all adds up to a mismatch here, and I see that the Jays' righty power bats have a platoon advantage there, and they should be angry after their own failure on this recent road trip that they were on. I hear some of them are already taking BP in anticipation of this tasty matchup. I have been waiting for Blake Snell also to resemble the guy who's dominated in Tampa colors for years. He struggled for much of the season in San Diego, which is a big surprise to me, but appears to have figured things out over his last 3 starts, where he's allowed only 3 earned runs over 17 innings pitched, including 25 strikeouts and only walking 8 and 2 homers allowed. Tonight he costs $800 on the nose, facing the Phillies, who come into this one on a 4-game loser, including 3 to the lowly D-backs, during which they scored only a total of 10 earned runs. Snell's mound opponent Matt Moore has pitched to a 5.63 ERA and allowed 8 homers in his last 40 innings pitched. I'll have a lot more references to him in our hitters section.
All right, Eric, 14-game main slate, a pitcher over 8K that you like.
Yeah, I kind of like that ominous roar we had going on at the start. I wouldn't mind my voice coming out of that sort of rumble. Very, very godlike. I'm not sure if that would make my Chris Sale pick here sound even more impressive, but I'm going to go with Chris Sale at 9,700. I know it's his second start back from long absence with Tommy John surgery, but man, the guy would be the top starter basically every single slate if he was fully healthy. There are very few guys you'd have ahead of him. There would be reasons we wouldn't like him in his second start. The main would be workload related, but he got up to 89 pitches in his season debut, so I'm not really concerned there. I think he should have a shot at hitting 100, and even if he only hits 89 again, I mean, these days that's a perfectly normal number for a starting pitcher. His velocity seems basically fine in his season debut. 93.1 mile per hour on the fastball is just a half tick below his career average. It's below what his peak was, but he can totally have success at that level. That's not at all far from where he is for most of his career. And he had 8 strikeouts against 0 walks in his season debut. So I think he's totally fine. He's, maybe not peak Chris Sale right now, but 9,700 is perfectly fine price for somebody who's 90 to 95% of Chris Sale. And he's going against a Rangers team that has been downright awful since the break. They have a 54 WRC plus as a team. The next worst is at 74. They're hitting 191 since the All-Star break as a team. The offense as a whole is over 2 wins below replacement level. So it's not even really an MLB club that he's facing. So even though, more reason to worry about him than normal, I think this is about as good as the setup as you could hope for in your second start back from Tommy John surgery.
All right, Eric, how about a pitcher under 8K on this 14-game main slate that you like?
Yeah, this is maybe a little unusual because the guy I'm going to recommend is the guy going against him, Dane Dunning. I wouldn't put them necessarily in the same lineup, but if you're not going with Sale, I think of the cheap pitchers, Dane Dunning is the only one who stood out to me as really having much of anything. There's a lot of guys who are down there for a reason, and 5,200 is too low for Dane Dunning. He's not a star, but he's fine. And he's got a tough matchup against a good lineup in Boston. But he's got a 4.06 ERA on the season, and most of the ERA estimators have him close to half a run better than that. The main thing he does is keep the ball on the ground very well. 55.4% ground ball rate is the 5th highest among pitchers who've thrown at least 90 innings. And he's got close to league average strikeout rate. That 22.9% strikeout rate is higher than 3 of the 4 pitchers ahead of him on that ground ball rate leaderboard. And we should expect a decent amount of whiffs going forward. He was at 24.6% last year and just over 27% in the minors. So I think of all the cheap pitchers, he's the one who I would say is a good deal more talented than their price, even though, again, matchup's not great and the shot at a win is going to be pretty tough.
Okay, so now we're hearing that Matt is back with us and the ominous noise is gone. So, Matt, we're now at a pitcher under 8K that you like. Who's it going to be?
So I'm going, I think, all the way down to Austin Gomber for this slate at 5,900. I think the numbers at Coors Field are not totally sustainable. He's got an ERA under 2 there, and the peripherals don't fully support it. But at the same time, I think he's going against an offense in the Diamondbacks that should be pretty popular because of where they're playing. And so I think you get a pretty good amount of leverage playing Gomber against what probably will be one of the 3 or 4 most popular offenses on the slate. But it's really just, I've said this on a lot of other contexts about other cheap pitchers where you just need someone cheap sometimes to afford expensive bats. And there are a lot of cheaper pitchers that are decent choices, I think, on this slate. But I think Gomber is my favorite just because he has a much better strikeout rate than maybe guys like Miles Nicolas or Brett Anderson, where the upside is a little higher. So I think that's why I'm going with Gomber above those players.
All right, Paul, what about you? A pitcher under 8K that you like?
I like 2 in this range, Jesse. The Yankees have been the hottest team in the majors over the past month, and tonight's starter, Nestor Cortes, has been swept up. Rising tide lifts all boats. He's been stretched over the last couple of starts as well. He's priced at $7,700, pitching effectively enough with 3 decent starts of his last 4 appearances, during which he's allowed a total of 8 earned runs in 21 innings, while striking out 19 and walking only 4. I like that ratio as well. He faces a Twins team that has been a disappointment this year for me, and they will start a less than imposing lefty in Charlie Barnes, who's making his 5th appearance of the season. The Yankees' power-hitting righties are already salivating over that one. I'll take a shot also with the Brewers' Brett Anderson, who is costing only $7,300 tonight. He faces a Nats team that has been stripped of most of their offensive talent at the trade deadline. I'm trying to forget how that puny offense erupted all over the Jays in the recent 2-game set. This group can't sustain that level at all, I don't think. and their starter, Patrick Corbin, somehow cost $7,900. That makes little sense to me for a guy who's pitching to a 6.59 ERA over his last 10 starts. He's given up 16 homers in his last 56 innings pitched. The ball will fly tonight.
All right, let's talk about a hitter over 5K. Speaking of the ball flying, Matt, that you're targeting.
Okay, so I think that there's going to be three main offenses on this slate that people target. And I think it's really, the Yankees are just underpriced for a good matchup against the Twins, and then you have Coors Field. So I'm looking to pay up for the Dodgers. And in particular, that would be Max Muncy at 5,400. I think Trey Turner at 5,200 is a really good choice too. But the Dodgers faced Carlos Carrasco 5 days ago, put up a bunch of runs on him early in the game. And I just think anytime you can get the Dodgers at lower ownership, especially in a home where they're playing in a park that's conducive to home runs, it's an opportunity to take advantage of. So Muncy in particular, I think is huge upside, but really I think all of the Dodgers come in pretty low owned in a matchup where they could definitely do some damage against a pitcher where they just did this 5 days ago.
All right, Paul, which hitter over 5K do you like?
I got a mini stack for you in the Atlanta Braves. I think that Ozzie Albies priced at $5,800 against Keegan Aiken, who's been nothing short of awful in pitching to a 10.9 ERA in his last 10 outings. For his part, Albies has 5 homers and 12 hits in his last 43 ABs. I'll also make a case for Austin Riley with 15 hits in his last 42 ABs, including 3 home runs. And then we come to a couple of matchups that I don't really understand in terms of the price point for a couple of good hitters. I don't understand how Fernando Tatis is only $5,700 tonight. He has 12 hits, including 5 dingers in his last 35 ABs, and has the platoon edge against Phillies lefty Matt Moore, who's pitched to a 5.63 ERA, including 8 homers allowed in only 40 innings pitched. I also don't understand how the Jays' Teoscar Hernandez is priced at only 5K on the nose. He's been white hot during his last 10 games with 21 hits in his last 40 ABs. And that includes 8 extra base knocks and 15 RBIs along the way. He's moved all the way up to second in the AL batting race. And as mentioned earlier, he gets the platoon edge against Tigers' lefty starter, Tyler Anderson.
All right, Eric, which big bat do you want to roster?
Yeah, I'm actually right with Matt on this one, on Max Muncy at 5,400. Really just want to get guys in against Carlos Carrasco. Unfortunately for him, it's just been a brutal year. Hamstring, elbow injuries kept him out for most of the season. Maybe even been one more in there that I'm forgetting. He was fine in his first 2 starts. I just allowed 3 runs in 8 1/3 innings. But over his last 2, 10 runs allowed in just 3 innings. And there looks to be some reason behind that. His fastball velocity was down at just averaging 92.7 miles per hour over those 2 starts. That's almost a full tick below where he was last year. So it seems like a lot more than just bad luck there. And he's just not striking guys out. 21.8% strikeout rate after posting a strikeout rate north of 28% in 4 straight seasons. So do not get fooled by the name value here. Carrasco may not be as bad as he was his last 2, but this is not Carlos Carrasco we're talking about. And Max Muncy's the best version of him we've ever seen. He used to be a guy who whiffed a bit too much, but had enough power to make up for it. This year's strikeout rate's all the way down to 18.5%, and he's barreling the ball more than ever. So he's become a true star this season, and he's got a very friendly matchup.
All right, how about a hitter under 5K, Paul, if you're trying to save a little bit of money?
There's a whole mitt full here. Paul Goldschmidt priced only at $4,700 and a steal tonight when you consider that America's first baseman is 16 for his last 41, and that adds up to a 971 OPS in that stretch. He goes against the Pirates' Mitch Keller, who's been something of a punching bag all season as long as he's allowed an opposing batting average of .322 over his last 61 innings pitched. I know I highlighted Blake Snell earlier. One guy he may have trouble with tonight is Eloy Jimenez, who costs $4,700. He'll enjoy a platoon edge and comes in hot with a 14 for 40 streak, during which he has 5 extra base knocks and 13 RBIs. Wading deeper into the bargain bin, I like a couple of Padres here. And Will Myers for $4,100. He's 11 for his last 31, brings his power bat into a platoon edge against the aforementioned struggling Matt Moore. And I pair him with Jake Cronenworth, who's only $3,600. The Padres shortstop is 13 for his last 36, including 8 extra base knocks. That's a cheap mini stack, like I said, and you can fill in with some heavy hitters elsewhere.
All right, Eric, a hitter under 5K that you think is going to be really good for you in your lineup.
Yeah, first base in particular is loaded with guys who have plenty of talent and easy matchups. Brandon Belt and Miguel Sano are 2 of them, but my favorite is Luke Voigt at 3,400. I think I've talked about him recently. But he's down here for a reason. He has not been himself this year while battling injuries for most of the year, striking out over 30% of the time, easily his career worst. But he's starting to look more like himself. And once he looks like himself, he's a $5,000 player easy. I mean, he led the league in homers last year, 22 homers, 15% more homers than anybody else. He's on a 5-game hitting streak with 2 homers. I'm not ready to say he's all the way back, but he's a lot better than a $3,400 player, I would say, especially when he gets the platoon advantage against Charlie Barnes, a 25-year-old rookie who was a fringe prospect at best, had a 4.24 ERA in AAA, 4.91 ERA through 4 appearances this season. And he has that exact profile I look for when I want to use a slugger against him. And namely, he allows a ton of contact, just an 11.5% strikeout rate. And he can't keep that contact on the ground, just a 34.4% ground ball rate. So it's the ideal situation for any of the Yankees right-handed sluggers here, especially one who we know can be among the best power hitters in the league in Voit, who's not priced anywhere near that level.
All right, Matt, how about you? Hitter under 5K.
Yeah, so I mentioned the Yankees briefly before. The team across the board is underpriced, but particularly at first base, like Eric mentioned, Luke Voit is way too cheap, and so is Anthony Rizzo. But I think as a result, we see a ton of ownership there. So I'm looking to a first base pivot who's in a very similar price range, actually, with Jesus Aguilar, who I think no one is going to play tonight because of the chalk for Sonny Gray, who I would think is in the top 2 or 3 owned pitchers on the slate. So the Marlins in general provide some pretty good leverage. They're getting a massive park upgrade going from Miami into Cincinnati. But Aguilar in particular is just going to be way too low owned for a guy with the upside that he has as a pretty decent power hitter against a pitcher in Sonny Gray who is good but not great and will just be getting a lot of ownership due to the matchup. So I think the Marlins in general are too underpriced, and I also think that you get some really good leverage there. But Aguilar in particular, to pivot off those other first basemen, I think that's my favorite guy on the team.
All right, good stuff, guys. This Sweat will roll on with our football panel after Pat Mayo and the Athletics' Jake Seeley update their running back and wide receiver rankings to help you out with those upcoming fantasy drafts.
The talk out of the Washington footballs is that Antonio Gibson, they want to play a Christian McCaffrey type role. I will see this. I will believe it when I see it, although I did bump him up in the rankings a little bit because I had been really low on Antonio Gibson versus the rest of everyone, but I've moved him back up behind Joe Mixon in one spot ahead of Clyde Edwards-Helaire. So now it goes Taylor, Mixon, Gibson, Edwards-Helaire, Swift, Dobbins, Carson. So I have him at number 13 at running back, which is still way lower than everyone else, but that's where I feel comfortable with him at.
Yeah, when I heard that report, I did this. That was the noise I made. I have him at 15. I haven't moved him from 15, so I'm a little bit lower than you are because you can tell us all this, but you know it's kind of like people tell about being friends or lovers or whatever. But it's like actions speak louder than words. Well, what you told us in week 1 when he's not on third down at all, 0 third down snaps, and then yes, he had targets, but 0 third down snaps. Yeah, you can say this all day long and you want to be in the Christian McCaffrey role, but Christian McCaffrey is Christian McCaffrey because he never comes off the damn field. He's out there 97% of the time, and that's not an exaggeration. So no, I like Antonio Gibson. I'm a fan of Antonio Gibson, but there's 2 names you said after him that I have in front of him, and that's Dobbins and Edwards-Helaire.
Yeah, I think that those 3 are sort of like on a team. Which one do you believe in the most of those 3 would be just the head of them. But I think that those guys packaged together is the move. And I could frankly see David Montgomery and Chris Carson outscoring all 3 of those guys. I don't have the guts to rank it that way, but I can definitely see it happening.
They're in the same tier for me, so it wouldn't shock me.
But that puts Gibson at 25 overall for me in the best ball draft that I'm doing right now. Mike Clay took him at 10th overall, I think, or 12th overall.
Mike Clay thinks he can finish as RB1. The RB, not RB1 as an RB1, but the number 1 running back.
Well, he's putting his money where his mouth is. He actually took him at pick number 13. He paired up Chubb and Gibson together at the 12-13 turn. Not a bad start to a draft. Not the Pat Mayo way, but that's how high people are going on Antonio Gibson, which means I'm just not going to be drafting him all that much this year.
Right.
Here's one for you. Did you see that Kevin White signed with the New Orleans Saints? That's how desperate they are at wide receiver now.
Hey, like the Kevin White one he's another one. They like the fantasy community has been trying to make happen forever. I don't know if they've finally given up on him, but the reason we're talking about is because they did. You know, Kevin White, one of the bigger bust examples of wide receivers that haven't hit in the first round, no matter your draft capital. I would love to see the kid succeed for just because of Kevin White being Kevin White. But at this point, how many teams has he been kicked around and tried to succeed on with opportunity? Like, not quite this bad, but teams that needed him and needed a wide receiver. So it doesn't move the needle for me.
Last thing, Darren Waller has returned to Raiders practice. We'll talk about him more on tomorrow's tight end show. Devonta Smith said he's going to start doing team drills Tuesday. Do you think he's ready by week 1, or should we be drafting Rager right now?
I've been the Rager fan. He was in my bounce back candidates. He was in my whatever you want to call it, last year's post type sleepers, trash dive, like whatever you want to call it, because Rager was miscast, being the number 1 in general, running outside a lot. Goddard wasn't healthy for a lot of the year. We saw what happened with Zach Ertz, the offensive line play, the quarterback play. There's so many things that went wrong, but it comes back to the fact that Rager was not ready to be that kind of guy, similar to Henry Ruggs. I do think Devonta Smith in his own right is a little bit concerning where he was going. I love Devonta Smith because I thought he's walking into 100+ targets for this team. If everybody's overreacting to Quez Watkins' 1 catch in that game, but that's the Devonta Smith role. That role is going to stay there. So Rager is going to be Rager, whether it's Smith or Watkins or Travis Fulgham, again, who actually doesn't fill that role the same way because he's more of a possession receiver. But I'm on the Rager train as like tremendous value this year. I think Rager and Ruggs are going to win a lot of, and they're not going to be league winners like top 20 wide receivers, but you told me top 30. I think it's well within the possibility for both of them.
If you had tuned in to last Wednesday evenings or watch it on Thursday mornings, Fantasy Football Picks and Bets, you would have played Quez Watkins in your DraftKings lineup for those Thursday set of games. And boom, guess who won money? Everyone who watched plus me. If I'm winning money from that show, then other people are most definitely cashing checks from that show. Last few things, Justin Jefferson returned to practice on a limited basis earlier this week, so he looks like he's going to be fine for week 1. Alan Hearns is out for 3 months. Would you draft Waddle or would you draft is Waddle still like one of the highest rookie receivers for you?
He was behind Devonta Smith for me.
But
is he behind Chase?
But is he still behind Devonta Smith?
Yeah.
Really? I think I'd rather have Waddle right now.
I love Waddle. I don't see the problem is the opportunities. I still think that if Devonta Smith, now of course week 2 we still have week 2 of the preseason to happen. If Devonta Smith is still not out there, but I see him walking into 100+ targets. I love Waddle, but I think that Parker's getting completely overlooked. And the fact that Will Fuller, it's a 1-game suspension. He didn't blow his ACL. It's a 1-game suspension. He's going to be out there. And we talked about Gesicki on your tight end show coming out. There's a lot of weapons on this team, which is great for Tua. But what do I always say, Pat? Buy the cake, not the icing. At price right now, I'm buying the Tua cake. I'm passing on the price of Waddle, despite the fact I like Waddle. I have Waddle at 49. He's not that far down, but I'm not getting him in a lot of drafts because of that.
Or you could just take Devontae Parker, who's going even later than all these guys, and is shockingly still on the team, despite no one talking about him going forward. Last few notes, Joe Burrow is not playing this weekend. I still love Joe Burrow. I love Jamar Chase. Get them wherever you can. They're on my must-draft list this year, especially at their price. David Johnson and Phillip Lindsay, that's still going to be a thing that we have to monitor going forward. Tyler Conklin.
No, we don't.
Tyler Conklin is, hey, listen, if it's a starting running back like that you can get in the last round, I'll take a gamble on that. The last one overall is Elijah Moore. Probably won't be back with his quad injury till at least next week out of Jets camp. And from everything that I've seen with the Jets, Corey Davis actually looks like he might be a good value pick at this point.
Corey Davis, volume. I was legitimately concerned. I was one of the people who even said I was legitimately concerned about Corey Davis succeeding as much as the Jets, even though he wasn't a top 20 wide receiver, but just carrying that over from what he just did last year. More volume, but same numbers. But if Zach Wilson's going to look to him that much, and now we're heading towards the potential Allen Robinson treatment, where who cares if your quarterback's subpar play if you're going to be getting 25% plus of the target share? Yeah, I'm on Corey Davis, and I've been off. I love Elijah Moore, the talent. Matt Harmon has written up Elijah Moore, and yes, Elijah Moore is a great talent. But this is a good thing. This goes back to the fantasy community. Is so many people talk up Elijah Moore, Jamison Crowder, similar to Dallas Goedert and Zach Ertz. Jamison Crowder's still there. There's other weapons still there. It's a lot to go around, especially or not enough to go around, especially if Corey Davis is going to be getting even not 25%, even is going to be getting 20+%. There's just not enough to make Elijah Moore consistent until Crowder or somebody else is out of the picture.
Welcome to the last block of the show. I'm here with DraftKings contributors Jeff Ulrich and Julian Edlow, saving the best for last. Guys, we're taking a look at the remaining games for week 2 of the NFL preseason. We got 2 games on the schedule tonight, Chiefs at Cardinals and Bengals at Washington football team. Jeff, hit us with your favorite DFS play from either of these contests tonight.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, you've got the Chiefs here. You've got Andy Reid, who has been known to play his starters, sometimes more than a half in these like dress rehearsal games. That's really what we are in week 2. It's the old week 3. It's the dress rehearsal night. So realistically, maybe just play the Chiefs starters. But, we'll dive a little bit deeper than that here. I think Eno Benjamin is actually a very good play for a running back target here. You've got James Conner. You've got, Ward banged up as well in the last game. Eno Benjamin performed extremely well. Cardinals rushing attack looked very legit in their first preseason game. I expect Benjamin to get a ton of work here because I don't think they're going to give Edmonds that much work. So I think for a running back play, Benjamin, definitely one of my top picks.
All right, Jules, what about you? Favorite DFS play from either of these games?
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the deep dive from Jeff, but I don't think you have to overthink it. It's a 2-game slate, and Andy Reid has told us that the Chiefs starters are essentially going to play a half. That's pretty much the best preseason information that you can ask for with, the most lethal or a top 3 offense, whatever you want to call it, in the NFL, giving their guys a half. So, Mahomes is the quarterback that you want to play on this slate. A half of Mahomes is better than anything you can get in preseason. So unless Andy Reid is lying to us, Mahomes is the guy you want to play. And sure, you can stack him with Tyreek Hill and Kelsey. You can stack him with one of those guys and maybe reach a little deeper, play a Mecole Hardman. But I'm going to play Mahomes and at 2 of his targets, whether it's Hill and Kelsey or kind of pivoting off to somebody else to be a little different.
All right. Well, how about a favorite bet on tonight's slate of games, Jules? Where are we going?
Yeah, a lot circulating on Twitter these days, as there is every year, but I feel like the noise is getting louder and louder about if you bet preseason, you're an idiot. How can you bet these games? These are the games to bet. These are, if you get information, like I said, the coaches are telling us what they're going to do, whereas the regular season is as much of a coin flip as anything. So the information we just got, the fact that the Chiefs are playing their starters for the first half and Arizona doesn't care that much about the preseason. Kyler Murray says, I just want to be healthy week 1. It seems like they're going to play a couple of series versus a whole half for the Chiefs. Chiefs -3 first half on DK Sportsbook will probably be my biggest bet of the weekend.
All right, Jeff, what do we think? A bet on tonight's slate of games?
Yeah, I mean, for tonight's slate, I don't really think you can go wrong with betting the Chiefs. Even just like the full game, I think the line has already moved from -3 to -3.5. So I was more interested for the full game spread on the Chiefs at -3. But I'm actually pretty interested in the other game too. I mean, you've got the Cincinnati Bengals at +5.5. I mean, +5 points for any preseason game, Jesse, is a little crazy. The Bengals actually looked pretty solid in their first preseason game as well. Washington gave up a ton of rush yards. I don't really see this as being this big a mismatch in the preseason that we should be giving 5.5 points to the Washington football team. So I think the Bengals at +5.5 should be on your list as well for the full game.
All right, let's move on to the rest of the week 2 preseason games this weekend. What a time to be alive. We got 12 total games across Saturday and Sunday. Jeff, who's a guy that fantasy players should have their eye on this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, I think that well, it's maybe not the easy answer, but it's a solid answer is Justin Fields. I mean, the Chicago Bears coming in against the Buffalo Bills as -5 favorites. Look, the Bears need to see what they've got here. They need to give this guy a little bit more run. And we saw what he did once he moved on to against the second and third stringers. I mean, it was great. He was moving the ball with his legs as well. We should get more of similar action against the Bills, who have no reason, as the division winners from last year, to start marching their starters out for long periods of time. I don't think you're going to see that at all. So realistically, we're going to get Fields here against second and third stringers again. I think that's a very, very great situation that you probably want to take advantage of. As far as running back goes, I mean, there's a couple guys you need to keep your eye on. I think one of them is Darrington Evans from the Titans. Now, he got banged up, so you've got to watch the injury news here. He may not even play, but if he does, looked really good in the first preseason game. Again, the Titans aren't marching Derrick Henry out there for any snaps, so or not many anyways, right? So I think Darrington Evans is another guy you want to keep your eye on, but got to watch the injury news on that.
All right, Julian, 12 total games. Who's the guy that you think fantasy players should have their eye on?
Yeah, I'm going to stay focused on the quarterback position, and I'm going to stay focused on the game that Jeff started with. I think Justin Fields is a great play, but looking at the other side, Buffalo has no reason to really give too much run to Josh Allen. I know we just talked about Patrick Mahomes playing a lot, but They just gave Josh Allen a lot of money. I don't think there's much more they need to see. Who could get a lot of minutes or a lot of snaps against his old team is Mitch Trubisky for Buffalo. And we're going down narrative street here, taking a stroll. Why not give Trubisky a couple of quarters here against the Bears, going against some 2s and 3s potentially? It feels like a spot he could put up some numbers. So I am definitely interested in Mitch Trubisky against the Bears at quarterback this weekend.
All right, Jules, can you give us your best bet for the weekend of preseason games? Just hit us with that.
Yeah, so best bet for the weekend is going to be the Chiefs -3. Even if it's 3.5, maybe you look at some money line in terms of the first half. I want the first half rather than the full game in terms of Friday night. Looking at the rest of the weekend, I think the Vikings, after sitting half their team and getting blown out by the Broncos, they're in a bounce back spot with a good preseason coach in Mike Zimmer. So Vikings -130 money line interests me a lot. And I think this is going to be a dreadful Packers-Jets game. I tweeted out the under at 34. I think it's down to 31-ish, 31.5. Missed out on some value. I still don't think it gets there. Maybe Zach Wilson plays a half and the Jets put up some points and mess with us, but the Jets have the worst backup quarterbacks in the NFL. Aaron Rodgers isn't going to play. Jordan Love is now hurt, so the Packers are playing two guys that I don't know. There's not going to be points in this game.
All right, Jeff, what about you? What's your best bet for the weekend?
I mean, that I saw that total, and it is interesting because 31 points in an NFL game. I mean, I almost feel like you just have to take the over, but it's probably one to just stay off of at 31. At 34, I think Julian was right. Like, the under was still in play. My best bet is going to be the Carolina Panthers at home, +3. Again, +3 points is significant for like an NFL preseason game, in my opinion. You've got 3 really solid quarterbacks there, at least for preseason. I expect Darnold to get run. He's in a new offense, but you've got PJ Walker and Will Grier behind him who are very capable. And the Ravens, outside of Lamar Jackson, I mean their quarterback room stinks, quite frankly. So lots of young talent on the Carolina Panthers. Not actually sure why they're 3-point underdogs at home here. I think even taking them on the money line at +155, a very good bet.
All right, that's the show, fellas. Thank you. 3 Madden Sims coming your way today at 12, 2, and 4. The Sweat will be back Monday morning at 11 a.m. Enjoy your weekend. We'll see you Monday.
What's up, guys? Welcome into the DraftKings Dream Stream. My name's Jeff Arick. We're kicking off your Friday. Little Madden action here, your 12 p.m. Eastern Madden sim. We got the Bengals, we got the Jets, we got me, we got the wild man of Wisconsin, Christian DeAndrea. What's up, man?
Oh, man.
Looking forward to the weekend or what?
I am. I know big plans this weekend. No plans really. I mean, it's going to be a nice weekend, a sunny weekend. Going to mow the lawn today, so I don't have to do that Saturday. Maybe go down to the lake. Maybe go to a creamery and try out some delicious dairy-based foods. Shout out to those of you who are lactose intolerant. You live a tortured existence, and we appreciate the sacrifices you are making. But no idea really what we're going to do this weekend. Moose, what about you? You got any big plans coming up?
Not really. No, I mean, just definitely will be hanging out with my kids. You know, they got like a week or two before kindergarten starts here. You know, big time, milestone for them. So just be doing some fun stuff. It's like the last days, kind of, before you go to, you start a new job or whatever. I don't know. It's just like, yeah. So we're
bittersweet, but you're living the dream, really. You get them out of the house, you get some quiet time.
Well, I'm living the dream. I'm definitely living the dream here coming up. Absolutely. Yeah, they're living the dream too. Kindergarten's fun, man. I mean, yelling around, you're running around. You got the paint. You're painting walls. You're throwing stuff at the teacher.
Blocks.
Take me back. Take me back to kindergarten, man.
You get to play with a Fisher-Price lawnmower and/or vacuum with little popping balls. Like, it's what's not to like about it. We're still a year away. It's going to be a long trek, but we're going to get there eventually. Just right now, it's one of those situations where, like, she's a rocket, and it's awesome. You don't want to discourage any of that, but at the same time, it's like, all right, take about 20% off it, girl. Like, I get the point. I get where you're coming from. But,
a lot of sass with these little kids, I tell you. A lot of sass. Yeah. Anyways, a lot of sass with these two teams, too. Just, being out there, losing games, not caring about their fan bases. The Bungles and the Jets. What do you think the combined win total is for these teams this year?
Oh, man. I mean, a 17-game schedule, so I would put it as high as 8. 8 wins between these two. Yeah, no, it's just – I do like what the Bengals are doing. They are building slowly. They are upgrading that offense. So they're going to be watchable, which is something we rarely get to say about the Bengals. Even in you have to go back to the Carson Palmer era to the point where you're actually like, oh, man, this offense is a lot of fun to watch. Even Andy Dalton there, when he was guiding this team to the playoffs, it was still kind of a slog. You had A.J. Green, and then you kind of but this Bengals team, I mean, it's going to be fun for fantasy purposes. You have a lot of targets there who can stand up and do work, and you have a team that's going to be throwing the ball a lot because the defense is still pretty shady and shaky. So Bengals will be fun to watch. The Jets, much less so, but we get to see what Zach Wilson can do. And after a rough start to camp, after signing late and being a little bit behind the curve, he seems to be reasonable. I don't know, acceptable, replacement level. That's one of the things I will not miss about these sims going away is the weekly Jets updates from Kenny Ducey. I don't need to know what the silver lining is in every 41-7 loss.
There's way too much talk of two teams on the sim, and one is the Jets and the other is the Patriots, and it's like equal in both regards. Every time the Patriots do something, it's like, oh yeah, the Patriots are back. Oh no, they got Belichick. This is it. And then whenever the Jets do something, it's like, this team stinks. It's horrible. They can't do anything right. So I don't know. I'm guilty on both sides of perpetuating it and bringing it up, but I guess they're fun teams to talk about. Yeah. And I'm interested to see Zach Wilson play. People know I wasn't like overly thrilled with his first appearance, but I mean, look, it was one appearance in preseason week 1. Who cares what he looked like there? He'll get more run week 2. Interested to see if he looks a little bit better. Maybe there's not as much of those rushed, kind of just, just not good throw. At least not good from the perspective of he rushed them a couple throws. Yeah. So we'll see. Anyways, regardless of what side you're on, that's that. We won't talk about it anymore because I don't really want to talk about that right now. It's too early on a Friday, Christian, to talk about that stuff. Let's talk about something fun, like your cheese adventure that you're going on, man. This sounds fantastic. Is it just cheese or is it other milk products as well?
Oh, it's all sorts. Apparently they have like a whole ice cream setup there. They got fresh baked bread. Apparently like a next farm over supplies them with meat, so you can go get some tenderloin while you're out there. Sassy Cow Creamery So that one, I mean, I'm very intrigued by it. You know, our local writer here for the Capital Times put out, she's a very good food writer, and she gave it a glowing review. Of course, everything in Madison gets glowing reviews. All the food here is great. Everything gets 7 thumbs up. So maybe we'll do that. Like, it's on the way back too. Like, you can hit the lake and you can hit this wonderful little farm brewery. Like, you have to know where it is to find it, because it's literally in the middle of, just plopped in the middle of the farm. Like, this guy took his garage, decided to turn it into a brewery, and like every year he makes a few improvements, adds things. So it's got like a nice little patio outside. It's got a big game room in the back. There's a brewery dog called Murphy, just a big old brown lab that just walks around stealing your food and begging you for pets. And the dog rules. Anyway, Hubbleton Brewery, if you're ever in like Waterloo, Wisconsin, seek it out, because their stuff is really good, and it's just a lovely off the beaten path place to go. Kind of like the place that makes Hetty Topper up in Vermont, where you kind of had to know about it before it blew up, and once you did, you were happy. But yeah, maybe we'll do. I mean, because last weekend without college football, next Saturday is going to start the 11 a.m. in God's time zone kickoff here. You get your mug full of Oktoberfest, you get ready to go, you watch, I don't know, Nebraska lose by a dozen to Illinois, which probably won't happen. If we're being honest, this Illinois team is probably not going to beat a rising Nebraska squad, despite all the Scott Frost days out there and the questions about the program. Feel like Nebraska is probably going to win that one handily, but if they do somehow lose to Illinois in Brett Bielema's debut, I will cackle laughing.
Do you go to a lot of the Nebraska games out there then?
I have been to see Nebraska a couple times up here at Camp Randall. It used to be like a big thing. Like the first Badger Cornhusker game at Camp Randall right after Nebraska joined the Big Ten was one of the hardest tickets to get. Like you were like the get-in price in like 2011 or whenever it was, 2010 was like $175, which was kind of eye-opening for Camp Randall. Like they used to not give away tickets, but like, hey, order this frozen pizza and we'll give you this coupon where you can get 3 Badger tickets for $99. So having that game kind of blow up was wild. But we've been to a couple games since then, because no one cares about Nebraska the way they used to right now. The program shambles. They're in their worst stretch of football since the 70s. So the black shirt's no longer intimidating. Yeah, I'm very excited to basically just to get back to Camp Randall. Hopefully, things will calm down virus-wise. We won't have any more mandates, any more limitations there. But could very well be a thing. Got to go in and get a game in while we can, while the sun's shining, while you get a little bit of summer to you as well. I got a buddy, great season tickets. His dad's coming in. He's from Eastern Pennsylvania. They're going to go watch Penn State open the season up at Wisconsin. That should be a good game as well. A little jealous I won't be going with him, but hopefully I'll get in there for, I don't know, some scrub team come to play the Badgers this year.
Yeah, I mean, I've never been to a college football game, but I actually would, like, I would rather go to a college football game probably than an NFL game. It just feels like a funner experience overall. So,
yeah.
But, you get the NFL game, you get these guys in the stands, haven't like, broken a sweat, haven't like, lifted a weight in like 1,000 years in their oversized XXXL jerseys, and they're just getting in fights.
Yeah.
They're too many adult beverages, whatever. And it's like, really? Like, just go be like, go scream at your TV, man. Like, this is like the real, this is the public. This is like the world. Just keep it to yourself,
Wow. Who's coming out against the Buffalo Bills Mafia right now?
The Bills Mafia has a good vibe, because they're not, the Bills Mafia they're just beating themselves up, right? They're just throwing themselves through tables. Like, that's fine. Yeah. You want to do that? I'm okay with that. It's the people like, this LA like Chargers stuff. Like, I don't know if you saw the video app, but like that stuff is just like, get out of here. Like get picking fights with people because they have a different jersey than you on.
Yeah.
Get a life, man. Just take a hike down to like, the local, I don't know, intergalactic black hole, please.
Well, we miss a would have been a fickin' 55-yarder. Jets wisely passed up that opportunity. But instead of going for it, they net 18 yards on the punt. Moose, this game turning out exactly the way
Exactly. I mean, this game is delivering on all cylinders right now. So, speaking of black holes, this is just a vortex of sim suck right now. Joe Burrow going down for a loss of 6. We've got punts. We've got fickin' field goals not being made and not being attempted.
Not even attempted, which
not
is
even attempted. They're like,
really
we know you suck. Like,
a lot of terrible sacks taken. Like Joe Burrow has been sacked 3 times now. He's dropped back to pass maybe 4. So let's keep the football talk coming. Now, Moose, have you been to a CFL game?
Oh, I've been to plenty of CFL games. Yeah, I think CFL games are more along the lines of college games. Like people are there for fun. You know, it's more relaxed. You know, it's kind of like a little bit more. You get the odd people who are like, you know, like, oh, you're not allowed a Saskatchewan Rough Rider jersey here in Edmonton. You know, things like that. But that subgroup of people is so small in the CFL because most people are just there. It's cheap tickets. It's like hanging out in the sun. It's fun. There is a long and of course,
Johnny
John Ross, his last time to shine, perhaps in Simland.
Moose, this game is so bad. We're not even 6 minutes into this one, and we've already had enough mistakes to last the entire Sim broadcast day. Anyway, so you've been out. So are you going out to like Edmonton Elks games? Is it the Red Black? Who are you seeing when you go? Like,
it's the Elk. It's the Edmonton Elk. That's my team. You know, the Edmontonians love their new logo, love their new helmets. But yeah, that's they've been a fixture in the city, one of the more successful CFL franchises. So yeah, it's a fun time, man. In the winter, it's not a fun time. Unless it's like a playoff game, that can be good too. But I don't, the only time I go to CFL games now is in like the summer. I haven't gone this year for, I guess, all kind of obvious reasons. It's been kind of weird, but yeah, I'm sure in my future I'll be going again.
Yeah, that's on my bucket list. It's one of the things I want to do. I really want to go watch a CFL game because it looks like a ton of fun. It looks like a good crowd. Yeah. And I've enjoyed all my trips to Canada. Like whether it was me at 18, like taking the spring break up in Quebec and drinking like 8% alcohol beers that my not fully formed brain could not handle, or like going up to Toronto to watch the Patriots play or to watch the Red Sox play at a much lower cost than it would have been to watch them at Fenway. Like, big fan of Canada, and I would like to get up to Edmonton, but it's like a 15-hour drive for me. Where else? It's just one of those situations where like it doesn't really. All right, no, it's more than that. Edmonton for me is about 24 hours.
It's
Winnipeg,
pretty far.
Winnipeg is only about 15, so I could do Winnipeg perhaps.
You'd be better off going to Winnipeg, or maybe even might even be better off going to Toronto. I don't know, but CFL games are very hit or miss. They're either like terrible, like because just the offenses can't move the ball, or they're absolutely wild and entertaining because with the 3 downs, like teams tend to just go for it quickly, and if the offenses start clicking, man, and then you got like the late game scenario. I think I was talking about this with Tom. Because he said the one CFL game he saw, I guess he went to Montreal as well for like a bachelor party. They went to a CFL game, and it was terrible. But it was like the Johnny Manziel game. So, yeah, legitimately like one of the worst. I actually saw that game too. It was terrible. But if the offenses get flying, man, like you see some wild finishes in CFL. Teams like coming back from like 2 touchdowns and stuff, like because it happens so quickly, and the teams can't run it out with 3 downs as quickly. So. There's absolutely nothing to report on that first half. It was, if you're just joining us, just pretend the first quarter didn't happen, and you'll be fine. So
Joe Burrow has 6 passing yards. He's been sacked 3 times. The Bengals right now have negative net yards and are being schooled by the Jets, who have 0 points because they punted from the Bengals' 38-yard line and net 18 yards in the process. This game has been everything you would expect from a Jets-Bengals eye-opener sim and more, but I mean, we didn't even talk about who's in our lineups. I went Bengals heavy because it's Jets game, and I am paying for it right now. Bresh Perriman in my captain spot, 1 catch, 8 yards. Lev Bell paid up for him, 1.2 yards, 1.2 points. Joe Burrow, I got all this extra cash because I captained Bresh Perriman. 0.24 fantasy points through one quarter. He's on pace for under 1 point in this game, and I'm hopeful we'll get there. I mean, he did have one very nice pass to John Ross, who promptly dropped it instead of walking in for an 80-yard touchdown. That's it. You guys, that's all we got. It's been unpleasant.
That's all we got. This is what we're stuck with, guys. I do hope everyone's having a good Friday, though, man. Like I said, you got some late summer weekend plans. Obviously, we're kind of playing out the string here, waiting for football to start, maybe waiting for school to start, like if you're like me. But just trying to enjoy some Simville. The last days, the DK Sim crew, the announced crew, anyways, the actual Sims again are going to keep going on. So these games will be here. It'll just be with again the robots are tagging. Hey, and I mean, look, there was just an AI day, so maybe it's poetic. Here, it's not really, but I'm going to pretend it is. There's Darnold. Oh, yeah, completion. Oh. Sound the alarms. Chris Hogan, 7-11. He's open all the time, Christian. Didn't you know?
Hey, back in the league after a brief dalliance with the Premier Lacrosse League. And I'm sure he'll go play with the Whip Snakes or the Cannons or whoever afterwards. But getting it done here in Simland could be a weirdly viable candidate in that Jets lineup because their wide receiver depth is so bad. I wouldn't sniff him in season-long fantasy, but maybe one day you're playing daily fantasy, you only have 200 to spend. Ooh, Jamison Crowder could not come down with that. Would have been a touchdown reception for him. Second goal coming up from the 9. But you got $200 to spend. Maybe you take a flyer on Chris Hogan. He's capable of some big games. He's still got some useful deep range. And if Jameis Winston is out there just launching darts, maybe Chris Hogan falls under one or two of them, ends his day with 2 catches, 80 yards, and a touchdown. That'd be pretty dang good performance for your $200 roster filler. He could be the difference in a millionaire maker, and that is absolutely wild to me.
Are you pumping Chris Hogan? Is that what I am?
Yeah, I things are getting wild here. We only got 11 days of sim left.
That is wild.
Destroy my own credibility.
I mean, well, look, the Saints depth chart. Traquan Smith already been banged up once. He isn't the most durable guy. They are going to be looking for some. It's going to be a weird looking depth chart there potentially. You got Lil Jordan, you got Marquez Callaway. Hogan, it's gonna get thin there pretty quick, man. If Traquan doesn't
is this screen pass gonna work? No, of course not. Screen pass never works. So Lev Bell stop short. This will probably be the Ficken field goal we have been expecting. Yeah, no, I agree with you there. I don't know what to make of that Saints roster for fantasy purposes outside of Alvin Kamara and even Kamara we've talked about before. If it's Taysom Hill throwing passes, then his PPR rank goes way down.
I see a lot of people pumping Marquez Callaway, and I think Marquez Callaway is decent too, but in a number one role, oh boy, I don't know, man. The Saints could just be headed down. I threw out the black hole anomaly. I kind of feel like that's where they're headed this year potentially. Things can get it. We've seen Sean Payton lose that room before. Is he gonna get it? He is. A little fakery.
Wow.
On Friday.
And it's Herndon. It's not even like a vulture.
No, it's a good player.
Oh man.
That's how you do it.
I love it and I hate it. If you're gonna have a direct field goal touchdown, don't give it to your tight end one. Let the backup quarterback run it in. It should have been Flacco barreling to the end zone.
I wish we got a replay there. I think that was a direct snap, but I'm not actually 100% sure. Anyways, cool play. Here we go. That's how to kick things off. That's how to light a fire under your proverbial, bum.
That was the best thing that could have happened to this sit.
All right.
I am delighted.
Rocking and rolling. That's how to get the Friday started. Smash the like for the Chris Herndon fake field goal. Why not? What are you holding on to your like for at this point? There's 10 days left, and then we're gone. And no one will ever ask you for a like again.
Oh, that's not true. Glash will show up in your Twitter DM.
Glash will DM you. You guys remember Smash Like?
All right, I got the fake field goal lined up here. It was a toss. So it's actually going to be a passing touchdown for Joe Flacco.
Oh, well. Oh, yeah, because Flacco's the holder.
Flacco's the holder.
This would have been a great sim for Tara Lynn to get in on.
Yeah.
You probably would have captained Flacco.
Brutal. Flacco only would have cost you $6K in the flex. I mean, how could you not play him?
I mean, look, he's trending towards being, like the Eagles starter at this point if Jalen Hurts keeps getting sick or whatever. So obviously Jalen Hurts had to sit last night, had like a last-minute illness thing, like a stomach virus. He's going to be fine, so I'm just kidding. Yeah. Flacco was also pretty terrible.
Just so bad. Just the entire Eagle. I mean, as a Patriots guy, I would love to get excited about what we saw from Cam Newton and Mac Jones last night, but come on. The Eagles are going to be a good team to begin with, and they rested their starters. So Cam and Mac feasted on a bad team's backups. I'm not going to read too much into that right now. I liked what I saw, but I'm not going to be like, oh my God, this team is bigger. No.
And I really like Jalen Hurts, and I still feel like he is going to be a great fantasy play and stuff. But like this Eagles team with this rookie head coach, this could be like a one and done situation of how bad it could be. It feels like the preseason has looked ridiculous outside of like Hurts looking good in like 1-2 series, and then they just don't have the talent. Like moving on from Doug Peterson was just a weird play in my mind, but I don't know. This just looks like.
I agree. I like Sirianni, but like everything looked like it was going to be either Wentz has to go or Peterson has to go. So they get rid of Wentz, and it's like, okay, problem solved. No, wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very, just kind of just weird. I don't know. Maybe Sirianni is just playing like rope-a-dope, but rookie head coach hasn't been able to get anything going in preseason. A little concerning.
Yeah. You know what? It's great news for Jalen Hurts truthers out there, because no matter how bad he is, he's not going to get replaced in that lineup. We saw how bad the offense are before. I don't know what the hell happened to Nick Mullins that made him so bad after what was a very promising start to his career in San Francisco.
Well, here's my Nick Mullins take. Nick Mullins is a product of Kyle Shanahan. Shanahan, he made Kirk Cousins look like God. He made Nick Mullins even look like God for like a few games. But you take him away from Shanahan, who one of the best offensive minds in football, and I think that's what you get. That's my opinion. So I think these guys are getting exposed. Cousins has been exposed for a few years now, and that's my take on it, anyways.
Well, it does appear you might have been right here, Moose. That fake field goal has lit a spark under the Bengals inside the 10-yard line. Now, key third down coming up. Is it going to be a Bengals touchdown, or are we going to get Fat Randy trotted out here for a chip shot field goal? Joe Burrow finally starting to come alive thanks to A.J. Green, long time. I actually have the A.J. Green Bengals jersey. It's up in my closet. I bought it for like $9 at a thrift store. It's in beautiful shape. It's one of those where it's like, you know what? I'm not even a Bengals fan, but it's a great jersey. Maybe one day I'll go back down to the Queen City and pop it on. Go to the Hofbrau House first, get some sausages, have a couple mugs, walk over to Paul Brown Stadium, find a couple tickets on the ground, and go watch these Bengals lose some horrible game 23-14.
I mean, it's a good jersey to have. I mean, it's one of those things. It's like, oh yeah, Bengals, AJ Green, yeah, of course, like that. That's like one guy. Like I just can't. My brain can't even like compute that he's on the Cardinals this year, because he just he's been so synonymous with that franchise, the Bengals, for so long. So
yeah,
I don't really think he's going to do much with the Cardinals there either. So that's probably another reason why my brain just don't really care about AJ Green much.
Oh, I agree with that. Like, I like having another veteran presence there, but Green's inability to connect with Joe Burrow, those two were just not on the same page all season. And maybe things will get better with Kyler Murray, but I feel like he's at a point in his career where things aren't clicking for him. The physical ability is no longer there. The ankle injuries took that away from him along with age. And he's no longer running the same kind of obviously we can wait and see what happens to AJ Green. If he winds up starting, if he winds up building a connection with Kyler Murray, if Kyler Murray can be his Andy Dalton. But based on what we saw last year, my expectations are pretty low. And that's the thing. This Cardinals pass catching array is very interesting. A lot of good wideouts there. A lot of guys with a lot of raw talent who have just not been able to do anything consistently recently, except for DeAndre Hopkins. So Andy Isabella has been a wreck. Christian Kirk does some good work, but he disappears from week to week. And I think Rondale Moore, as much as Kenny loves him, as much as I loved watching him at Purdue, I think he's going to fall into that Christian Kirk kind of trap where Cliff Kingsbury isn't going to really know what to do with him, how to utilize him, and turn him into his best self, and he's going to struggle as a result. So I don't know who I would really bank on from that Cardinals offense outside of Nuke, outside of Kyler, and outside of those two running backs, because I am a little bit higher on James Conner than most. What do you think there? Who are you taking from this Cardinals offense in season-long fantasy moves?
Yeah, I mean, I could actually see James Conner getting early workload, maybe actually being a bit of a red zone back, but I'm still way more interested in Chase Edmonds. I think again, Conner already banged up. There's nobody behind Conner to worry about. I think Chase Edmonds, as far as the other guys, I just don't know where to go at receiver. Maybe Christian Kirk, this is finally the year where he kind of transforms into a legit wide receiver too, but I'm not super interested in anyone there. I feel like it's just going to be committee, Rondale Moore. Maybe even Isabella makes a comeback. I don't know. I'm just not super pumped. DeAndre Hopkins is fine if you can get him for not super expensive, but yeah, it kind of feels like Kyler and Chase Edmonds, and I'm just not if you're in a best ball league, maybe you could stack Kyler with Rondale Moore or Kirk or something for cheap, but that's about it. I'm not overly excited about anyone outside of Edmonds and Kyler.
Speaking of the Eagles, Jason Kroom carted off. So their tight end 3 likely done. Does that mean they hang on to Zach Ertz a little bit longer? Probably. You got to figure if Ertz made it this far with them, he's going to stick around. I always it just made so much sense, right? The Bills need some tight end leadership. Ertz is available. Maybe Buffalo waits it out and sees and shoots a day 3 pick Philadelphia's way come the trade deadline. As Burrow runs for 9, so doesn't pick up the first. Their clock continues to tick. Bengals only have 1 timeout, so they're going to need to get moving here. 90 seconds left in the half. Great defensive stand aided by a Jets holding penalty there. Bengals trying to get back in control. Well, not in control of this one. They've been trailing the entire game. Maybe trying to turn things around. There's a first down, but it doesn't really help. Only about a gain of 6. And Bullock, you need about, let's say, 30 more yards before you start feeling good about his field goal chances.
Yeah. I don't know. Anyways, Cardinals are a team. I still think their offense is going to be a good one to target. The Cardinals stack up, I think, more as a good daily fantasy play. Anyways, I don't know why we're talking about the Cardinals, but that's kind of where I see them. I mean, this Bengals team has some interesting receivers too. I mean, everyone forgets about Tyler Boyd. He could be a really good kind of late rounder there. I mean, he's the slot guy. Does he kind of fit in more as almost the tight end play for them? I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's kind of wild to me that they went up. You went out and you got Jamar Chase, a guy who works very effectively from the slot. So are you going to roll out a lot of 4 wideout sets with a couple slot guys? Because that would actually be very, very interesting to see.
Yep.
And my problem with the Bengals is that I don't think Zach Taylor is capable of handling any of this moves. I think he's the guy who got a job because he stood close enough to Sean McVay when Sean McVay had a rocket strapped to his back. So
yeah.
I feel like this is going to be the last year of the Taylor era as, you're going to get a Hail Mary attempt here. It looks like, at least, although odds that Burrow just checks down at the end of the half with a few garbage points, very, very high as well. No, it's a deluge of receiving talent there is what it is. You have Boyd, who is one of the best slot guys, like you said. You have T. Higgins, who definitely looks like he can be a field stretcher downfield. You have Chase, who's a little bit more versatile than either one of those guys. I feel like he can really be a little bit of a jack of all trades. He's a little bit dinged up. Hasn't been getting the separation that I think a lot of people expect is Burrow throws that one away. Actually, a pretty smart play. Taking a sack there or even completing it would be the end of the half. Anyway, I am a little bit concerned about Chase's lack of separation. That was one of the things where it's like, oh, yeah, well, Justin Jefferson didn't have that much separation, and he did just fine. Well, Justin Jefferson is bigger. He's got longer arms. He's got a little bit more go if he can get it than Jamar Chase does. Jamar Chase actually has kind of surprisingly short arms for wideout, as that's going to do it for the half here. So we are going to go into halftime. 1 touchdown in this one, Moose, and it belongs to Joe Flacco on a shovel pass to cap off a fake field goal.
Hey.
That is the only redeeming part of this game so far. It has been exactly what all the fans at MetLife Stadium paid upwards of $6 to see today.
It's pretty clear with all these signals we're getting, Joe Flacco starting football games for the Eagles, Joe Flacco throwing for touchdowns in the Sims when he's not even the starting quarterback. It's pretty clear, Christian, that Joe Flacco is going to be the MVP this year. I mean, that's the only thing I can take away from these last 2 days right now. So Joe Burrow, 98 yards, Darnold, 92 yards. But yes, the only touchdown of the game. And I'm not lying. If you're just joining us, the only touchdown of this sim is a passing touchdown from Joe Flacco to Chris Herndon. So that's it. If you want to know how it happened, you should replay because it was wild. It was wacky. We're all here for it, though. It was a fake field goal.
We were on autopilot. We're like, all right, Ficken's going to kick this 19-yard field goal.
Oh, yeah.
What? Oh, what happened there? Oh, okay. Look at these numbers. Lev Bell, like the highest scoring skill player in the sim, has 8 carries for 15 yards. Gio Bernard, 1 for 2. Joe Mixon, 12 rushing yards. This game has been a bit of a disaster so far, which is exactly what we expected from Bengals Jets. And we were talking about the Cardinals before. Well, coming up in today's post route, which will be hitting your inboxes right after this sim. Talking about what makes a good coach, who's on the hot seat, and spoiler alert, I have a lot of thoughts about Cliff Kingsbury in Arizona and how I think another late season collapse is going to end that wretched experiment soon. I don't know why the Cardinals Moose decided, you know what, this guy who just got fired from Texas Tech, who couldn't sniff another coaching job in college ranks, who had to settle to be as an offensive coordinator at USC. I don't know why we made him a head coach. He hasn't gotten our offense above 12th in either of the 2 years he's been our head coach. I think this year, if we see another implosion in the desert, it's going to be the end of Cliff Kingsbury. You can read all about it in today's post route. Subscribe for free.
So there's
Substack.
There's a little preview there. Maybe that's why we're talking about the Cardinals so much. Christian's got it on the brain, but hey, I'm in agreement with you. I always, since I've seen Cliff Kingsbury, he's been more of a, why isn't this guy just an offensive coordinator? I kind of like what they're doing with the offense. He makes horrible decisions though, in terms of taking field goals, settling, fourth down movement and stuff like that. And player usage too is really weird. Not playing Isabella and then playing like an undrafted free agent, I can't even remember the dude's name now. It was like Keyshawn. I don't even. Yeah, exactly. Some moves there. What they need to do is just bump him down. It's like, hey, Cliff, thanks for your time. You can be OC.
Yeah.
And we'll get like an adult in the room or something.
Yeah.
But
call some plays and we'll take care of the challenges. Yeah, it's his inability to make adjustments too as the season goes on. Like the Cardinals will go out there and they'll win some surprising and shocking games, and then late in the season, other coaches are like, all right, here's what they're doing, and then Cliff's like, okay, all right, we're just gonna keep running into this wall over and over again until it collapses. So I don't think Cliff is cut out to be an NFL coach. I think he's a very interesting mind as an air raid offense general, but no. I think this is going to be the end of the Kingsbury era there. I think we're going to see this team get out to another 6-3 start and then finish 9-8, maybe limp into the playoffs, but ultimately it's going to be like, oh, right, Cliff Kingsbury. What an unfortunate moment in time that was for Cardinals football. A franchise that knows several unfortunate moments in time.
Yeah, it's just not really. I'm just not big on them either. I mean, NFC West too strong. You've got the team in Seattle. No one just seems to want to talk about much. Just writing off that they got a new OC. They're bringing back like a pretty strong defense. You know, they've actually, I think they improved their back end a little bit on defense. And, you know, you've got the Rams doing Rams stuff. San Francisco could be an absolute powerhouse on offense. So I just don't know where the Cardinals fit in there. You're asking Cliff Kingsbury to take them to a huge jump. And I don't think A.J. Green and J.J. Watt are the answers there at all. So,
yeah. I mean, I do like the Watt pickup. I think if he can just occupy a couple more blockers, the guys in the second level are going to thrive. That's great news for Chandler Jones. I'm going to get 24 sacks this year. He might. I mean, 17-game season, if he's happy and healthy, yeah, maybe he could set the season sack record, cleaning up the mess that J.J. Watt creates up front. But yeah, this is the most talented roster Arizona's had since the Carson Palmer days, and I'm still not confident they're going to be able to do anything with it because I do not trust the coaching.
All right, guys, if you're just joining us, 7-3 Jets. Again, the only touchdown in this game was thrown by Joe Flacco. If you want to know how that happened, well, it was wild and wacky. Go watch the replay. There's Darnold, little 1-yard pass. That's basically what we've gotten this entire game is just little checkdowns. That was for a first down, though, so Herndon again. That was Herndon's second catch of the game. Again, his first one came on, well, I mean, what was, one of the best plays of the last couple months that I've seen. A Joe Flacco fake field goal touchdown. So that's where we are here, kids. We got Darnold, shotgun now, trying to do something. He's going to run. Oh, he's got, couldn't make up his mind. Ran for 3 yards. Probably had a hole and could have run for like 10 plus, but he's Sam Darnold, so he's always going to make the wrong decision there. 3-yard gain. Hope everyone's doing good on this Friday. Again, it's myself. It's Christian DeAndrea here, kicking things off. Smash that like, guys. Would really appreciate you getting over 100 likes for this first sim. Why the hell not? What are you holding on to him for? You can't redeem him after. We only got 10 days left here live announcing. Then we're going back to the robot announcers. There's Chris Hogan. Got the Jets playing this weekend. Actually kind of interesting. The Jets are playing the Packers. Jordan Love likely not going to be playing. Aaron Rodgers isn't taking snaps. So do you even know, Christian, who like the third and fourth stringers are for the Packers at quarterback?
I mean, it used to be Blake Bortles, which unfortunately has been released. Now it's former Virginia legend Kurt Benkert, who will probably make the squad as a third quarterback, depending on how confident the Packers are in Jordan Love. Green Bay did keep 3 quarterbacks on the roster last year, which is why we got some extended Tim Boyle performances last year, which is wild because Tim Boyle was awful at UConn and then transferred to Eastern Kentucky, an FCS school, and somehow got worse, and yet still found his way to the NFL, still is cashing game checks, still signed with the Lions as a free agent. Like, I do not understand how this man keeps failing upward, but I'm a little bit impressed and inspired by it. So Tim Boyle, if you're out there listening, if you're one of the millions and millions watching today's Dream Stream, we salute you, but also maybe you should get back to practice, buddy, because you can use it. All right, another big first down for the Jets, trying to extend this lead. Herndon has been Sammy D's Huckleberry on this drive, and Hogan
with his second catch on this drive too, man.
Yeah.
Hogan and Herndon. Oh, yeah. Shoot him up your draft boards.
Double digits now for Chrissy H. And as a result, without him in my lineup, with that Bresh Perriman gamble at captain, I'm currently 80th among the 82 of you in the Christian and Moose Happy Friday. Here's the effing Jets free roll. Not having a very good day. That John Ross bagel not helping me out at all.
Yeah, I didn't get a lineup in because on the sweat, we were talking the Fantasy Golf World Championships this morning. Then we did a little bit of preseason talk as well. Talked a little bit about this game again, just it's just got an insanely low total attached to it, over under. So that was interesting. But And I'm talking about the Jets and the Packers game that's coming up for preseason in week 2, mainly because of the Jordan Love news. So kind of stinks. I mean, Jordan Love actually looked okay in this first preseason game, and now we don't get a second taste. He would have played a lot here. So bad timing for him. Waited all that time, and wow, wild stuff there by Darnold.
Hey,
Harriman. This is your guy. Is that his first catch?
Yeah, I'm second. Yeah, I'm bummed that we won't get to see if Jordan Love, if he's going to make any adjustments or how he's going to go from there. Matthew Spencer wants to know, can someone explain to me why people continue to draft David Johnson as an RB1 all those years? It's like people refuse to believe his production had fallen off. I think it's A, name value, and B, he was so good. Like, he was so good. He had a breakout so early in his career. Year 2, where he put up a league-leading 2,100 yards from scrimmage, a league-leading 20 total touchdowns. I think everyone wanted to get that magic back. So it's like he misses all but one game in 2017 due to injury. So you give him another shot in 2018, and he falls off in a huge way. And you're like, okay, you know what? He's coming back as we get another touchdown here. It is the NFL. So finally paying off that big salary. But yeah, David Johnson, like, all right, you give him the comeback year that fails to pan out. Then you're like, all right, you know what? Maybe he wasn't all the way healthy. Maybe he'll do it this year. And he comes back to Arizona in 2019. And guess what? He sucks again. He's averaging less than 4 per carry. He's not adding too much in the passing game. All right, whatever. And then he goes to Houston, and it's a different situation, and maybe you're talking yourself, and maybe you look at that depth chart and it's like, oh, only guy who's got to outplay here is Duke Johnson. Well, he's going to get a ton of carries because there's no one else there. And that's pretty reasonable. I mean, he did have a little bit of a bounce back year. His yards per carry number went back up. He caught a decent amount of passes, and he just, I think just name recognition and being able to talk yourself into him when A, there's a scarcity in top tier running backs, and B, you can look back at that 2016 and like, oh man, even if he only gets 20%, 80% of that, he's still gonna be great. He's not gonna get anywhere near 80%. You're lucky he's gonna give you 50% of that all-pro output. But
yeah, David Johnson, a guy. It's funny you bring him in, and I mean, I was, David Johnson looks so good for a couple of years, like you said. And I've unfortunately, I admit to getting sucked into the David Johnson vortex for the last couple of years. He actually wasn't that bad last year for where you drafted him. Yeah. Like he was, he caught a lot of passes. He had a couple decent games, but he wasn't good. It wasn't like he was explosive. He was in the right place at the right time. And by that, I mean, he had no one on the depth chart. The Texans sucked, and they had no choice but to give David Johnson carries. So, yeah, I'm done. I'm done with the David Johnson thing. I'm glad he didn't implode my lineups completely last year, but we're done.
Yeah. You know what? It was a fun experiment. If he's around in like the 12th and my running back depth is poor, like, sure, I'll kick the tires on him.
He might catch 8 passes one week or something. Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. He might get all those check down passes, or you know what? He might just get usurped by Mark Ingram and Rex Burkhead, and we never hear from him again. Who knows?
Yeah. I mean,
currently going off as, let's go to Fantasy Pros. Look at the consensus rankings where they have David Johnson in the year of our Lord 2021, 36th overall running back. So ahead of James Conner, ahead of Zach Moss, ahead of Kenyon Drake and Nyheim Hines. I would not take him over any of those guys.
Yeah, no, definitely would not either here. Full agreement. He was a nice player in his heyday, but we're done here.
Yeah, you go down a little bit further, and there's some PPR leagues. I think J.D. McKissick's getting slept on a little bit, even though Antonio Gibson is a good receiver. I feel like he's gonna be more valuable. But then you got guys like Tony Pollard, A.J. Dillon. Yeah, that seems like the right place for David Johnson. He's going to. He no longer has the top role in the backfield all to himself. He did have a nice bounce back year, and efficiency-wise, he ran for almost 5 per carry, but. No, it's David Johnson. Don't get fooled again. Don't get sucked back into that trip. He's going to turn 30 this year. And the fact he's going to make it to 30 after how bad his 2017, 18, 19s were is going to be kind of wild. I love a good FCS success story. That's why I'm going to take James Robinson way too high in all my season long fantasy drafts. But can't abide by the David Johnson mini hype. As hey, welcome to the party, pal. John Ross on the board with about 7 minutes left in this game. Cool. Good work. Great effort.
Yeah, you got to treat David Johnson as like a backup at this point. I mean, just a guy who, if he falls like far enough, sure, you could throw in your roster or something. But anyways, I don't know why we're talking about David Johnson so much. It's this Christian just has Cardinals on the brain today, man. He keeps bringing them up.
No, someone asked about it in the chat.
Okay. Did someone actually ask about it?
They asked.
No,
Joey.
Oh, dear God.
Joey JoJo.
Make it stop.
Oh.
Joe Jefferson, no. Oh, man.
I like it.
Must be the freaking projected cut line for the golf today. It looks like it's probably going to get up to -1. Right now we got T62 at even. If it really toughens up, maybe even par holds, but it's probably going to be -1 for the cut line in the golf today. Again, if you're watching the golf, we got looks like Rahm and Tony Finau going at it, both at 12 under. Justin Thomas bounced back to 10 under. So some pretty elite names up there at the top this week. Another turnover, another one, and another incomplete pass.
No. Yeah, this is...
If you like slow football and turnovers and not executing, you've come to the right place.
I was so excited with my Bresh Perriman captain's on. I can get Lev Bell and Joe Burrow in this game, and between them they have fewer than 17 total points. John Ross, my go-to guy, 3, CJ Uzama, a guy I would have captained if not for Rashad Perriman, 3 catches for 25 yards. Tyler Boyd, 1 catch for 5 yards. This game is a fart.
It is. And somehow the Jets just got the ball, and somehow they're already punting. I don't even know. It was like the fastest 3 plays in NFL history that just occurred there. And guess what? Yippee, we get one more play before the quarter, too. So mercifully, we are on the verge of just one more quarter to go in this one. Yeah. Maybe we'll get like a fantastic fourth quarter. Like we'll just go, we'll get
No, we're not going to. This game is somehow going to go to overtime.
And this game has somehow.
This is absolutely.
This does have overtime written all over it.
We're going to get overtime. 6 or 7 overtimes, and then Glash and I, with no time for a bathroom break, will have to go right in to the 2 p.m. sim, and that's where we stand right now.
It's bleak, folks. It's bleak here.
It is not great. It's Joe Burrow has been bad. Sam Darnold slightly better, but the 1 passing touchdown in this game belongs to Joe Flacco.
Slightly better, but also getting outplayed by Joe Flacco somehow. So neither of the starting QBs has a passing touchdown. Joe Burrow has a fumble. They both have around 140, 150 yards. Lev Bell has 28 yards on 14 carries, so a great 2 yards per rush. He does have a touchdown, though. So the Jets' touchdowns are Herndon from Flacco and then a Bell rushing touchdown. Obviously, we got the 1 fat Randy field goal. Burrow does have 22 rush yards, so I guess that mitigates the fumble a little bit. But my God, Mixon, if you rostered him, see at the bottom of the lineups. AJ Green, 5 for 65. Hogan, 4 for 66. Crowder, 4 for 34. Gio, 4 for 30. Herndon, 3 for 16 in that touchdown. These are sad stats. Sad.
This is going to be one of those sims where 85 points wins the free roll. And I mean, we should have known. We looked at these 2 teams and we're like, oh no. This is a punishment?
Oh no. I mean, look, as soon as I saw these 2 teams, I mean, it was like, oh boy, this one could be slow. This one could be ugly. Luckily you're with me, my friend. You got the good stories.
We're popping off right now. I mean, I'm glad we have something to talk about other than this game, because if we were just doing straight up commentary, this would it would be at crisis levels right now.
So you're on with one more for Glash. And are you going to the whatever you called it, the brewery or whatever tonight, or is that for the weekend?
That'll be tomorrow. If we do in fact go, things are flexible right now. We'll see how it goes.
What's the weather like? What's the weather like in Wisconsin right now?
Right now it's beautiful. It's like 84 and sunny. I'm gonna go get a little glisten going, mowing the lawn after my last sim, and then do a little happy hour at the local pizza place. Bring the kiddo out, get her a Shirley Temple. I'll get a couple beers. We'll split a pizza. Sounds awesome. Very much interested in that. Great tapas to this spot as well. So we'll do that, and then tonight, I don't know what's going on. We don't even have preseason football tonight. I believe everything. Sorry. We got Chiefs Cardinals, so we can go back to Cardinals talk, and this Bengals team against the Washington football team.
Yeah, the Bengals are actually in action tonight. Burrow's not playing though, so it's going to be like I don't really know who you're going to be watching it for. Maybe the wide receivers. You get to see Jamar Chase, but you get to see Jamar Chase be throwing the ball by, I think, Brandon Allen.
Yeah, could be my guy Kyle. Could be former Vanderbilt legend Kyle Shermer taking a few snaps.
Oh wow, okay, yeah. Interesting. So yeah, I mean the Bengals Skins game, I don't know, doesn't have a ton of intrigue, but you look. Hey, Kristen, we are going to get to see Patrick Mahomes for like 2 quarters tonight. I mean, Andy Reid notorious for playing his starters a ton in preseason in this dress rehearsal game. So he's even played them 3 quarters at some points when he doesn't like what he saw in the first half. So there's a flag. This is coming back, so don't get too excited.
Cool.
Most likely coming back, I should say.
Unless it's maybe a roughing. No, it's a past the line.
Oh, legal pass. Yeah, so even better. Awesome. Definitely coming back.
Yeah. Joe Burrow having himself a day.
Yeah, this is hopefully this is just, he's getting all the bad plays out now before the season starts. That's what we'll tell ourselves here anyways. We got DraftKings own Bryson DeChambeau making a move now. He's 6 under par.
Okay.
Again, if you're out there at the golf tournament this week, there is a DraftKings house. Reed Fowler's there giving away stuff. Yeah, they got a putting green. I don't know, man, but like if you're anywhere near the area,
got access to all the swag, and yet I still get none of it.
He gets everything, man.
Yeah,
they just give it all to Reed.
I know.
They used to mail me stuff all the time. Then Reed started. Now they just give it all to Reed.
No, the same here. When I was just a straight up writer, not affiliated with DraftKings at all, I get the swag kits like every 3-4 months, and be like little battery chargers and scarf and hot sauce at one point, which was decent hot sauce. It wasn't great. For DraftKings branded hot sauce, it was fine. It was pretty solid. It was good on pizza, which is all you can ask for a free hot sauce. Yeah. And now I see everyone else lording over their DraftKings swag. Like everyone's got the polos, the t-shirts, the Yeti tumbler. Like that's all. Just something to keep my beverage cold and my hand warm. And yet, nothing, not even a parting gift from the DK higher-ups, as Sam Darnold sacked here, because of course he is. Brian C. with a question for us. Would you rather be a third-string NFL quarterback or a bullpen catcher for a top MLB team? I'm going to go third-string quarterback. I don't know.
A bullpen catcher or a third-string quarterback, hey?
You got to do a little bit more work as a third-string quarterback, but you're making a lot more money.
Yeah.
You got these bullpen catcher. You have pretty good seats to every baseball game, but third-string NFL quarterback, assuming you travel with the team, you are standing on the sideline, you're not going to get any closer to the action. I would go third-string quarterback. What about you, Moose?
That is tough. Yeah, well, I mean, what's the minimum salary in MLB? Do you know off the top of your head?
I don't, but does the bullpen catcher make the minimum salary?
I think so. Doesn't the does the bullpen?
He's not on the active roster.
Oh, he's not. Okay, yeah.
So this year, $570,000 in the Major League Baseball. The minimum.
I thought they put like a third string catcher back there to. Okay, maybe not. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, because if you're like a third or second string catcher, Sam Ficken hits a 51-yarder. Wow. Are you kidding me?
Has this guy been all our lives?
On the board.
Yeah, it's a good point. I know you're going to say, like, teams have reserve catchers, but they do have to play, like, every, like, 7th day or something. So I think you're right. I think the third-string quarterback is where it's at. You have to get in a really solid third quarterback spot, though. You don't want to get, like, on the practice roster where you're getting cut or something. You want, like, a secure spot. Like, I'm trying to think of where a good spot to be a third stringer would be this year.
I mean, Green Bay seems like a great spot.
Green Bay actually would be a great spot. That's true. Yeah.
I mean, things have to go horribly wrong for you to get in. So I guess that's pretty much anywhere. But
but it would have to be really horribly wrong. And you're kind of guaranteed a roster spot because I don't think the Packers want to lose any more QB depth.
Yeah.
With Aaron Rodgers likely leaving next year and a raw guy in Jordan Love. So it's a good call. Green Bay, I like that. I feel like maybe the Giants wouldn't be horrible. Who knows? Anyways, I'm going to go third string quarterback.
Yeah, I agree with that.
You're basically just practicing. You're getting paid to practice. Great life.
Yeah, so $90K for a bullpen catcher, according to Queenie, which pretty good deal. Like
that's a pretty
I would
deal,
much
actually.
rather be a bullpen catcher than be a DK Sim commentary. No offense to you, Moose, or to the wonderful people behind the scenes, but I feel like if any one of us were given that deal, here is a job where you just go crouch for a bit, catch some baseballs, and you only have to work 9 months out of the year. Here's $90K, and you get to watch baseball. Okay, you might even get to ride in a duck boat at the end of the year should we win a World Series. Yeah, I would much rather do that than even be here in this wonderful position calling sim games with you.
Yeah, just gotta make take care of your joints. Load up on the glucosamine or whatever it is. I mean, you're crouching all the time. So, anyways, that'd be a good job.
Yeah. Great job.
Would you rather be would you rather be a backup? Would you rather be the bullpen catcher or an umpire?
Bullpen catcher.
Bullpen catcher. Yeah.
If people know your name as an umpire, that means you have done something wrong.
That's true. Yeah. Really, the bullpen catchers aren't dealing with any hate mail. You're not public. The umpire, you're out there. Like, some crazy guy at some point is probably going to contact you and be like, "You blew it for my team. Can't believe you called that a strike. He was safe."
Yeah. like think of all the Major League Baseball umpires you know. And why do you know them? Well, I know Angel Hernandez.
Yeah, we all know Angel Hernandez.
Yeah, because he's an idiot. Yeah, and it's like, Ron Culpa. Oh, right, also an idiot. So yeah, if you are a good official, people either aren't going to know you or they're only going to know you because you are absurdly jacked. Shout out to Ed Hockley.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. If I was going to be an official, it probably wouldn't want to, I don't know. I mean, like the umpires, I feel like have a pretty good job. They're out there. It's a nice, most of the time. Baseball doesn't get played in bad weather, so you're not dealing with like snow, But I think I would actually rather be an NFL ref if you were doing that. I mean, I know it's like you're running and it's high contact and it's crazy, but I think I'd rather be out there. You're out there for short bursts, you're running, but I don't know. I feel like those guys don't get as much guff as the baseball umpires. Also, I'd rather be running.
We got a Uzama touchdown. All right, Bengals coming live. They finally have a score that isn't a field goal on the board.
And guess
overtime.
what, Christian? Guess what's now on the table?
Oh, no.
It's like the Jaws soundtrack, like down.
No. Just down.
I
can feel like my
getting
chest
closer.
Got a little
the
tighter.
fate is in the water.
Oh,
a couple drops of blood are in the water here for the sim. It smells overtime. 3 minutes, 20 seconds left. We're getting a 3 and out here by the Jets.
Yeah.
Probably before the 2-minute warning.
Props to the YouTube chat for pointing out the most famous Major League Baseball umpire of all time, Enrico Palazzo.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And Matthew Spencer saying, "I want to be the guy on the sidelines who makes sure the coach doesn't step too far on the field for a penalty." Those guys, more often than not, are actually the strength coach of their team. So you kind of need to be a big powerlifting lunkhead to get there. Like, strength coaches have a very, very specific aesthetic to them, but they also make a ton of money in the right position. So I would make a very poor strength coach, Moose. I skip leg day constantly. I basically look like a half rolled up tube of toothpaste.
Hey, I do leg day every day. I walk up and down my stairs. I go for a run sometimes. I bend down to pick up my kids. That's my leg day right there.
Yeah, I went out to run for the first time in like 3 weeks the other day, and it was just a nightmare. like everything cramped up. I got to get back into it. Like I took the time off, to people were visiting. So it's like, all right, every day is a cheat day now. It's curds and beer and lots of fried, delicious foods. And that quickly turned into, Chris Hogan eliminating the 3 and outs from our vocabulary at the very least. He's up to 13.5 points in the flex right now. Almost 20 in the captain spot. So good day to buy low on Chris Hogan.
Only 15 yards from the bonus.
Could get there.
Could actually have someone hit the bonus in this game. That would be feel like almost a miracle with the way this one has gone. So, yeah, Jets going to be able to kill some clock. They're at midfield. Still feels like we're getting overtime. The Jets are they're gonna turn it over or something, or Darnold's gonna run and fumble it. That's my prediction. He's gonna what? Oh no, okay.
Okay.
All right, well, maybe they'll just stuff it into the lines.
I was thinking, take us down to the 2-minute warning, baby. Let's go.
That's true. That's true. Oh man. Hope everyone's having a good start to their day. If you are in a classic lineup or something, I assume not too many people have exposure. I haven't been seeing a lot of like, hey, I need this guy. So I assume everyone with the classic lineups just looked at this game and was like, no, I'm not taking anybody from this game. That's kind of what it feels like. So
like maybe.
I think even the chat is like the first time the chat is like, yeah, we kind of don't want overtime either. Usually the chat is like, we want overtime. More points.
My roster's terrible. Let's get our team.
I haven't seen one guy be like, I need this.
Yeah, everyone's like, you know what? I will donate whatever I put into this contest just to make this game.
Hogan is kind of on the verge, but they're going to run it again. Getting out actually close. You can get like a 3rd and 2, 3rd and 3.
Oh, please. Please, Lev.
This is it, folks.
You got to do it, buddy. You got to.
We are at the 2-minute warning.
I know it's going to be tough for you.
Since he's already burned a timeout. So. All right, our future, all your hopes, all your dreams in Lev Bell's hands right here, because I'm pretty sure they're going to run the ball.
They got numbers up front.
Up like
Bell.
that. No, take the loss.
No.
Come. Get back on your jet ski.
Could have just run behind his blockers, but instead he decided, no, I have a better plan for this.
Take another year off, Lev Bell, and your jet ski and your Instagram post and your Andy Reid hate. Get out of here with this. Absolute scrub. All right, we're getting a punt. Bengals are going to have a chance to tie this. They only have one timeout, mercifully, but they're probably going to have a decent field because this is probably going to go 90 yards into the end zone. Oh, no, out at the 9. So not a bad
Braden Mann.
Good job, Braden Mann, yeah. B-Man.
Braden Mann, by the way,
ready to be the man.
Harder hitting punchers out there. He's up there
okay.
with like Jamie Gillen as guys who you would not want to mess with. Dude is a bit of a unit. And hey, Burrow passing bonus in play. He's got 91 yards to go to send this to overtime. He's at 220, and can't imagine there's gonna be a single run play. Oh, good.
Wow, great check down for no yards.
He lost a yard on that play.
Unfortunately, he did get out of bounds. That play would have been great if he had just stopped and knelt down in bounds. But you could get a safety here too. Actually, we are like the way Burrow's been getting sacked in this game. Safety territory could put it down. So, anyways, Bengals, going to try and do this 1 yard at a time. It looks like I don't like their chances if they go that route, but who knows?
Not super efficient, but I think you can also count on the Jets defense to commit some penalties along the way. Like we're gonna have like a completion like that, and then a rough
face mask.
After something stupid will happen here. Is Uzama? He's actually been rosterable today. 6 for 75 and a touchdown. So about 20 points from him. 30 in the captain spot, roughly thereabouts. So not a bad day to have CJ. And AJ Green gets out of bounds. So
So all of a sudden, what a shock with the game on the line. So we got Uzama 25 yards away. Now we got the Bengals. Suddenly, all of a sudden, the sim has figured out how to use the sidelines. It's only taken them 589 games, but the sim seems like it's figured it out, and all of a sudden it's going to happen in this Jets-Bengals game where the sideline every single throw here. There's a dirt ball over the middle, but no harm, no foul. Only wasted a couple seconds. 3rd and 5, though, so.
Two more stops, Jets.
Uncle Buck says this might be the old Jets' only win this season.
Ooh.
Careful. We'll report you to the Ducey police.
Yeah.
We'll write you a ticket. 5 counts of being
Oh, good blitz pickup. And
no, that wasn't complete, was it?
And out of
Are
bounds.
you kidding me?
AJ Green.
Are you kidding me right now?
Veteran
AJ Brown hit the
right
bonus,
there.
but that's not the story. The story is this is ridiculous.
This
AJ
is
Brown, what is he, 8 catches?
a shocking amount of competence, both
Yes.
from the simulation itself and the Bengals, and I don't know how to react to that news.
Ridiculous, man. Review. Throw the challenge flag. All right, now we're across midfield, and they still have a timeout. I'm just accepted that we're going to overtime here.
Yep.
This is. I just accept it. You know, this is when you just take your lumps and you're like, okay.
No. We're gonna take the L here. This one's not gonna be a 1 overtime game.
And again, another. Are you kidding me? I haven't seen the sim go out of bounds on when it needs to this many times ever.
No.
It's like 5 plays they're using the sidelines.
This is EA hearing our complaints and just giving us 2 giant middle fingers. You know what? Oh, you wanted us to have good clock management? How about we do at the end of this terrible Bengals Jets sim, and then we subject you to 6, 7, maybe even 8 overtimes for doubting us.
And now Burrow throwing like quick hitters. Like he's like, oh yeah, I'm not going to take any more sacks. I was just joking. This is going to burn some clock. They're going to keep their timeout. We'll probably get down to about 35-ish seconds here. So 1 sack or 1 little more play over the middle, and the Bengals would be down to kind of like their last gasp here. But if, unfortunately, okay, tackle in bounds. That's not a great play.
I think they're going to rush the line of scrimmage before taking the timeout. They're going to go.
This could be one of those situations where the sim just doesn't like to take timeouts, except at 21 seconds too. So we're going to see what happens here. They're going to burn it. Yeah. Okay.
20 seconds.
There's the sim we know and love, Christian. There it is. There it is. Let's let about 12 seconds go off because, again, that's sim. When it gets to 20 or 21 seconds, that's a juicy spot for the timeouts. So
this
all right.
This very well could be the last play of the game.
Do or die here, but this is still don't count your chickens before they hatch here because look, we can see the end zone in play here from the 22. So here we go.
That'll do it. No, catch that, John.
Let him have it. You should have let him get it and then tackle. Come on, Jets. You know better than that. You don't because you're the Jets, but
yeah, that's true. All right, 3rd down, 3 yards to go. Right. If the Bengals decide to dump one off, they can get the 1st down. The game will still end. And I feel like that's very much in play here. I don't think Joe Burrow's going to go to the end zone.
I still think we're going to OT somehow. Okay. Oh no. Oh god, that's got the air.
Oh, thank goodness.
That was dicey right there, folks. We're down to our last gasp here, though. 4th and 3. Unless they hit like a quick hitter to the sidelines.
Field goal.
A quick hitter to the sidelines is all they could hope for. Otherwise, this has to be end zone or bust. We'll see if the sim is smart enough to realize that. It was on that last play. That was scary times right there. Edge of your seat time here. No, they're going to dump it off. And there's about 10 yards there to meet him. Burrow 290, so he really did pick up some yards there at the end of this game, but nobody cares. Gio Bernard, 9 catches too. When did Gio Bernard catch 8 other catches? I don't know, but
I don't know. I just, you know what?
This game was just a dump off after dump off after dump off, and we got some guys like Gio getting 9 catches for like 5 yards per catch. But anyways. Oh my God, we survived barely, but we did it, Christian. Give me a player of the sim. I don't, if you don't want to, you don't have to. But
no, we're gonna Uzama this one. 33% owned in our free roll, 19.5 points. Uzama came alive, got it done. Only cost you 6,600. Right. And we're gonna babysitter Billy, Johnny 5 Sticks, who, on top of dropping what would have been a walk-in touchdown pass, only 2 catches for him. Lev Bell, a runner-up there, 89% owned in this one, 11.8 points. He also sucked, but John Ross more disappointing than anyone else. And you know what? Maybe, it's too late. Let's MVP Joe Flacco. Just for Tara Lynn. Her faith in backup quarterbacks was finally rewarded today. And she was not in the free roll, and my heart breaks for her.
If you're just joining us, Joe Flacco had a passing touchdown in the sim. He threw it to Chris Herndon on a fake field goal. So he outscored Sam Darnold in the touchdown department. Sam Darnold, 176 yards, no touchdowns. Joe Burrow, 290 yards, just missed the bonus. He had 1 passing touchdown. Chris Herndon caught a touchdown. Lev Bell, he did rush for a touchdown, had like 30 rush yards. Burrow fumbled. Nobody else did anything on the ground there. And then, we had AJ Green also hit the bonus. 102 yards for AJ Green, 8 catches. Gio Bernard, 9 catches, 66 yards. Uzoma, touchdown, 75 yards, 6 catches. Hogan, 5 for 85 was notable as well. So in the end, we actually ended up with like 3 or 4 guys with decent totals. It wasn't anything like slate breaking, but if you had Uzoma or something in a classic lineup, you're definitely happy with that. So that's where we are, man. We made it. You're back here on the next one with Glash, correct?
Yeah. We'll be right back.
Okay.
We'll see you guys in about 50 minutes or so.
Okay, so we got Glash and Christian coming up on the next sim, guys. Obviously, we got not quite a full day of sims. We actually only have 3. That's right, because we have preseason NFL tonight. So, and the American Ultimate Disc League. Of course, it's Friday. It's big disc energy day.
It's Friday. It's disc day, baby.
So, American Ultimate Disc League, that seems to be starting, I think, around 7 p.m. Eastern. Could be wrong on that, but I believe that's it. But next, we got Cowboys at Steelers with Glash and Christian. Then Chiefs at Browns for 4 p.m. Eastern, Glash and Tom bringing you home. Then the American Ultimate Disc League. And also, we don't have a Madden After Dark, obviously the NFL preseason going on. So check those contests in the DraftKings lobby out for those preseason contests. Right now, guys, we got the Pat Mayo experience coming out. He's probably talking about NFL or something. So stick around for that. Christian will be back with Glash in about 40 minutes.
I want to start with Julio Jones, who's just straight up not practicing. I still think that he has a chance to beat A.J. Brown this year. I think it's unlikely that he beats him, but there's probably now like a 25%, 30% chance that he scores more points. I don't actually think it takes away anything from A.J. Brown, so I'm not too concerned about that, because Corey Davis put up an awesome year as a opposite A.J. Brown last year, and like if Julio can just put up like Corey Davis's numbers plus like 5 or 7%, he's going to be like number 24 wide receiver overall, or even better. So I am kind of worried about him being dinged up already, though.
Yeah, well, that's the biggest thing is everybody has a perception about Julio Jones is that he misses time. It's not. The perception's there because he seems to get banged up in games, but he still plays through them. He leaves for a few plays, but Julio Jones still every single year for the past 5 years, except for one, which was last year. He's played 13, 14, 15 games. So, yes, there's a little bit concerned that he doesn't play 16 on the dot a lot and will get nicked up, but Julio Jones is Julio Jones. You mentioned that. I'd say a little bit of a light concern, but the good thing is I feel like this is bringing his ADP back to where it should have been. Initially, even after the trade, he was still pushing right below that wide receiver 1 tier. As a mid to low wide receiver 2, I think that's better where he deserves to be because he can still finish close to wide receiver 1, but there's a giant group. I'm sure you've talked about it. We've all talked about it. You could argue for about 15 wide receivers to be ranked as wide receiver 13, and he's in that group. So he shouldn't be the top of the group, but he shouldn't be dead bottom of it either.
I have Julio Jones ranked as wide receiver number 21 at the moment. That is behind Chris Godwin, Adam Thielen, Mike Evans, Deontay Johnson. And in high stakes drafts over the past 3 days, he's fallen all the way down to pick number 48 overall. That would be behind DJ Moore, Adam Thielen, Tyler Lockett, Deontay Johnson, Cooper Kupp, Chris Godwin.
That's
Murray
the one
Cooper.
I was going to ask you.
In drafts.
Would you go Tyler Lockett or Julio Jones?
I go Julio.
So do I.
Okay. But the problem is that's still ahead of Darrell Henderson, who I like more. That's ahead of Mike Davis, who I like more. That's ahead of Jamar Chase, who I like more. So I'm probably still not going to end up with Julio, although I agree with you that end of the 4th round, early 5th round is somewhat of a value for Julio Jones at this point.
Yeah, I think so as well. I haven't had him in a lot of places either. I don't know if it's been a testament to who's still there wide receiver wise and some of the guys we're talking about. Or you know what? I honestly think it's because of my Deontay, as I keep saying, Deontay Johnson, is that I'm taking Deontay Johnson 10 times out of 10. I've mentioned this time and again that out of his 11 healthy games where he wasn't also benched. So even if you want to throw in that game, I'll give you both numbers. So the 11 healthy games where he wasn't hurt, played the full game, he was top 7 wide receiver. It was actually top 5 in fantasy points per game. If you include the game where he got benched and throw that into the mix, he's still top 10.
I just looked at my top 150 rankings. I actually have Julio Jones at number 48 overall, and that's now where he's being drafted. I have Deontay Johnson number 42 overall.
Yeah. See, and I'm taking Deontay Johnson and Robert Woods and Mike Evans, and there's a lot of people that are still taking Julio in front of a couple of them. So that's why I haven't had him yet. So maybe if he does fall similar to a few spots even behind where I have him, down to 21, 22 at wide receiver, he'll start to end up on some of my teams. And I think that's a valid risk spot for him to be.
Chase Claypool avoided major injury, but that's 2 weeks. It's like 2 weeks in a row that he's been like, just, it's just been weird with him where there's been an injury scare and he's going to be okay. Maybe he's made of like, what was the Terminator made of? Liquid? Was it just liquid metal, or was there like an actual name for that?
Well, I don't know. I just know he was the T1000. I don't know what he was actually made of.
Okay.
I could
anyway,
we could look it up.
He might. I think the people are okay. They can go do their own research on that one. But
he's just a shape-shifting android. There you go.
But Claypool is someone who was, progressively moving up and up and up draft boards, with Juju falling. So Juju's now going 65 overall. Claypool's going number 60 overall. I just think it's Deontay Johnson I want. I'm not going to worry about the other two. It feels like passing on Claypool could be passing on a bunch of upside. He's already been hurt twice in the preseason. He's going to be okay. And I feel like I'm just investing in other spots in the Steelers offense. Give me Harris, give me Deontay, and that's really all I want.
Yeah, and the biggest thing about Chase Claypool is actually, by the way, it is liquid metal. I know you said you don't care, but he's got a giant Wikipedia page just to him. It's liquid metal. But the Chase Claypool was a little bit more touchdown reliant. And here's what I come back to, is if you like Juju Smith-Schuster to rebound and think that Najee Harris balances the offenses more and play action is going to develop more things for Ben Roethlisberger, and Ben Roethlisberger's healthier this year, and you like Juju Smith-Schuster, it's going to come at the expense of Chase Claypool to a degree, because Juju still caught plenty of his own touchdowns last year. And if you go to the healthy games, Deontay Johnson has been the number one when he's the number one, when he's on the field. So it's Deontay, then one of the other two. And if it's then one of the other two, and even if they split the entire season and come out with similar numbers, you're going to have that inconsistency built in there. So I would want him as my 3. I want Juju as my 3. I don't want either one of them as my wide receiver 2. Maybe if I took 3 running backs early, but I'm definitely with you on that one. I'm looking where I have Claypool, and this is without the injury because it sounds like he's fine. I have Claypool behind like Cooks and DJ Moore and Ayuk and Kupp and Higgins and like all this. So I have Claypool almost out. He's barely inside the top 30 for me.
Where do I have Claypool? I think he's outside of my top 30 just by a shade. Claypool is number 34 because I have him behind like Marv. Yeah. But here's the guy that I wanted to talk about because he still hasn't played yet in the preseason. It's Courtland Sutton. Vic Fangio said he might be able to play in the Broncos Week 2 preseason game, but it does look like he's going to be able to play for Week 1. But the more and more that we don't see him coming off this knee injury, the more and more I'm like, this isn't great news by any means, but if he's going to be out there Week 1, he is someone whose ADP has started to fall and plummet, where at the beginning when there was so much optimism for him and potentially this offense, and now it seems like Jerry Jeudy is being drafted where Courtland Sutton was, and Sutton's being drafted where Jerry Jeudy was. Do you see a reason? I mean, we know what the reason is, but do you think that flip should have happened? And like, where are you taking Courtland Sutton?
So I have Courtland Sutton just barely higher than you do, but I'm at 32. The biggest question is Courtland Sutton healthy? And we don't know. Like, we can listen to these reports and all that type of stuff, but I think Jeudy and Courtland Sutton are a very dangerous duo. And I think that Drew Lock showed some, again, it's just one game. It's Week 1 of the preseason, so I'm not putting too much weight into it. I don't think that Drew Lock is turning into a top 15 quarterback, but Drew Lock showed a little bit more competency in that game. And that's just good for Jeudy and Sutton if Sutton's health. People forget, even with this poor quarterback play, what Sutton was and why people were taking Sutton as a fringe wide receiver 1 last year, because he's that kind of alpha wide receiver in the NFL. Whether or not, I think the good comparison for Sutton might be Saquon Barkley. Are you willing to take that risk and wonder that, hey, are Sutton and Saquon maybe not 100% until Week 4, but I'm willing to gamble because I know what their upside is? Then you do it. If you don't think it's going to possibly happen and you're worried it might be a year long where at best they get back to 90% of what they were, then you avoid them. But I think right now as ADP, that's baked in with Sutton. It's not baked in as much with Saquon Barkley.
It is, and like I said, where is Sutton going now in draft? Sutton is going at, that's not how you spell Sutton. Sutton is going at pick number 80 now in draft. So a 7th round pick. That seems like
I'm taking that every time.
That seems like unbelievable upside. Like, there are guys around him who I do like a lot, but like Michael Thomas is still going 10 picks ahead of him. I can't get on board with it. I don't even know if he's going to come. Is there a chance that Michael Thomas doesn't play a game this season?
I think that's a it's not a non-zero chance. I just threw a couple nons in there, but if you told me that I could bet on that happening, I'd throw a few bucks on it.
Yeah, and it's not to say that he's going to be injured the entire season, but if he's injured for a bunch of weeks at the beginning of the season, he doesn't want to play for the Saints and they don't trade him, then he's just sitting on the sidelines.
Yeah, and I think you could look at it kind of like the AJ Green situation. Is what do I want to come back for? And he's already... I don't want to put anything out there. And I'm not saying because I don't know the guy outside of an interview when he was coming out of college into the NFL. So I haven't talked to him in years. And even that was it was a podcast interview. So I don't know the guy. Make that clear. But you're starting to get the diva sense. And again, it could be completely wrong. Could be the nicest guy in the world. Could be the best teammate in the world. But it's kind of starting to feel like the Antonio Brown situation a little bit of, and again, not the road he went down, but just kind of like, does he really want to play? Or if he's upset, is he going to put forth 100% of trying to get back on the field? So like I said, with AJ Green, that it just happened. If we get to week 9 and 10 and he's like, this team is 2-7, like, what am I coming back for? Then wouldn't it be a surprise?
Does that mean we have to draft Marquez Callaway everywhere? Because I've been doing that really late in drafts now.
I think both him and Traquan Smith. I know everybody's off Traquan Smith, but worst case scenario, Smith is the 2. Like everybody's talking about Callaway could be the 1. They're still the number 1. Like flip them, go whichever direction you want to go. They're the 1 and 2 receivers for this team outside of Alvin Kamara. Like we talked about Troutman on your tight end show, is that they're using him to block a lot. If Smith and Callaway or Callaway and Smith, no matter which order you want to put him in, so maybe you take Callaway before you take Smith, you still take both of them because they're the top 2 receivers for a team.
Yeah, that tight end show in tiers will be out on Thursday on Mayo Media Network. So you should probably subscribe to Mayo Media Network while you're here and smash that like button while you're at it. Okay, remember to enter that draw as well. So here's some guys that have been falling down ADPs right now going into the weekend. And Myles Gaskin is number 1. I broke him down on Fantasy Football Picks and Bets. His timeshare versus Malcolm Brown, if they're going to use Salvon Ahmed very much in this offense. But the Dolphins' offensive line just isn't going to be good. But when does it go too far with Gaskin? When he starts falling down drafts? Because I've seen him, he's still not gone in that draft that I'm currently doing with you. I don't believe anyone has taken him yet. No, they have not.
He just went.
He just went, so...
7-10. Running back 32.
So pick number 82 overall.
32 is too low.
Eventually, do you start gambling?
Yes. Mostly because something, I know we're coming from the Belichick school over here, but up until this point, the usage has been very much not 100% bell cow, but been very much like the guy. So, everybody's been talked up. All 3 of them. We saw Ahmed perform well when Gaskin went down last year. And now you add another piece to this, and there's 3 options here. That's why he should fall. I like Gaskin as a talent. You know this. People who follow me have known this. But I do understand that there's risk here. But at running back 32, 7-10 overall, we're talking about Damian Harris went in front of him. I'd rather have Damian Harris, who you took. But he's in that same group. That's where he deserves to be, like James Robinson. Is he losing his job, or is he still the lead? If he's even in a timeshare and still has the lead on an offense that we expect to be much better this year, that's still value. So I would take him over the Arizona running backs, plural, Connor and Edmonds, the Buccaneers backs, the entire backfield. I think his situation is not as muddy as theirs.
Well, here is a name that I'll throw out to you who I wanted to throw into this mix as well as guys that are falling ADP-wise. I took him in this draft in the 6th round, and I probably could have waited to the 7th round to get him now that I look back on it and see what running backs are going, and the sentiment around this player isn't very high. He's actually going after Trey Sermon in drafts right now, but I actually think that Raheem Mostert could be a league winner this year based on the amount that the 49ers want to run the ball, and if their defense isn't decimated, they could actually do that this year. But everyone just wants Sermon because, he's the new guy, he's a rookie, he's so great, and he might be great. But I know that Mostert is good in this offense, and he's going to be the lead back to start the season. And the only way he loses that job is if he sucks. And he doesn't suck, so that should be good enough.
Well, here's 2 things on top of it. So coming from somebody who immediately after the draft says talent-wise, Trey Sermon is the best running back in that backfield. At the same time, he doesn't suck. Also, he's playing for Kyle Shanahan, that being Mostert, because Kyle Shanahan has the Midas touch and turns even Jeff Wilson into a good running back. Yes, I've said this before. The only reason we know Jeff Wilson as a running back is because he played for Shanahan. So if Mostert is healthy, He's still the lead option until otherwise proven. And maybe it's more of a split, and every single week we get Mostert and Sermon. But you know what? Well, then fine. Mostert's still going to have value. I love Sermon upside. I love Sermon for the potential, like I said, the best talent in that backfield. It's best talent on paper. It's best talent until proven otherwise. And Mostert for right now is the lead guy. I have Mostert ahead of Trey Sermon, and I'm saying all that to say I love Trey Sermon on this team, but I would take Mostert as well. I'm with you. I have Mostert at 27, right there with Javonte Williams, and for me, Sermon is down by James Robinson in like the 33, 34 range.
So I have it a little bit different. I have Javonte Williams at 22, Josh Jacobs, Kareem Hunt, 22, 23, 24, Mostert at 25, Damian Harris at number 26, Etienne, Gaskin, Chase Edmonds, Ronald Jones, Michael Carter, Latavius Murray, Gus Edwards, Trey Sermon, Kenyon Drake, A.J. Dillon, then James Robinson, then Melvin Gordon, who is still, he's just returned to practice. Maybe I should, because we didn't get to see Melvin Gordon. Javonte Williams looked really good in week one. I feel like there was a bit of an overreaction. Is Melvin Gordon now like a decent value, or is he just being pushed aside?
I see he's kind of both. The thing is Javonte Williams was probably going to be very similar to Miles Sanders' rookie season, where week 6 or 7 he now leads the backfield, just because now this is another talent situation where the talent is bigger at this point of their career too. Is that Javonte Williams was one of the most talented running backs in this draft class. Melvin Gordon is at best, his best years was kind of like what we think Javonte Williams could be. And of course I say what we think because we're projecting Javonte Williams into the NFL. So assuming he succeeds, he's better than Melvin Gordon is today. Melvin Gordon 3-4 years ago, it's probably a toss up. And that's the point, is that Melvin Gordon was probably going to lose this job before long. By not being on the field, he's just opening the door to happen earlier, and you could see a timeshare right out of the gate in week 1. Not what we would love for fantasy, being the timeshare, but yeah, Melvin Gordon being where he is maybe Denver just says, you know what, we know Gordon, we trust Gordon, and we don't turn it necessarily over to Javonte Williams until proven otherwise. And it might only take 2 weeks of Melvin Gordon looking terrible out there, but yeah, this low Melvin Gordon, you might as well take the flyer.
Yeah, especially if he's free at this point, too. I want to rapid fire through some of these news and notes. Kerryon Johnson, cut/waived by the Philadelphia Eagles. Bad news. He just had a baby with Ashley Kay from The Challenge. So hopefully Kerryon either bank some money or can find himself a new job. I'm rooting for the fam, Kerryon. So yeah, if you just want like a job on a show, you can come break down games with me. If you want to get nothing else to do, Mayo Media Network could be hiring an ex-NFLer to be an analyst on the network. If you're an ex-NFLer watching out there, just contact Pat Mayo. We'll be good to go. The talk out of the Washington footballs is that Antonio Gibson, they want to play a Christian McCaffrey type role. I will see this. I will believe it when I see it, although I did bump him up in the rankings a little bit because I had been really low on Antonio Gibson versus the rest of everyone, but I've moved him back up behind Joe Mixon in one spot ahead of Clyde Edwards-Helaire. So now it goes Taylor, Mixon, Gibson, Edwards-Helaire, Swift, Dobbins, Carson. So I have him at number 13 at running back, which is still way lower than everyone else, but that's where I feel comfortable with him at.
Yeah, when I heard that report, I did this. That was the noise I made. I have him at 15. I haven't moved him from 15, so I'm a little bit lower than you are, because you can tell us all this. You know, it's kind of like people tell about being friends or lovers or whatever, but it's like actions speak louder than words. Well, what you told us in week 1 when he's not on third down at all, 0 third down snaps, and then yes, he had targets, but 0 third down snaps. Yeah, you can say this all day long and you want to be in the Christian McCaffrey role, but Christian McCaffrey is Christian McCaffrey because he never comes off the damn field. He's out there 97% of the time, and that's not an exaggeration. So no, I like Antonio Gibson. I'm a fan of Antonio Gibson, but there's 2 names you said after him that I have in front of him, and that's Dobbins and Edwards-Helaire.
Yeah, I think that those 3 are sort of like on a team. Which one do you believe in the most of those 3 would be just the head of them. But I think that those guys packaged together is the move. And I can frankly see David Montgomery and Chris Carson outscoring all 3 of those guys. I don't have the guts to rank it that way, but I can definitely see it happening.
They're in the same tier for me, so it wouldn't shock me.
But that puts Gibson at 25 overall for me in the best ball draft that I'm doing right now. Mike Clay took him at 10th overall, I think, or 12th overall.
Mike Clay thinks he can finish as RB1. The RB, not RB1 as in an RB1, but the number 1 running back.
Well, he's putting his money where his mouth is. Actually took him at 13. He paired up Chubb and Gibson together at the 12-13 turn. Not a bad start to a draft. Not the Pat Mayo way. That's how high people are going on Antonio Gibson, which means I'm just not going to drafting him all that much this year.
Right.
Here's one for you. Did you see that Kevin White signed with the New Orleans Saints? That's how desperate they are wide receiver now.
Hey, like the Kevin White one he's another one like the fantasy community has been trying to make happen forever. I don't know if they've finally given up on him, but the reason we're talking about is because they did. Kevin White, one of the bigger bust examples of wide receivers that haven't hit in the first round, no matter your draft capital. I would love to see the kid succeed because of Kevin White being Kevin White. But at this point, how many teams has he been kicked around and tried to succeed on with opportunity, like not quite this bad, but teams that needed him and a wide receiver, so it doesn't move the needle for me.
Last thing, Darren Waller has returned to Raiders practice. We'll talk about him more on this tight end show. Devonta Smith said he's going to start doing team drills Tuesday. Do you think he's ready by week 1, or should we be drafting Rager right now?
I've been the Rager fan. He was in my bounce back candidates. He was in my whatever you want to call it, last year's post type sleepers, trash dive, like whatever you want to call it, because Rager was miscast, being the number 1 in general, running outside a lot. Goddard wasn't healthy for a lot of the year. We saw what happened with Zach Ertz, the offensive line play, the quarterback play. There's so many things that went wrong, but it comes back to the fact that Rager was not ready to be that kind of guy, similar to Henry Ruggs. I do think Devonta Smith in his own right is a little bit concerning where he was going. I love Devonta Smith because I thought he was walking into 100+ targets for this team. If everybody's overreacting to Quez Watkins' 1 catch in that game, but that's the Devonta Smith role. That role is going to stay there. So Rager is going to be Rager, whether it's Smith or Watkins or Travis Fulgham, again, who actually doesn't fill that role the same way because he's more of a possession receiver. But I'm on the Rager train as like tremendous value this year. I think Rager and Ruggs are going to win a lot of. They're not going to be league winners like top 20 wide receivers, but you told me top 30. I think it's well within the possibility for both of them.
If you had tuned in to last Wednesday evenings or watched it on Thursday mornings, fantasy football picks and bets, you would have played Quez Watkins in your DraftKings lineup for those Thursday set of games. And boom, guess who won money? Everyone who watched plus me. If I'm winning money from that show, then other people are most definitely cashing checks from that show. Last few things, Justin Jefferson returned to practice on a limited basis earlier this week, so he looks like he's going to be fine for week 1. Alan Hearns is out for 3 months. Would you draft Waddle or would you draft is Waddle still like one of the highest rookie receivers for you?
He was behind Devonta Smith for me,
but
obviously behind Chase.
But is he still behind Devonta Smith?
Yeah,
really. I think I'd rather have Waddle right now.
I love Waddle. I don't see the problem is the opportunities. I still think that if Devonta Smith, now of course week 2 we still have week 2 of the preseason to happen. If Devonta Smith is still not out there, but I see him walking into 100+ targets. I love Waddle, but I think that Parker's getting completely overlooked. And the fact that Will Fuller, it's a 1-game suspension. He didn't blow his ACL. It's a 1-game suspension. He's going to be out there. And we talked about Gesicki on your tight end show coming out. There's a lot of weapons on this team, which is great for Tua. But what do I always say, Pat? Buy the cake, not the icing. At price right now, I'm buying the Tua cake. I'm passing on the price of Waddle, despite the fact I like Waddle. I have Waddle at 49. He's not that far down, but I'm not getting him in a lot of drafts because of that.
Or you could just take Devontae Parker, who's going even later than all these guys, and is shockingly still on the team, despite no one talking about him going forward. Last few notes, Joe Burrow is not playing this weekend. I still love Joe Burrow. I love Jamar Chase. Get them wherever you can. They're on my must-draft list this year, especially at their price. David Johnson and Philip Lindsay, that's still going to be a thing that we have to monitor going forward. Tyler Conklin.
No, we don't.
Tyler Conklin is, hey, listen, if it's a starting running back like that you can get in the last round, I'll take a gamble on that. The last one overall is Elijah Moore. Probably won't be back with his quad injury till at least next week out of Jets camp. And from everything that I've seen with the Jets, Corey Davis actually looks like he might be a good value pick at this point.
Corey Davis, volume. I was legitimately concerned. I was one of the people who even said I was legitimately concerned about Corey Davis succeeding as much as the Jets, even though he wasn't a top 20 wide receiver, but just carrying that over from what he just did last year. More volume, but same numbers. But if Zach Wilson's going to look to him that much, and now we're heading towards the potential Allen Robinson treatment, where who cares if your quarterback's subpar play if you're going to be getting 25% plus of the target share? Yeah, I'm on Corey Davis, and I've been off. I love Elijah Moore, the talent. Matt Harmon has written up Elijah Moore, and yes, Elijah Moore is a great talent. But this is this goes back to the fantasy community. Is so many people talk up Elijah Moore, Jamison Crowder, similar to Dallas Goedert and Zach Ertz. Jamison Crowder's still there. There's other weapons still there. It's a lot to go around, especially or not. enough to go around, especially if Corey Davis is going to be getting even not 25%, even is going to be getting 20+%. There's just not enough to make Elijah Moore consistent until Crowder or somebody else is out of the picture.
Check out Jake Seeley at theathletic.com tomorrow on the Pat Mayo Experience, doing the tight end tiered rankings, and every Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday on Bets TV's YouTube channel, talking more football than you can handle. Like I said, check him out on Twitter at AllInKid. If you ever have a question, you're positively going to get a snarky response.
Are you tossing to me, or are you just, that was your out? I thought that was your out.
No, I was just waiting for you to react to it.
Oh, no, I'm laughing. You're 100% right. Yes, that somebody already asked me, and they said, hey, how come your rankings are different than your VORP projections? And the very intro of the rankings piece says, these are how I would draft. This is why they are different than my VORP calculations.
Did you just say?
And I said,
thanks for
read
reading.
the intro, buddy.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thanks, pal, for not reading.
What's up, everyone?
Oh, we're live. My bad.
Yeah. I missed it too. I almost missed it. Then I saw Daniel typing in the Slack room. I was like, oh man, I'm talking up way too much about my buddy getting free rounds of golf because he spends too much money maybe at the tables. But you know what? That's over now because we got another money-making opportunity for all you guys out there in Simland. And God willing, it'll be better than the last game because it has to be. Glass, you missed it. It's the nightmare game between it was the Bengals and the Jets. I'm sure you can pretty much figure how that went. The Jets had one passing touchdown. It was from Joe Flacco.
Yeah, I mean, not too surprising based on a noon sim, right? It's just bound for stinkage. So,
The stink button was left on as we welcome you all back. Obi-Wan, Rowdy, S4G, the random spammer in the YouTube chat. Fool, Tex, first time playing Fortnite. Good to see y'all again. Welcome to two of the better teams here in Simland. So Glash, I saw you made the contest. I made sure I got in. What does your lineup look like for this one?
Yeah, let's dive in. So typically, and this is the Hall of Fame matchup, the Hall of Fame game rematch. We'll see if they give more of a darn. More starters are here, of course, in this case. But Juju Sim-Schuster, the TikTok star himself, is my captain.
How could you not?
28% owned to be captain. Wow. In our free roll. Zeke's in there. Big Ben, Amari Cooper, James Washington, CeeDee Lamb.
All right. Yeah, there were a few guys that I was like, I'm going to buy the dip on. And Eric Ebron was close, but I was like, no, we're not going to do Ebron. Like, I know that is a capable of putting up 25-point games. I got him. I got Zeke. I got Amari. I have Juju in there along with Deontay Johnson, who is capable of big games. And then at 3,600, CeeDee Lamb, too cheap to pass up. And I look forward to regretting that decision because CD, much more trick or treat here in Simland than he was in the real world. And everyone kind of saying, you know what, this is going to be CeeDee Lamb's year. This is going to be the year he's going to break through as a top 10 wideout. His average draft position way the hell up there this year, but I'm not sure. I mean, I think there's just too much competition. And I think we're going to see here where Dak, as good as he may be, is still going to deal with some lingering injuries. He's probably not going to throw 450 yards per game. So I'm not aboard the CeeDee Lamb top 15 wideout train. I would rather have a guy like Cooper, like Chris Godwin, like Mike Evans over him. But we'll see if I'm proven wrong.
That's the kind of attention you feel folks have for CeeDee Lamb, really?
Oh, yeah, dude. CeeDee Lamb, consensus ranking, wide receiver 12, right behind Terry McLaurin, right in front of Bobby Trees. Let's take a look at his ADP through a few rounds. Only got like 6 sources on it. But CeeDee Lamb going off as a borderline top 25 guy, 33rd overall, ahead of Allen Robinson, ahead of Mike Evans, ahead of Kyler Murray and Julio Jones. I don't think he's going to get there. I think he's got a very nice setup going for him, but I think the projecting him out a little bit too far ahead.
Pittsburgh, Dallas, we are underway. Big Ben slinging early to the turf. Well, wait a minute. There's grass in Heinz Field, so to the grass.
It's that terrible, terrible grass that everyone complains about come December and January because they also have the Whippeal high school championship games there as well, and Pitt plays there. So a lot of use for Heinz Field. I appreciate it. You know, it's a stadium. You want to have more than 10 events per year if you're building that big old stadium on the North Shore. And of course, you also have like Brad Paisley concerts and Margaritaville showing up every now and then. Jimmy Buffett comes and the parrot heads all jump off one of the Clemente Bridge and into the river for some reason because they clearly don't value their skin. Anyway, what were we talking about? Heinz Field. Lovely.
Big Ben throwing to the dirt.
Yeah, the dirt, right.
So it's Glass Sheen, Christian, producer Tara Lynn today, Daniel, our technical director, Patrick, our Game Ops team member today. Pittsburgh's punting. Hope you're all having a great Friday. Just 3 sims with preseason football and American Ultimate Disc League tonight.
Bottle, baby.
Question from Twitch. First time playing Fortnite. Glash, will Chip and Skip make a surprise appearance next week? Yup, it's happening, and you know it should.
No.
You murderer.
I feel no regret for that whatsoever. My only request is that if Skip and Chip make an appearance, they have to last the entirety of the sim.
Well, Chip also needs to be found first. He's still missing, and of course, Skip needs to be resurrected. But those are things that can happen. You know, it's like speaking things into existence. You pray.
He deserves to remain dead.
You pray for a certain player to deliver for your fantasy lineups. The same can be said for bringing back characters that you've met along the way in Simland. I think it's possible.
I mean, what other characters could we bring back into the fold?
Well, I know
Boston
for the
Santa Claus.
That was well done. Rudolph stopped by as well. We had a chance to. I'm on the 4 o'clock with Tommy Freeze Pops, and we did get through to Joe Buck and Troy Aikman. They will join us at some point in the broadcast on the 4 o'clock sim. So don't want to miss it. Joe Buck, Troy Aikman, the primetime team for Fox NFL. They will join us at 4. You don't want to miss it. The actual guys, too. Now, I'm not making this up. Joe Buck, Troy Aikman joining us during the 4 p.m. Madden sim. So, there you go. Gave it away already.
Wow.
Gave you a sim.
I
gave you a 1 sim advance notice.
That's amazing. I'm looking forward to it. Big deal.
That is a first down for Gallup and the Cowboys to the Pittsburgh 44. Prescott's 3 for 3. Christian, it's my first time with you since the big news. Hope everything's okay on your end and you're feeling all right.
Oh, yeah. You know, it's one of those things. It's tough to be too disappointed about, you know? The fact that we were even doing this in general is kind of wild and difficult to explain. So, you know, I'm not sad because it's ending. I'm grateful that it happened. I'm taking this one like a 7th grade breakup, you know? I'm just lucky someone was willing to hold my hand through a tough time, my awkward stage.
Brian C., will you be able to see Joe Buck and Aikman on the stream? All you have to do is during the quarter breaks, just close your mind. I mean, close your eyes and your mind. But close your eyes first and just imagine. Then you can see them.
Wow.
Yeah. Joe Buck, Troy Aikman joining the Dream Stream at 4 o'clock today. You know, that's the kind of profiles we get here on the Dream Stream. It's going to be too bad. Hopefully they'll stick with us even when the Sims go away.
I mean,
it almost feels like they should be here now because it's a Cowboys game, but they want to come on for Browns and Chiefs. So.
I mean, that's a good game too. Perhaps a better game.
Browns and Chiefs though reeks of Nance Romo, you know, AFC.
That's true.
That's.
I appreciate how Joe Buck has leveled up his game. Because at one point earlier in his career, he was kind of insufferable. And he's gone from like, all right, faux pearl clutching, like, I can't believe Randy Moss would fake moon the crowd at Lambeau Field. This apologizing to all the children out there watching it, to a guy who seems a little bit more relaxed, a little bit more laid back, a little bit more that like he's doing it on his own rather than he just coasting off his dad's coattails. So like, I appreciate that he has put in the work to change and get better at his job rather than just kind of baiting. As Mari Cooper crashes over the goal line. So a long sustained drive there from the Cowboys, taking advantage of the 3-and-out from Pittsburgh and taking an early lead here on the North Shore, the banks of the mighty Monongahela River.
Let's go. Amari's in my lineup. Hope he's in yours.
I believe he is indeed. Let me refresh So I get a lot. He is, in fact, so I got 11.3 from him, 3.6 from Gallup in the captain spot, and a whopping 0.3 from Zeke in my flex right now.
What's up, Germ? Germ's on Twitch. Hey, Germ. Problem Kid Gaming. Rowdy Dorito. S4G. You don't want to mute Joe Buck, S4G. You want to come on and criticize him and tell him how much you hate him. There's no fun in muting us, or, I mean, Aikman and Buck. Fun in that.
Yeah.
All right. In the larger DraftKings free contest, 8,054 entries. Amari Cooper, 9.5% captain, 46% owned overall. Brian Anderson, what's good? Matt Gainey. What's up?
Formerly Matt Gainey.
Formerly Matt Gainey.
Get his phone charger back. Her tow truck driver was in here earlier.
I'll tell you, man, so last night, and you chimed in on Twitter.
Oh, yeah.
Lobo was going after me. That's why the Van Halen, if you don't get the reference, it's okay. All of the titles are just dumb inside jokes usually, or the early bird special. Anyway, no idea who I was talking about there. Van Halen lessons. I was not aware that Van Halen was the artist who put together Jump.
Yeah.
Used during basketball games for a jump ball, and Rebecca Lobo was coming after me last night. I felt like I was on a sim with one of you guys. She was attacking me. How do you not know that? She was she was ripping into me, and I deserved it.
Yeah, that's fair. She got you on that one. I mean, how did it feel to get torn up by a Hall of Famer, an all-timer, just for not knowing the heights David Lee Roth once reached on this great earth of ours? So how much Van Halen could you actually, before getting roasted by Rebecca Lobo, as Ben takes a terrible sack on 3rd and 10, another 3-and-out coming here for the Pittsburgh Steelers. But how much Van Halen were you familiar with before getting roasted by Rebecca Lobo?
Nah, look, not all that much.
All right, really, so how many songs could you name?
Probably none, to be quite honest. Does that make me a bad person? Does that make me non-cultured?
I think Van Halen was so ubiquitous with the pop culture and the zeitgeist. Like, I feel like Van Halen, like, even though we grew up past their glory days, was still so notable for the way they changed the way rock music sounded. Eddie with his, of course, absurd guitar, and he was so influential. He even ended up playing the solo in Michael Jackson's "Beat It." Van Halen was very much like up there with like Bon Jovi and Journey, or not Journey. Journey was more 70s, but like up there with Bon Jovi in terms of inescapable bands of the 80s. And I feel like if I asked you to name Bon Jovi songs, you'd have a lot more of those in the chamber than Van Halen. Is that right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. So just unusual, not a bad thing. But
I'm a very bad title person.
Okay.
Have I heard the song? Yeah, I'm like, okay, I've heard this before. I feel like that makes it worse if I've never heard it before. Like Tom Petty has a bunch of songs, and I'm like, oh yeah, that sounds like I know who that guy is. Just you got to help me, I need a dictionary nearby. I need Google nearby. So I guess that means I don't know.
Okay. So like you're saying if we were doing like a Geeks Who Drink trivia night, and then round 2 is the audio round where you have to name like song titles and artists, like that is when you were just worthless. Like you just
totally worthless.
That's when you take your your bathroom break, maybe go.
Yeah, exactly. Anyone else need a drink? I'm gonna head up to the bar.
Yeah. You know what? Yeah, I'll buy this round, and unless they're playing like I know this one Drake song, and that's all I can offer. Is that? Yeah.
Yep, that sounds about right.
There.
Guilty as charged. It's a big 3rd and 8 here for Dak. Spins right into trouble.
Wow, Bud Dupree, current Tennessee Titan. Got a gift there as Dak ran right into his face. So a promising drive from the Cowboys here, cut short. Had they just not lost any yards there, they would have been in good shape for a Legatron field goal, although the open end of Heinz Field with the swirling wind coming off the river would have been a problem. I think it's the opposite end. So would have been the closed end, would have been a little bit easier. Zerline from 50 plus, probably could have made that. From 63, maybe. But instead we get a punt. It's not a great one. Steelers taking over at their own 24.
Solomon says, fair criticism. Oh, it was absolutely fair. It was great, though. Great back and forth. Guru says Joe Buck would definitely know the song. Stay tuned. Joe Buck, 4 o'clock.
That's true.
Joe Buck, Troy Aikman, joining the Dream Stream. David says Van Halen was horrible live.
Really? Huh. Huh.
Luke Murphy's here. Hey, Luke. About 300 of you watching now on YouTube. 25-ish on Twitch. 2nd and 10. First down pickup. I think that is Juju. Yes, it is.
It is indeed. Mr. Smith-Schuster turned down more money to go to a division rival in the Ravens and stayed with the Steelers. Also had overtures from the Chiefs, which would have been a really interesting fit for him. Instead, he decided to stay in Pittsburgh, which we'll see if it pays off. I do like his usage there. As no way. A Big Ben Reed option run works out exactly as well as you would have expected, and it goes somehow for no gain. So at least there's that. Would Connor have gotten smoked in the backfield there? Maybe. I don't know. It was a weird play call in general. I expect that from that man right there, Mike McCarthy, more than Mike Tomlin, who, spoiler alert, I rate as one of the guys I would like to play for the most were I an NFL player in the year 2021. And that's in today's post route. Postroute.substack.com. Subscribe for free. Sarah and I are talking all about coaching hot seats, who's the best, who's the worst, and who is the weirdest. Spoiler alert, it's Dan Campbell. The guy who wants to bite kneecaps, yeah, that guy's always going to be the best.
Oh, all right. There we go. Pittsburgh into Dallas territory. It's Ebron with the catch. Ralphie chimes in. Our hopes of Mac Jones to start fading fast. Oh, yeah. Good night for Cam Newton last night. I don't care what defense was out there. Cam looked good. The play action was good. He hasn't even had to run yet, so they're hiding that element of his game. I'm happy for Cam. I'm not going to come on here and bash him or find a way around it. It went well.
Yeah, you want him to be good.
If that's the Cam Newton we're going to get, I would argue that was the best he's looked in a Patriots uniform last night.
I mean, really tough to be that optimistic because it's a very bad Eagles team who weren't even putting in their starters, but the body language was good. You know, his footwork looked good. He got the ball out quickly and with confidence. Basically everything that was lacking after he came down with COVID seemed to be fixed there, but it's a preseason game. I'm not going to read too much into it. What I did like more was the pinpoint accuracy of Mac Jones's balls. He had a little zip over the middle, which was nice, but he also put downfield passes right where they needed to be, suffered through some drops, which was unfortunate, but did look like a guy with potential to grow just based on the accuracy of his throws. The reads were right. They're bringing him along slowly. I don't expect to see him start until maybe he doesn't even start this year if Cam can be the guy, but I did like what I saw from both guys. Don't know how much I'm going to read into either one looking good against a very bad Eagles team that's basically taken the year off and trying to figure out their quarterback situation. But hey, something to be happy about if you're a Patriots fan. I mean, we've been suffering for a very long time here. It's been, 2 years since our last title, so we're due for some good news. Thank you, football guys.
Amari Cooper has the touchdown, 2 catches, 27 yards, and the score. Christian's here for this one. Then I'm not here for the 4 o'clock. Neither is Freeze Pops. We're going to set up the show, and then Troy Aikman and Joe Buck will join us. They will be here. They are looking forward to being here. If you have not experienced them on the Dream Stream before, you're going to be blown away. We got the rights to their Friday afternoon, so you have that to look forward to. Look, here's the other thing. Here's why it's noteworthy, okay? And there you go. Check out postroute.substack.com. Christian, the laminated. I'm gonna miss this. I really am. I'm gonna miss when you hide behind the laminated flashcard or piece of paper. Look, you know why it's notable, and you know why it's fair, in my opinion, to say it was the best he looked in a Patriots uniform? Because when you look at the other side of the spectrum, there were circumstances last year where they played the Texans, that god-awful Texans team, even though Deshaun Watson was playing at the time last year, where Cam Newton was missing guys that were wide open. Yeah. Guys got open last year, and he did not hit them. So last night was a step. Guys got open, he sold the play action, and he was throwing darts. He could have done the same stuff last year. I don't care who was guarding who. I don't care what defense was out there. I don't care what you have to say about the weapons. There were guys open last year, and he did not hit them on time. And if he tried to throw them, he would throw it behind his receiver. Last night he looked good. He looked really good. And I don't care what defense it was. There was a step. Big step for Cam Newton last night. He looked confident out there. Big step for the Patriots.
Yeah, no, and it's just terrible news for the Eagles, who are, well, it's going to be a rough one. It's good news if you are invested in Jalen Hurts in fantasy, because there's no way he's getting taken out of the lineup unless he gets hurt. It's a big, long pass, just slightly too long, like maybe for Deontay Johnson or maybe Juju at the end there. But Steelers still in good position here, within Boswell field goal range for sure. No, Jalen Hurts he's not going to get replaced by Joe Flacco if he's ineffective. He's going to get the full season because Flacco looked horrible. Nick Mullins, who once I was like, this guy could be an underrated gem, like maybe not a starter, but a guy with Gardner Minshew kind of upside where you can put him in for a few games. He can keep things rolling. He's not going to take anything off the table. No, wrong, incorrect. He's now a guy who takes things off the table despite that hot start with the Niners and Kyle Shanahan. Looks like he's absolutely lost as an NFL quarterback. So don't think he's going to be the answer either. So I think it's going to be Hurts this year, and then whoever they draft after Hurts, if Hurts doesn't make it, I don't think he will, but Hurts will be a nice backup to whoever this Eagles draft in 2022, maybe a little Spencer Rattler. And you know what? Philly's paying off the dead money on Wentz's deal, and they're going to take this year and just Jaguars their way to the top of the draft order.
And yeah, is he out of the hospital, Jalen Hurts?
It's a good question. I haven't heard. I
haven't seen anything.
Yeah, I gotta imagine he is, but no idea.
Okay.
Let's fire up the Google machine real quick.
Okay. I haven't seen any tweets on it or anything. 2nd and 10, little dump off for Pittsburgh. Positive yards for Jalen Samuels to the 5.
It says briefly hospitalized. Should be okay. So it looks like he came back and maybe he just went and got an IV, after that stomach bug and popped back out.
Congo Cab is here. What's up, Congo Cab? Bucky, thank you so much. Hurricane in the Northeast region, are we going to be okay? I hope so. I haven't really looked into it.
Oh, Ebron. Look at that. The guy, I was like, you know what? His price is low, but I'm not going to take it. I'm not going to step into that trap. Ebron at 7K. It looks too good to be true. It must be. But no. If you bought the dip on the tight end one in Pittsburgh, and how much longer will he be the tight end one? We don't know, but I'm a little bit high on Pat Freiermuth. Could be a good sleeper pickup for your fantasy leagues. Anyway, Ebron into the end zone there. We got ourselves a tie ball game in the Steel City.
In the larger DraftKings free showdown, Ebron rostered 57.6% of lineups, just a bit above 11% in the captain. That was his second catch.
Sorry.
You okay?
I just sent a link about, one of our best breweries out here is closing down. They're up for sale, so they might get rescued. But a spot called Ale Asylum, which absolutely wonderful location. Make great beer, and they did a whole bunch of COVID relief stuff this year, but it looks like they are up for sale, and it sucks to live. Hopefully, because this is shaking me to my core. we were just there a couple weeks ago. One of my buddies came out. It's his favorite place to go in Wisconsin. He loves their beer. And if they close down, they make a great beer called Hopalicious. They have a great Oktoberfest called Octillion. They just did a really good Belgian triple, which tastes awesome, absolutely delicious. Clocks in at like 9.5%, so like 2 of them, and I am in a great place. And hopefully an angel investor comes in and saves them. Oh, I'm gonna have to make a trip out there. Nice. Bummer.
Hit that like button for us if you don't mind. We are just about at 100 likes on the Dream Stream. It's great to have you with us. S4G says, Shanahan made Mullins look good. I don't know if you're responding to somebody else. You might not actually believe that. You might just be regurgitating.
Yeah, agree there.
You know, it's a lot of money. They're committing a lot of money to that position with 2 guys. As of week 1, Jimmy Garoppolo makes $24 million if indeed he is on the week 1 roster.
Yeah, I mean, part of the reason why they had to let Mullins go and let C.J. Beathard go is because, you know, it's a big contract for Jimmy G. And we thought that the next step there would be they're going to let Jimmy G go, maybe trade him to the Patriots, who could have absorbed him into their cap space. Didn't wind up happening. Pat stuck with Cam Newton on a dirt cheap contract and got lucky when Mac Jones slid to them at 15. Although the way the preseason has looked, am I a little bit more concerned? It's a banger punt there from Brett Maher. Am I a little concerned that the Patriots could have traded up and maybe gotten Justin Fields instead? A little bit, although the price was pretty steep for Chicago having to give up a future first rounder and a better pick than the Patriots could offer that year. Worst pick. Maybe the Pats could have gotten away with it for a second rounder. Anyway, I agree with the idea that Mullins kind of rode the Shanahan wave to looking a lot better than he actually is, because I think Garoppolo perhaps did the same thing, and I think other coaches feel the same way, because there was very little trade interest in Jimmy G when he became available this spring. No one wanted him at that price, and I think it was just kind of like, okay, he's doing well within this system, but if you break down the raw numbers, he doesn't make the long passes. His deep touch is not very good. He makes a lot of short throws, but he also turns the ball over a ton for a guy that's not taking any risks. So, yeah, as much as I would like to see a Jimmy G homecoming, and I think the Patriots could plan around him, I think that they have, at the very least, a guy with similar bona fides in Mac Jones who can execute a low-impact game plan, ideally while turning the ball over less, as the Steelers pick up a huge first down there.
It's Jalen Samuels once again over the middle to the 19. It was a good punt by Dallas, but now they're out to the 19-yard line.
Oof. Yeah, no, I see y'all. Sorry about Twitch. We're going to try to get that one back up and running. Looks like YouTube is still up, so that's good. Yeah, you know what? If you guys want to crowdfund me to buy this brewery, sure. Let's do it.
You're trying to get a crowd to unite at a brewery?
That's true, yeah.
Nice, dude.
Yeah.
I should get more people to come to Mohegan Sun next week.
See, there you go.
A little dangerous, but what the heck? What the heck? Jeremy Wright, a.k.a. Germ from Twitch, over on YouTube. Tara Lynn, you're not invited. It's just for the Sim fam. Oh, no! A safety! A fumble! Touchdown! Wow. Oh, wait, no, it's not. That's not Dallas.
It's just a safety. But they
flash punt! Flash safety!
Wow.
I was excited. I wanted there to be a touchdown. Yeah. It was picked up by Pittsburgh.
I mean, Ben I guess the best case scenario there, they were able to jump on him. Holy moly, what a mess that was. As Ben that was a 15-yard. They had the ball at the 19, and they still ended this drive in a safety flash. That's
That's absurd.
Possible.
It's absurd.
Look, Ben sacked, loses 6 yards. Terrible. Then Ben sacked, loses 15 yards. Unreal. Absolutely unreal. And now, actually not great field position after the free kick there. Tony Pollard, they're not able to get it out past his own 30, but Cowboys in a position to expand their 2-point lead here. Oh, look at that. I'm replaying it on YouTube. It's just, just so bad. Just terrible.
Terrible. All right, 2nd and 8. Maybe Dallas will get hit with the safety from their own 30.
Ooh. I mean, I'm a little bit more skeptical about that with Dak compared to Big Ben.
True.
But I did appreciate that the 2-minute warning sign was replaced with the safety banner there. Madden just catching up a little late.
All right, Twitch is back up and running. That's good.
Good. Obi, I am just hearing about this test drop now. I'm going to pop into the waiting room, see how I do.
CeeDee Lamb, back-to-back plays, hooking up with Dak. Dallas up over 100 total yards. Amari Cooper, Eric Ebron, the touchdowns to this point. Anything else at the top of your mind as it pertains to NFL preseason? A couple games tonight. There was only one game last night. But anything that you have a developing opinion on?
I mean, we're getting the season's coming into focus very, very briefly. I'm very interested to see. And it's a bummer he won't be playing, but what the Packers offloading Aaron Rodgers' plan is going to be. I'm very excited for the Patriots' run game, which, again, last night they were going up against a bunch of scrubs, but Ramondre Stevenson does look just phenomenal as a rookie. A guy who is a big, powerful runner, but a dude who's also shifty and fast as hell. Like, he ripped off that 90-yard run in week 1. Week 2, he made a whole bunch of guys miss. And, like, part of me is like, oh, man, this guy's going to be the next great Bill Belichick day 3 draft find. And part of me is like, oh, man, he's a Patriots running back, so he's going to have 1 week where he has 25 fantasy points and then 25 fantasy points the following 8 weeks. Just everything's kind of slowly coming into focus right now. We already have a good idea who the bad teams are going to be, who the good teams are going to be. And I feel like this year there's less of a worst to first kind of candidate than there usually would be in the NFL. Like every year we get one team that kind of rises out of the ashes. But this year we know the Jets are going to be bad. We know the Jaguars are going to be rebuilding. We know the Bengals are going to be bad. We know the Eagles are going to be bad. We know the Falcons are going to be bad. We know the Lions are going to be bad. The only 2 teams you can really make a case for in that situation are the Niners and the Broncos, and even they have very difficult divisions to get through. So I think this is going to be a chalkier season than most for the NFL, and I haven't seen anything that really disproves that so far, but we'll wait and see as Dak going backwards 18 yards and then throwing it away.
Any thoughts from the chat? What's your latest hunch as it pertains to the NFL season? Tater Hater's already bummed out that you can't watch Jags preseason football without Tim Tebow.
I wouldn't be.
Yeah, I saw it.
I did enjoy the run block clips. Dink.
Honestly, like, at what point, if you're Tebow, you go back and watch that, you just, at that point, you cut yourself, right? You cut yourself from the roster.
No, hey, I'm just going to save myself the embarrassment.
Just walk into Urban Meyer's office. Hey, I'm going back to do TV at SEC Network or anything. Must Be says, ask Hoffman and Matt, you talking LaMarca? Why they laughed at the thought of Stevenson having any role in New England. Well, Christian just kind of highlighted this. I don't think anybody knows.
Yeah.
Like they've got 6 backs, including Brandon Bolden, who is a special teams guy, and we have to bring him up because Bill loves Brandon Bolden, just like Bill loves Cam. Must Be. They've got a legitimately tough call, and I think this is why, at least for two of these players, you've heard rumblings about them cutting or trading Sony Michel, and also the idea of trading James White. And I'm not saying I'm a fan of those things, but they're going to have to make a call at that position. Someone's going to be let go, because all of those running backs have had nice production to this point, I think. I'm missing someone else. Stevenson, Michelle, White. Oh, Damian Harris, who was awesome last year.
Yeah.
So Harris is staying put. How do you cut Stevenson, though?
JJ Taylor, who's also
JJ Taylor, yes, thank you.
I mean, Taylor's probably going to bound for a practice squad slot if he's still eligible. I believe he is. Well, this is his third year in the league. I think they changed up the rules enough that he can sneak down there. But other teams might just be willing to snag him out there. Steelers look likely to take one more snap here and call it a day. James Conner, 2 yards. So he's up to 0.5 on the day. Not looking like a great fantasy play right now. And of course, that all changes should the Steelers get a goal line possibility here in the second half. Through 2 quarters, Cowboys 12, Steelers 7. We got an Ebron touchdown. We got an Amari Cooper touchdown. And we got a safety. So after all my hopes and desire, this game has not been the deliverance from Bengals Jets that I had hoped. Real low key in this one. No one trending toward the passing bonus. Dak 135 and a touchdown. Ben 83 and a touchdown, completing only half his passes, and the victim of some terrible, terrible sacks, including one that started at his own 13-yard line and still somehow ended in the safety. Zeke only 24 yards on the ground. Samuels and Connor have combined for 15 yards on only 4 carries. Neither team rushing the ball much. Neither team getting much done through the air. Game has been a bit of a fart so far, but just like in the first game where we had the redeeming factor of a Joe Flacco fake field goal touchdown pass, here we at the very least have a defensive safety on the board as Blake Jarwin, Amari Cooper, and Eric Ebron, your 3 must-haves in this one. It's not good. It's bad. The opposite of that.
Salt Occasion, what's good? What's up? Thanks for being here. Bucky says Ducey will cry midway through the season when he realizes the Jets suck still. Where was this? Must be says stop it. Stevenson will play. No, I'm not. They got to make a call though. Like that's a tough call. Who they let go. Germ says send James White to Tampa, which I thought he was going to sign there. Didn't he re-up with the Patriots, James White, in the offseason?
He did. He re-upped, and then the Buccaneers went out and got Gio Bernard, who's basically the great value version of James White. So Bernard is one of those guys who you're going to take like late, like last round in your fantasy drafts, and then a few like weeks after you cut him, he's going to have like an 8-catch day. Tampa, like Fort's saying over there, Tampa, 49ers, Patriots, teams with absolutely stacked running back rotations that are going to be absolutely deadly for your fantasy teams. You don't know who's going to get the rock any given day, who's going to be the RB1 in that lineup. We already know the Patriots are going to run a carousel because that's exactly what Bill Belichick does unless he has Corey Dillon in the lineup. But for the Niners, do you go with Mostert? Do you go with Trey Sermon? For the Bucs, do you go with Uncle Leo? Do you go with Ronald Jones? Do you go with Gio Bernard? Do you go with my guy Keyshawn Vaughn? Just 3 running back situations where I wouldn't sniff any of those guys until late, or maybe you're desperate. Maybe you spent the first 3 rounds of your fantasy draft stocking up on wideouts for some reason, and you're like, oh no, I got my number 1 running back right now is DeAndre Swift. I got to do something about this. That's when you turn to those guys.
All right, it's Cowboys ball to open up the second half. Steven says, I think the Bills win the AFC East. Then it's a toss-up between Miami and New England for second, and which will be a wild card. I think for sure two teams in the North will get in. I think for sure. Actually, after that, I don't know. I think we should definitely pencil in two teams from the North, Chiefs to win the West, Tennessee to win the South, Buffalo to win the East, and then Baltimore, Cleveland to win the North. But one of those two teams, I think, will be a wild card. After that, I think it's kind of open. I do. Pittsburgh, Miami, New England, Indy, the Chargers, the Raiders. I'll throw the Raiders in there. Raiders were what? They were 8-8 last year. They were in the mix. They were in the mix by the end of the year.
Yeah, and they put in a little bit of work to revamp that defense, that secondary. I like the Ngakoue signing for one of the league's least effective pass rushes, and hopefully he'll get Max Crosby back on track. But and there are very clearly tiers in the AFC, and I'm very interested to see what the Steelers do this year, how they look. The offensive line is such a concern for me, even more so than Ben's waning arm strength and his inability to make passes downfield. So, as good as that defense is, I can't buy them as contenders right now. I mean, I think at the top you have the Bills, you have the Chiefs, you have the Browns, and you have the Ravens. Those are the four teams I think we can say will honestly compete. And then you have the next tier below them, which is like the Titans.
You put the Titans another tier below.
Another tier below. The defense is terrible. The defense, they made moves, but I think the Titans, despite their miracle run of the AFC title game in 2019, last year they showed that there is a limit to what they can do. And despite making some useful additions, I don't think, I think their record often gets inflated. And I think that Derrick Henry's struggle against playoff-bound teams, even late in the season when he's at its hottest, is a death sentence for them. Because asking Ryan Tannehill to do too much, as efficient as he is, can be a major problem.
Okay. A couple folks in here think Buffalo is overrated. Andrew Garza. Buffalo might win the East. It's a coin flip.
Coin flip?
A coin flip makes it sound 50-50. That's disrespectful. But you could make I wouldn't be shocked if Buffalo only won like 11 games this year. They went 11-6, wouldn't shock me. And they're still a good football team. But now they're expected to be really good. Expectations matter. That's why I feel like Tennessee, despite taking a hit personnel-wise on defense, I'd still put Tennessee a little bit above Cleveland, because I think the Titans have demonstrated the last couple years that they've had some expectation. They've been in the postseason. They've won a big game. That matters to me. The roster in Cleveland is fantastic. No question about it.
I think the nice thing is that the Browns basically shored up their biggest weaknesses. And they and Tennessee had very similar poorly performing defenses. You know, Cleveland ranked 25th in DVOA. Tennessee was 29th. And Tennessee went out and made some moves too. They went out, they got Bud Dupree. They added some very useful defensive depth. But Cleveland just made way better moves. I trust their head coaching a little bit more. Unless Caleb Farley really comes out to play, the first round pick out of Virginia Tech, and he could, I think it's going to be a struggle for Tennessee in a way that it won't be for Cleveland. Tennessee, I think, is going to win a lot of games in the regular season, and then when they get to the playoffs, I think they're going to get stuck in neutral.
Queenie weighs in. Titans will win the AFC South.
Yeah, agreed.
They should. They've got no excuses, in my opinion. I know, look, if you want to, maybe I'm reading too much into the Wentz injury, but it's already a concern. They haven't even played games yet. It's already a concern with the quarterback situation in Indy.
Yeah.
Colts have a good roster, too. Good offensive line, some young weapons. Defense is coming along. Frank Reich and, of course, Wentz have history, but if I'm going to say all this about Tennessee and put them ahead of Cleveland, that is me saying they better win the South. There's really no excuse. They should be the favorite. They should win the South. They know that. They have that expectation. I'm the guy who came on here and said if Derrick Henry gets hurt, they should still win the division. If Tannehill is as good as his contract says, you go out and get Julio Jones, they should still be good. that's a little, outlandish, I suppose, but it's consistent with my take on running backs. Derrick Henry's a good player. I'd love to have him, but if he goes down at all, I mean, I'm using that as an example. Like, even if he goes down, that it feels more stable at the quarterback position in Tennessee than it does in Indy. Therefore, I still think the Titans have no excuse to lose the division. As Mo says, it's going to be the Texans' year. Tyrod Taylor leads them to the postseason.
Yeah, I disagree. Respectfully disagree. Holy moly. Yeah, that would be amazing, but I don't think that's going to happen. Good on the Texans. They're taking this gap year as well. They don't know what the hell's going on with their quarterback. They added a ton of depth on defense, which is good. I mean, they didn't trap themselves in any meaningful way when it comes to salary cap ramification down the line. But yeah. Ugh.
Germ is not buying Buffalo this year. Germ says Josh Reynolds is going to have a really good year based on ADP. Reynolds is in New York with the Giants. Is that right?
He is a Tennessee Titan.
He's the Titans. Right. I keep mixing that up.
He's not even a top 300 ADP guy, so yeah, he's going to outplay his ADP pretty easily. Reynolds.
Nice group. Reynolds was good last year with the Rams.
He was, but he's just an inconsistent player. He doesn't create his own space. He kind of thrives when other guys kind of create room for him, which is great in Tennessee. If he was a wide receiver 2 in Tennessee, it would have been a problem. But as the third wideout in that offense, I think he's going to do a lot better. He can really thrive in the wake left behind by Julio Jones and A.J. Brown into it, like the fit there. I don't think he's going to get more than like 50 catches and 700 yards, but he'll be useful.
We have 360 of you on YouTube. Great to have you with us. Twitch, rising number to about 40. Ebron and Cooper with the touchdowns. Pittsburgh threatening in the red zone at the Dallas 16. Ben basically threw it to a Dallas linebacker. That was dangerous.
Bucky Brumfeld. Winston or Hill for the Saints. I don't like either one, but Winston, I think, at the 2. Yeah, I agree with you. I don't like either one of those guys. I would think normally that Winston would be my choice, but the fact that we barely saw Winston last season, even after Drew Brees had more broken ribs last year than Jameis Winston had passes attempted. So that is worth noting. I mean, they brought him back, but the fact they weren't able to trust him was, Ben Roethlisberger loses another 10 yards on a sack. Get out of here, guy. Does suggest to me that Sean Payton doesn't really trust him. I would take him because he has starting experience, because he has the higher upside. Yes, he's a very boom or bust player. And I don't think Taysom Hill is that guy, but I think based on what we've seen, Hill might wind up starting. We might wind up seeing a lot more of Taysom Hill than we could have bargained for. And the Saints have proven they can win some games with a replacement level quarterback. They did so with Teddy Bridgewater throwing checkdowns all the time. And if they want a guy who's just going to go in there, throw those quick slants, dump the ball off, Hill can absolutely be that guy. So that might be what we're headed for. Just based on my hunch, based on what we've seen over the past 15 months, I would say Hill is probably going to be your week 1 starter, but I'm like, it's like 51-49 in my head between these guys. Flash, what do you think? If you were the Saints, who would you throw into the starting lineup, Jameis or Taysom?
There's more upside with Jameis Winston. He's the more talented player coming out of college, of course. But the minute he don't take care of the ball, because Sean Payton certainly could rely on Drew Brees to take care of the ball. That's something I don't know if he's ready for, right? Like a quarterback that can't take care of the football. Maybe Jameis is a different guy. In that building, better support in terms of the locker room and just a more stable situation in New Orleans than Tampa. But, everyone's told me that Tampa has a great operation. They just, their defense and the draft picks, any quarterback could have won the Super Bowl in Tampa. That's what I heard. Anyway, but from what I've seen over the years, Tampa's a pretty awful operation till someone, I can't think of the name right now, but someone went there and changed the culture. Interesting. Back to the task at hand. Yeah, I think it's Jameis. They give Jameis a shot. If it doesn't go well, you rip the Band-Aid off and go to Taysom Hill, who I want to call a kid, but he's not really a kid. He's 30.
Yeah, he's because he's been in the league a while too, and he came out of BYU, so he took that those missionary years beforehand. So he's still 24 when he's playing in Provo. That's John. Taysom Hill won't play it down. The reason they didn't play Jameis was because if he played good, they would have had to give him way more money than they gave him. His incentives were not that high. And this is a Saints team that has done nothing but cap gymnastics the whole time. That was not the issue there. If they wanted to win games, they wanted to win games. They would have been very stupid of Sean Payton to put in a quarterback he didn't believe was his best quarterback. So I don't believe that for a second. If you go back and look at the incentives in Jameis' contract, there were some, but he would have had to have been good to have hit them. And if Sean Payton really thought Jameis were good, he would have started him in those games. He had a division to win. He had playoffs to get to. This is one of the last years the Saints were going to be viable as a playoff team. He wouldn't have wasted those games just waiting and twiddling his thumbs with Taysom Hill for cash reasons. No, it wouldn't have been an issue. They would have been just fine otherwise. And plus, James was a free agent coming up this year anyway, so you can't be like, oh, it would have locked him into something for 2021. No, free agency was coming anyway, and that's not what happened. Anyway, Zeke getting a little bit of something started here, up 62 on the ground. If the Cowboys are still winning in the fourth quarter, he could get to the bonus because they're going to be running a lot. Steelers 15 total rushing yards, so that's not going so well. Jalen Samuels, somehow your leading wideout, or just receiver in general, 5 for 48. Blake Jarwin, 5 for 35. Kind of tells you the way this game has gone. You got an Ebron touchdown, you got a Cooper touchdown, you got a couple field goals, and you have a safety because Ben Roethlisberger can't get out of his own damn way.
At quarterback, just 2 picks, 4 touchdowns through the air. He also ran some in, so when you add it all up, he had 8 touchdowns to 2 picks. I mean, it's pretty good. Now, that game at Denver is when Denver had to start. Who did Denver start to get a quarterback? I don't remember his name.
Teddy B, the other caretaker quarterback who.
No. The guy who played quarterback at Wake Forest but was a receiver, whatever.
Oh, Kendall
Hinton. That's what it was. The Saints were the team they played that time.
Okay.
And Taysom Hill was.
I got a screaming child in the background.
All good.
Yeah.
Coming up later today on the Dream Stream, we will have Chiefs Browns, Joe Buck, Troy Aikman joining us at 4:00. And by us, I mean you. I will not be here. Tom Carroll won't be here. You might see us, but again, when we come on camera, just close your eyes. Aikman and Buck here at 4 for the majority of the sim. The slate tonight is baseball focused. Matt Meiselman in for Steve Buchanan, and Matt LaMarca will be here. American Ultimate Disc League tonight starting at 7. Also preseason football, so no more sims after the 4:00. No sims tomorrow because of all the preseason action. We will have sims on Sunday, 2 of them, 4 and 6. Chargers, Niners, Ravens, Titans is the lineup for the weekend. Okay, so I bring up the Taysom Hill Pro Football Reference page. Yes, he did start that game at Denver. 8 total touchdowns to 2 picks, as I mentioned. I wonder, so I guess this does reflect how you feel about the quarterback position. Are they going to have an awful year, New Orleans? Are they going to be any good? I don't know. Is anyone picking the Saints to be any good? I feel like no one's talking about them enough. Is that fair?
The secondary is a bit of a mess, but they still have a lot of good players. That offensive line is great. The receiving core is very questionable, and you don't know who's going to be throwing passes. It could be a collapse year for them, or I don't know, maybe Jameis does come alive. He's just such a boom or bust passer. that he does bring value there. That's not what the Saints' game plan has been recently. They have defaulted to guys who don't throw well, guys who make those short passes, guys who will check down. So if Sean Payton does want Jameis Winston in there and he wants to fit them into the Saints' game plan, he really needs to just train all these bad habits out of him. Get him fixed, really, from the guy he was before, the guy who was the first 30-30 quarterback in the NFL, 30 touchdowns, 30 interceptions. Now, listen, I don't like Taysom Hill as a quarterback either, but what we've seen from Sean Payton is that unless he's pulling a magnificent con job there, that he's going to go with the guy who can go out there and complete 73% of his passes and only throw 8 interceptions over the course of the season, rather than the guy who's going to complete 60% of his passes, but throw 20 interceptions, and he'll have more passing touchdowns, but you don't always know. I think given the state of the New Orleans Saints wideout core right now, they're breaking in a new tight end. They don't know who's going to be available behind Michael Thomas and when Michael Thomas can be available. Again, I think a fumble there from Zeke in the red zone. Steelers taking over. Bud Dupree jumps on it, returns it out to the 25, which normally would be outside of safety zone, but given what we've seen from Ben today, probably not. There we go. Get another reception for Jalen Samuels. So Samuels clearly the play over James Conner today.
Sorry.
It's okay. I gotta mute because I got a very, very.
All good. Nope, I got it. I'm being, as Terrell Lynn would call me, a bozo. I am also adjusting something on my end.
Always.
Stilly Glass Sheen here saying he can work next Thursday, but he's got a Connecticut Sun game. Doy. Terrell Lynn, pipe down. Okay, enough. This doesn't help when you call me names. Okay.
I mean, I feel like it's something. I feel, but I'm like a bully myself, so I'm seeing this more. Yes, drag him, Terrell Lynn. Drag Glash.
Okay, all right. Think we're good. Sorry. Think we're good. Oh, sorry. Producer Drew's gonna hate me even more. I've really had to pull some strings on him the last couple weeks. Oh. Anywho.
Yeah, I feel like he's had it much worse than producer Madison when it comes to building the schedule.
Big time. Yep. Drew is I don't want to be Drew. I don't want to be Drew. Drew says he's listening to the sim. I still love you. I've got the schedule pulled up and I know he's popping things in. I'm like, whoa, time out. Why did I put myself available next Thursday for all those shifts? I can't do that. Here we go. Wide 80. So anyway, that's behind the scenes.
Another massive loss for the Steelers here, who need to make something happen. At least getting Boswell field goal range. That helps right there. Juju for about 17 yards brings up third down. Got to be go for it territory here for the Steelers. 2:34 to go. They do have about 3 timeouts, so still very much in this.
Here's what I can tell you. I'm looking, tell you? I mean, what I can read from the chat. Brendan. Salty Cajun, week 1 against Green Bay. So talking New Orleans. Jameis Winston will have 4 touchdowns and 4 picks, 450 yards. Wow. That's a lot.
Zovan Gibbs wants to know who will have the best secondary and the worst secondary in this year's NFL. Ooh, that's a good question. Well, I am partial to what the Dolphins have built in their secondary. Xavier Howard, Byron Jones, certainly the 2 best cornerbacks, but secondaries as a whole, I think you would look at the Broncos, you'd look at the Ravens, the Bills are certainly great. The Patriots, especially if Stephon Gilmore is healthy and playing at a high level, would certainly rank up there. And I think I would even put the Browns, now that they have Troy Hill and John Johnson in the mix, along with Greg Newsome and Denzel Ward. That's a pretty formidable group right there. So I think those guys will all be among my best. Flash, thoughts on best secondaries before we move on to worst secondaries?
Best secondaries next year in the NFL.
Oh!
I feel a lot better about New England if Stephon Gilmore is in the mix. I'll tell you that.
Absolutely.
But that's a huge caveat. I mean, I think Miami will be okay now that Howard is back and happy, and Edwards there as well. I feel okay about them. I think they can shore things up. So I think there's a pretty good situation going on there.
Steelers, by the way, in scoring range to the point where now the Cowboys are burning timeout so they can mount a counter attack here. Ball at the 4, 1st and goal after that long strike to Juju. Juju 11.2 on the day now, 4 catches. Let's see if we get a little James Conner here. It would be smart of the Steelers to run the ball. They do, and Conner gets about a
Denver's an obvious one also. That's a good one to think about. Did you say Cleveland?
I did say Cleveland. Cleveland was my sleeper pick there. I think they can be sneaky good.
Okay. And you can't ignore Buffalo either. I mean, I feel like across the board in the AFC East, there's pretty good secondaries. Problem Kid Gaming, Washington. Washington's front, I think, takes attention away from their back end.
Yeah. They have a good secondary. I don't know if I would put it up there with the rest of those guys. You know, I think I would put a team like Tampa Bay over them. Tampa Bay has a great young core of guys who are absolutely all there. But Washington brought in William Jackson III from Cincinnati, who is a huge blow up for them. Let's talk about the worst secondaries because there are a few of them. The Jets have some guys who could work. You know, Bless Austin and Javelin Guidry are pretty good. Marcus May is a very well-established safety, but they really need to get some work done there. It's 4th and goal coming here for the Steelers. They're not going to get the touchdown, it looks like, but they will burn off a whole bunch of clock before this Boswell field goal. Poor James Conner having himself a terrible, horrible, very bad, no good day. The Lions have just a garbage secondary. If Jeff Okudah can come along, that would be a big-time difference maker for him. The Falcons secondary has been an issue for a while now. Cowboys, their run defense is bad. Their pass defense is bad. The Eagles got a lot to worry about. The Seahawks have Jamal Adams, which is great when it comes to blitzing the quarterback and creating pressure, but without Shaq Griffin in the lineup, that's an issue for them as well. You know, he moved on to free agency, so they are pretty barren at corner. The Panthers have Jeremy Chin. They have J.C. Horn now. Dante Jackson's pretty good, but they don't have a ton of depth there. And the Cardinals no longer have Patrick Peterson. They have Budda Baker, and they're going to have to rely on a lot out of Malcolm Butler, which is potentially a fool's errand there. So those are the teams I would throw in as my worst secondaries. Cowboys, by the way, Glass, 28 seconds to game. Let's say you got Greg the leg in the lineup, but you're going to the open end of this stadium. Let's say they need about 40 yards here before you start feeling good about a field goal attempt. That's going to help, but they need to hustle up to the line. Should be enough time for one last play here. If they can get it to the sideline, they don't have to worry about a Hail Mary, but the odds that the Cowboys get to the sideline very low right here.
All right, come on, Dak.
3, 2, snap is off in time. Protection holds up. Oh, no.
What are we doing?
Wow. Woo. All right. Good work, Amari Cooper. You got yourself a garbage time 6-yard catch, and the Cowboys got themselves a loss. Mike McCarthy can't believe the terrible play he called. Failed to pan out. Ben Roethlisberger pointing to the cameras, letting them know I had nothing to do with this. If anything, I was responsible for net negative yards in the long run. A terrible day for him. A terrible day for Dak Prescott. A terrible day for Sims in general. The Cowboys and the Steelers combined for 0.0 second half touchdowns. Awful game. Terrible. Garbage way to end my week. Ooh,
wow.
I don't like it. I guess we are contractually obligated to pick out a crusty call, a postroute.substack.com player of the game and a babysitter Billy, not my kid award winner. My babysitter Billy is going to be an easy one because Deontay Johnson had 0 catches for 0 yards, which kind of a bummer, if I'm being honest, if I'm being completely honest here. And let's go ahead and it's got to be Jalen Samuels for that postroute.substack award player of the game. 9% owned, came away with 14.7 catches for a guy who mostly just kind of sucks. So Jalen Samuels, you are the player of the game. Deontay Johnson, but not my kid award winner in this one. And hey, for more valuable insights like that, be sure to subscribe to the postroute.substack.com. We're ramping up for the regular season, and we hope you'll join us. It's completely free.
Okay. Hit that like button on your way out. Thanks to Terrell and Daniel, as well as Patrick. What do we got coming up here? I know we have the slate later today, the 4:00 sim. Joe Buck, Troy Aikman joining us at the 4:00 sim. We'll be here to intro it. Again, I encourage you to close your eyes during most of the day.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've got, I'm not sure what we have coming up here. We'll find out here in just a second. But please join us for the rest of the day. Joe Buck, Troy Aikman, they will be very thrilled to be with all of you again. They really will. They're looking forward to spending some time with you, and they'll take your questions. They'll take criticism. So, okay.
They will take criticism.
Yes. Okay. It looks like we've got Ross Tucker.
Okay. Can we wrap it up here, guys?
Thank you. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank
Okay,
you.
well,
I mean,
we just got word Ross Tucker's up now, so let's.
Thank you all for watching, and please watch Ross Tucker and continue for the rest of the night. Thank you all.
Okay.
Salt. So salty.
It's time to eat.
What are you hungry for?
Sit down and get ready to consume an abundance of fantasy football knowledge from Ross Tucker and Joe Dolan.
Feed me now. I'm starving.
On the Fantasy Feast Eatin' Podcast.
Yeah, let's eat, baby. It is the Fantasy Feast Eatin' Podcast presented by DraftKings. We love DraftKings. We love DraftKings Best Ball. And in fact, I'm about to announce the final 3 contestants for the August Best Ball, which means if you didn't make the Best Ball, I'm sorry. Better luck next year. However, how about better luck next week? because the next 2 weeks, Joe and I will go over all comers, everybody that's coming in to our Fantrax League. I got to check with Fantrax, by the way, with it being so customizable. We might be able to have a bunch of dudes in that league. Maybe it's a 16-teamer. Who knows? Fantrax.com/Ross if you want to get in on that. This is the Fantasy Feast podcast. I am at Ross Tucker NFL on social. We are at Ross Tucker Pod. The final 3 folks who are going to be in the August Best Ball, Scott Sheriff, who's the man and also created the Tears of Dolan song you will hear momentarily. Debbie Kramer. Hello, Debbie. Debbie went to fantrax.com/Ross, but maybe she got confused. I don't know. But she went to fantrax.com/Ross, not for the season-long league with me and Joe, but rather for the best ball. You're in, Debbie. fantrax.com/Ross. And then Jeffrey McIntyre went the extra mile. Warby Parker and fantasypoints.com, where he used the code 21Feast, which is what all of the cool kids are doing now, because fantasypoints.com is where Joe Dolan lives. Literally lives on this website all day, generating content at FG_Dolan, the fantasy guru. I got to tell you, Joe, I am sensing and feeling so much more fantasy football buzz this year at this time than there was last year at this time. I don't know if it's COVID. I don't know if it's because there's preseason games, but I got a lot of people asking me about fantasy football right now and talking about it that weren't last year at this time.
Check, all of the above. COVID, fans are going back to stadiums. I know there's still some challenges, not trying to say that there aren't, but people are just excited. The NFL got through last season. There's an anticipation that the NFL is going to get through this season, hopefully with fewer hitches. And we're seeing the interest on the website. I think we're seeing the interest on the podcast. My neighbor across the street just came up to me and he goes, dude, do you want to start a neighborhood fantasy football league? And I'm like, I'm very reticent to do that because I don't want people to think like I'm hustling them, because I'm not going to be the first guy in the neighborhood who's going to be like, hey, let's play fantasy football. Be like, but mostly because if I lose, it's really embarrassing. But no, I'm just sensing that all over the place. That fantasy football is a huge deal. It's a huge deal every year. It drives interest in the NFL. It drives interest in smaller market teams. But this year, after last year, people weren't in the office, taking time off. People were depressed last year. Is the season even going to happen? It's happening this year, like practices, teams are getting vaccinated, preseason games, and I think everybody's just really looking forward to it.
Absolutely. And I got to tell you, I freaking love the preseason games. I mean, we talked about it before, but I just love seeing young players, and in particular, young quarterbacks play for the first time. It's actually, Joe, like perfect timing for you and I to be doing your quarterback tiers after we just saw all the rookie quarterbacks for the first time last week in week 1. I'm surprised they're not all in the elite tier. I mean, based on the fan bases for the Jets and the Bears and these teams, you should have all the rookies in the elite tier, Joe.
As Greg Cosell says, just start carving the bust and start working on the induction speeches already. I mean, now look, Ross, would I rather they look good than bad? Yeah. If guys looked bad, would I be like freaking out? Probably not. I mean, if I remember correctly, and this is anecdotal, but I think I'm right. I think Cam Newton was crap in the preseason his rookie year, and then he threw for like 450 yards in his first game. So I mean, let's it obviously it's not the only takeaway here.
No, it's not, but it's still fun to see, and
for sure.
I'm excited about it. Speaking of that, let's get into your quarterback tiers because, well, let me take a step back. Let me ask one question. We saw everybody in the preseason now, Joe. We saw preseason week 1. Mm-hmm. A lot of guys played, a lot of guys on new teams, free agents, a lot of rookies. What are we taking with what are we using that information for?
If guys look good, note. If guys play a lot with the first team, note. If guys play less with the first team than you anticipated, note. But I don't want to freak out about week 1 preseason observations. Well, when in a couple of weeks, when we've got more preseason games, we'll do a full kind of overlook of observations. I know people are freaking out about the Miami backfield right now. I was never in on Myles Gaskin anyway. Well, that's not a name we mentioned very much on this show, but people are freaking out about that. Oh, you know. Why is Myles Gaskin playing behind Malcolm Brown? We'll talk about all of that down the line, but I'd rather guys look good, but defenses are not scheming. Offenses are probably just trying to get into a rhythm. It's really something where most of the time I'm just taking deep breaths and hoping guys don't get hurt.
Yeah, unless Quez Watkins is playing, then you're getting excited. And I mean, Joe, none of us want to overdo it, but obviously, I do the Eagles games. I'm so fired up for tomorrow night. It'll be the only game on, by the way, Patriots, Eagles. So I think it's NFL Network everywhere. So all of you dudes and dudettes will be able to watch your boy tomorrow night. But I'll just say this. There have been a lot of guys that are preseason stars that amount to nothing. There's also been like Victor Cruz and Russell Wilson and guys that's like, oh, wow, like they really are good. The only point I'll mention about Quez Watkins is it's really hard to make NFL players look that slow. It's really hard to make guys look that bad.
If you have speed, you're going to get a chance. And there's a lot of guys who have speed who just never put it together for one reason or the other. But obviously we're talking about the Eagles wide receiver, Quez Watkins, who was like the stud of training camp, and now it looks like they might have all of a sudden now, Ross, not to make this a fully Eagles focused podcast, they got a bunch of guys who can run after having the slowest offense in the NFL for like 2 years running. Like all of a sudden they've just got a bunch of guys who can run, and Quez Watkins is one of them. He has become a very popular late round best ball pick, not just for me, but for a lot of folks.
Yeah, I bet. All right, let's get into the quarterback tiers, which means we get to hear from the great Scott Sheriff, Carrie Underwood's keyboard player, who also has an awesome voice with me as a duet saying Joe Dolan.
Will I win my league if I'm following
Joe Dolan?
Am I drafting Zeke if I'm following
Joe Dolan?
I'm at the turn, 2 picks to burn, but I know I won't go wrong with tears of
Joe Dolan. You know, it's even better if you watch it on YouTube. YouTube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. So you can see me singing along to it, excited. Brian just sits there awkwardly and plays it, doesn't know what to do. Joe's a little confused. It's all great. I love it. And I love Joe's quarterback tiers. You got 1, 2, 3, 4 guys in your elite tier of quarterbacks, Joe. What does it mean? And their names are Mahomes, Allen, Murray, Jackson. I guess I'm not surprised by any of them. Maybe Kyler Murray a little bit, but I know the running element really helps him.
Yeah, when it comes to Kyler, it's just a bunch of the running elements, the big plays. He's a splash player, and I'd like to see him, by the way, improve on that. I thought very similar his first 2 years. He was kind of a splash player. The running makes him a fantasy cheat code. These are the guys who are the cheat codes, right? The Rich Rebar came up with the Konami code, the Contra code where you get 30 lives in Contra.
Up, down, down.
Yeah, up, down, left, right, AB start, or BA select, AB select. Yeah. I remember the Ninja Turtles game that had that on NES, and it got you the level select, which was the coolest thing ever when I was growing up. But these guys are like, with the exception of Mahomes, who's just so efficient, these are the guys who are going to provide you with that weekly league-winning upside. However, a lot of folks might be conditioned in the way that I've been conditioned over the years to think these are the guys who are going to be too expensive in your fantasy drafts. I haven't ended up with much Mahomes at all in fantasy drafts, even though I'm more open to drafting that elite quarterback this year than I have been in years past. Mahomes is still the guy that doesn't end up on a lot of my teams. He's going a little bit too early. Josh Allen probably going a little too early as well. The guy in this tier I've ended up the most with is the guy who's actually the last of the four in ADP. That would be Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson's ADP is QB4. His NFFC ADP over the last 2 weeks, PPR, is about 51, 52, which would put him at the beginning of the 5th round, which I think is a very palatable price to pay for Lamar Jackson, somebody with that league-winning upside. You might remember last year, Ross, I was completely out on Lamar Jackson. I was not paying the price Lamar Jackson took in the 2nd and 3rd round. That turned out to be a pretty good call. Lamar Jackson, until the last month plus of the season, really did not have a great fantasy campaign based on where he was being drafted. The downside is baked in now. I am in on Lamar Jackson. He, of these 4 guys, is the guy I've been drafting the most of because he's the cheapest of the 4.
Really good point. I got a question for you at the end related to the value of quarterbacks just in general. That's interesting. Tier 1, you've got 2 quarterbacks. Interesting tier. Dak Prescott and Zach Wilson. Is that Zach Wilson?
Russell Wilson.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, Russell Wilson.
I was like, what?
Yeah.
What?
Sometimes
no,
just,
Joe, no. But, I mean, I know he had that really nice, sweet throw in the preseason game, but what?
No, it's
Wilsons
Russell.
Now, bro. I need a first initial.
Sorry about that. But no, here's what it is with this tier. Dak Prescott obviously coming off the injury, dealing with the shoulder injury. The number one question I have with Prescott, first and foremost, the guy was on a record-setting pace last year. He was going to throw for 6,000 yards. Why? Because the defense was abominable. And no, I don't care how much your offense is humming. Keep in mind, the Cowboys were losing games with Dak Prescott on pace to throw for 6,000 yards last year. They don't want to do that again. The thing about the Cowboys, though, is I still think the defense isn't going to be very good. That's more than a 1-year project to rebuild it, though it should be improved. The other question with Prescott, I'm not too worried about the shoulder injury. How much is he going to be running coming off that catastrophic ankle injury? I think that's a fair question, which knocks him down a tier, but he still has the great receivers, and it's good to see that Amari Cooper is back in practice and actually anticipates playing in the preseason game this weekend, which I think a lot of people might be surprised by. With Russell Wilson, it was a tale of 2 seasons last year. He was cooking at the beginning. I think you could argue he played maybe the 5 or 6 best games of his career. And then I know Greg Cosell in this very program, or not this program, but one of your 800 programs, Ross, came on and said Russell Wilson played the worst stretch of his football in the second half of the season. His running, he doesn't have the rushing upside either of a Kyler Murray, a Josh Allen, or a Lamar Jackson. That knocks Russell Wilson down a tier, but those 2 really good receivers, Lockett and Metcalf, give him that solid ceiling. His floor is just a little bit lower than some of the guys above him, though, which is why I knock him down a tier.
Okay. Tier 2, we've got more guys. Aaron Rodgers, Justin Herbert, Tom Brady, and Matthew Stafford. Now, I know, Joe, it's all about expected points that they're going to score, but what's the difference between tier 1 and tier 2?
Okay, so we have the elite tier, tier 1, and tier 2. Tier 2 is the guys who have less upside with their legs. They've got to do more of their damage with their arms. Justin Herbert kind of is in between tiers, but the thing about Herbert last year, and I'm interested to see how he works in the new offense, is as big an arm as Justin Herbert had, he was actually one of the lowest in terms of average depth of target among starting quarterbacks in the NFL. Obviously, you're throwing to Austin Eckler and Keenan Allen. Those are not guys who are going to be enhancing your ADOT. But Justin Herbert, maybe a little bit less downfield action than you might have thought from somebody who's got his kind of arm. But these are the pocket passers. These are the guys who, Rodgers can get in on the end zone every now and again rushing. Brady will do the sneaks. I think Herbert has probably more rushing upside than he showed last year. But these are the guys who are going to have to get it done with their arm week in and week out. And because they don't have that Lamar Jackson level rushing ability, it's going to lower their floor, which means they can be a little bit mediocre some weeks, and that might not suit your fancy. These are guys who are not Konami code quarterbacks. They're very good fantasy options. They're very steady fantasy options. I'm not upset when some of these guys end up on my teams, but these are not Konami code fantasy quarterbacks.
All right, so we got a guy it's kind of crazy, isn't it, that Rodgers was the MVP last year, and you have him as essentially quarterback 7. I mean, it just goes to show how important the running part of it is, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Nobody was better just throwing it than Rodgers. So, but the thing is like Mahomes and Josh Allen, do they really run that much, Joe?
Yeah. Ross, Mahomes, like, if you want to separate Mahomes out into his own tier, that's fine. I mean, but the guy is just in the most efficient passing offense in the NFL. He's got arguably the best wide receiver and tight end in the NFL. He does do a little bit with his legs, maybe a little bit more than you think. I mean, last year, Patrick Mahomes did run for 308 yards and 2 touchdowns in 15 starts. That's not huge. That's certainly something Justin Herbert can do. But Patrick Mahomes is Patrick Mahomes. Like, it's not really fair to compare somebody else to him. But, I mean, Ross, Josh Allen, this guy runs, and he runs effectively. I'm pulling the numbers up right now, but I mean, we're talking 8 rushing touchdowns as a rookie, 9 rushing touchdowns in his second season, and 8 more rushing touchdowns last year. Josh Allen has 25 rushing touchdowns in 3 seasons. That is massive floor that he gives you. The thing that is maybe a little concerning with Josh Allen is his rushing yardage has gone down every year from 631 as a rookie to 510 to 421. But I mean, he's their goal line back. He is their goal line back. Josh Allen gives you a lot more with his legs than Aaron Rodgers gives you.
Okay, speaking of giving you stuff with their legs, tier 3 is very interesting. Tier 3 is just one guy. It's just Jalen Hurts, the Eagles' starting quarterback.
So Jalen Hurts is in a tier of his own because I feel like he's a pretty pivotal guy. If you say to yourself, I need a running quarterback, because he is cheaper than some of these other guys. If you want to invest in Jalen Hurts this year, and by the way, there's a reason he's QB 12 in ADP. He's about a 9th round pick, 9th round. That's roughly where he's going. If you want Jalen Hurts and you think he's going to be a league-winning fantasy quarterback, thank the Deshaun Watson rumors. Thank him. I don't think anything's going to happen on that front. You and I have talked about that on this podcast countless times. What I'm doing with Deshaun, I don't know, but I just don't see a team trading for him right now. Least of all Philadelphia, who apparently has been getting a nice rapport with Jalen Hurts. He's improved throughout camp. Ross, I know he was 3-7 in the preseason opener, but to me, he looked sharper than that. Like they had a couple.
He played very well. I mean, Ertz had a horrible drop, which is very surprising. Rager had one he should have caught. Wasn't it great though? One that she should have caught. One of the incompletions was Hurts doing a good job throwing the ball away. And then the other one was a deep shot going for a 98-yarder to Quez Watkins.
I mean, it was, I think the
corner. He got bumped off a little bit, Quez did, which threw off the timing a little bit. But honestly, if Hurts plays like that every game, the Eagles will be a lot better than people think.
Yeah, and, we just talked about how they have more speed at receiver than you might think with Quez Watkins. Jalen Reagor has all of a sudden been like one of the studs of camp. But here's the deal with Jalen Hurts, and to take it from a bigger perspective. Jalen Hurts is not in the Lamar Jackson, Kyler Murray tier of quarterback because he doesn't have a track record. All right. He doesn't have the he doesn't have the draft pedigree, first and foremost. He wasn't a first round pick. That you have the Deshaun Watson rumors. And to this point, the guy's made 4 NFL starts. Okay. So, and he didn't play well in maybe 2 of them. So, I mean, there's a lot to worry about here. But here is the problem. Here's the thing with Jalen Hurts. Why is he in a tier entirely by himself? Because if the thing about Hurts is, I think people are worried that he's not going to start 17 games, whether, he gets benched for Joe Flacco, who's, I would still say he's a good backup, who has a pedigree, or they make a trade for Watson, or just something goes wrong here. But the thing is here, if you're telling me Jalen Hurts, who is the current starter in Philadelphia, by the way, is going to start 17 games, I'm ranking Jalen Hurts in my top 5 at quarterback. I mean, just look at the numbers that Jalen Hurts put up last year. In his 3 full starts, he finished as the quarterback 10, QB1 overall, and QB 16 in weekly scoring, and he averaged 25.2 fantasy points per game, largely because of his legs. He averaged 0.62 fantasy points per drop back, which ranked 6th best in the league. And per Sports Info Solutions, he led all quarterbacks in scrambles, yards off of scrambles, first downs rushing, and scramble touchdowns in his 3 full starts. He did it in a broken offense with a horrible supporting cast, a beat-up offensive line. He bailed the pocket too early, yes, but I think you can make the argument that Jalen Hurts' rookie season and those starts at the end of the year were pretty similar to what Lamar Jackson did at the end of the year in Lamar Jackson's first rookie season when he was horrible in the playoff game against the Chargers. But then they took an offseason, built an offense around him, and he was better. I'm not trying to tell you Jalen Hurts is as talented as Lamar Jackson. But what I am trying to tell you is his fantasy upside is very similar. The overall quarterback 1, however minuscule that possibility might be, is in Jalen Hurts' range of outcomes this season. And that's why I think on this tier, I think Jalen Hurts is kind of a pivotal guy here and somebody who just offers so much more upside at his ADP than anybody else, quite frankly.
All right, Joe. Tier 4, Ryan Tannehill, Joe Burrow, and our first rookie quarterback, Trevor Lawrence.
These are guaranteed starting quarterbacks who have a little bit more questions about him. When it comes to Tannehill, he's been not perpetually. He's only been in Tennessee for 2 years, but since he's gotten to Tennessee, he's been a good value at the quarterback position, great value, quite frankly. But the volume questions, the fact that they lost Arthur Smith, I think those are valid concerns. I don't know if Julio Jones, if they really anticipate him, quite frankly, playing a full 17-game schedule and a full share of snaps. They said they're going to manage him. Joe Burrow is coming off the injury. He's got a great supporting cast, but he's talked about how mentally getting back has been very tough for him. So Joe Burrow is somebody who, again, I don't expect him to run around a whole lot out there, more of a pocket passer with some questions. And Trevor Lawrence is a rookie with a questionable supporting cast in Jacksonville. He can run, though. And I actually think Trevor Lawrence is more than valid as a mid-round pick. He's been a guy I've been getting in best balls, especially if I'm pairing him with more of a boring kind of a pocket passer, like maybe a Kirk Cousins, or on the higher end, somebody like a Brady.
What about, let's get to tier 5. 2 rookies, and I think I know this category. Yeah. It is, man, there's a lot of upside there if they play a lot of games, but we just don't know how many games they're going to play.
Right.
Justin Fields and Trey Lance.
If you were to tell me these 2 guys are going to start 17 games, hell, even like 15 games, I'm probably ranking them in my top 12 at quarterback. By the way, if you're on some best ball sites, Trey Lance is already like quarterback 11 in ADP. He's getting drafted ahead of Hurts. He's getting drafted ahead of Tannehill. People, you are not getting Trey Lance for cheap if you're playing best ball right now. But these are the 2 guys who, they're different from Jalen Hurts because we know Jalen Hurts is starting week 1 barring injury. We're not sure about these guys, even though my whole take is, I don't think you make those trades up if you're going to sit these guys for a full year. But these are guys who in your home leagues, I tend to think in your home leagues, your office leagues, people are going to shy away from Fields and Lance because, they're not starting. I got to get somebody who's going to start, And I think you can execute a late round quarterback strategy very effectively with these two guys. Like, not only could you pair them with like a Baker Mayfield or a Kirk Cousins, somebody who's got a really good opening run. If you want to go complete dumpster diving, just pair them with the guy that they're paired with already on their own teams, Andy Dalton and Jimmy Garoppolo, who are basically going undrafted. So you can make a late round quarterback strategy despite the guys getting pushed up the board, like your Jacksons, Kyler Murray, all the running quarterbacks. There's very few of those middle round cheat code guys. Hurts is one of them. Hurts is maybe the only middle round cheat code guy. But these are the guys here, these rookies, who if you can have some patience and you can hold them on your bench, even if they're not starting week one, these are the guys who provide that super high upside running quarterback who could basically deliver you a league, and they can do it for, in your home leagues, not too expensive a price. In best ball, they're much more expensive.
Tier 6 is a whole bunch of dudes. Baker Mayfield, Kirk Cousins, Tua Tagovailoa, Matt Ryan, Ryan Fitzpatrick, Daniel Jones, Ben Roethlisberger, Derek Carr, Zach Wilson. Let me guess. These are the guys that are pretty much guaranteed to start all 17 games, provided they're healthy.
Yeah.
And they're solid quarterbacks without a ton of upside.
Yeah, but you got guys like, especially Cousins, by the way, was like a top 12 quarterback like 9 times last year. Kirk Cousins got a little more upside than you think. But the other cool thing about these guys, especially if you draft a Trevor Lawrence or, even a Jalen Hurts, and you're like, I want to see how he plays before I trust my fantasy team to him, or a Fields, or a Lance, Kirk Cousins, Baker Mayfield, Ben Roethlisberger. These are guys who open the season with a really nice run of games. Like, I think these guys, I think the Browns might play the Chiefs early, and they might be underdogs in that game, but it could be a shootout. Like, the Steelers are 7-point underdogs in week 1 against Buffalo. Well, that could be a potential shootout. So you could see some numbers getting put up in that game. So these are guys in this tier who are either QB2s or guys who you can pair who have a nice early run of games, who you can pair with a Trey Lance or a Justin Fields while you try to weather the storm and wait for those guys to be out there.
Got it. That makes perfect sense, Joe. Excellent work as always. Make sure you follow this man on social media at FG_Dolan and go to fantasypoints.com. Put in the code 21Feast and go to Fantrax, FANTRAX.com/Ross if you want to be one of the contestants for our season-long league, which we will be announcing next week when we dive into the tight ends for Joe's Tiers of Dolan. Other than that, I'm stuffed. We're done.
Thanks for listening to the Fantasy Feast podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and the College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
Hey, just want to take another look at you. Welcome in to Browns Chiefs. I know what you're thinking. You're wondering, we signed up and paid for Joe Buck and Troy Aikman. I promise they are standing by. They are here. We just need to intro the show. Tom, why don't we have a poll to see if people want Buck and Aikman?
Yes. So here's what we'll do, guys. By the end of the first quarter, if you vote yes, Buck and Aikman will be here. If you vote no, they won't. So polling will begin when the game shows on the screen. So while you look at our ugly mugs here, your votes don't count. It's when the Madden starts to broadcast. That's when the polling will begin. The game is loading as we speak. So in the meantime, why don't we hit our lineups here?
Yeah,
this is actually kind of a fun matchup.
It is. This is a week one matchup, actually, week one in the NFL season. So let's give people some time to think about what they want to do as far as the Buck Aikman booth is concerned. You know what? You go first. What's your lineup look like?
I went with Tyreek Hill, both Browns running backs, Kelsey, Mahomes, and 90s children's star Ricky Seals-Jones. One of the great child actors of the 90s.
Yeah. I feel like I got some balance, not between two teams. That sounds so good right now.
Wow, it's so cold. It's literally the last thing in my fridge, though. I was just talking pregame. I have nothing. We need to go grocery shopping.
I just heard from Joe Buck backstage. That will be the presenting sponsor tonight. It's Arnold Palmer. Oh, wait, Joe, hold on, Joe. Joe, hang tight. He's so excited to be here. Sammy,
pipe down, Joe. We only paid for 3 quarters.
We only paid for 3 quarters. Yeah, maybe three and a half. Sammy Watkins is the captain for me. I don't know about Joe and Troy. Mahomes, Hill, Kelsey, big threes in there. Demarcus Robinson, the only Cleveland Brown I play. Cleveland Brown. Jarvis Landry.
Okay. Jarvis juice, baby. All right. Polling begins. Yes for Joe and Troy. No for no Troy and Joe. Here we go. Fast and Furious. Vote away.
Noah Moon, what are you talking about? Why are you always ruining the fun, Noah Moon? Do you have any joy in your life? Any? Whatsoever? Any at all?
In the meantime...
Let's
listen to this.
Nick Chubb! Listen to the ball! Nick Chubb! Nick Chubb! That is so long.
A minute is such a long time. Oh, God. I'm sorry, guys.
No, you're not.
No, I'm not. Bubble.
All right, Nick Chubb to the 5. Well, Kareem Hunt helped. 10-yard catch after the fact. Here we go. Chubb taking the handoff down at the 1. I'm sure this was a game that folks stacked up in a classic. It would make sense. It's sexy. Lots of star power. It's great to have you with us on a Friday. Final sim of the day. American Ultimate Disc League is coming up next. Then we have NFL preseason later tonight.
Big disc energy, baby.
Woo! All right, here comes Chubb.
Get in!
Nope. Not happening there.
I don't think I've ever done a Friday at 4 p.m. sim in my life.
Oh, it's an ultimate getaway shift.
Yeah, this is big time.
It's pretty solid. Leads right into the night. Yep. It's pretty good. 3rd and goal. On the pitch.
Oh, here we go. Oh, come on. Turn the corner.
Go for it.
Get in. Yeah,
Not settling for Austin Seibert field goals. Go for it. Don't be cowed.
My mic is not working properly. Now it's working. Okay. Occasionally my mic is weird like that. I don't know.
Ownership is in. Nick Chubb, the monster run on this drive, 34.78% owned. Go for it. Come on, Stefanski.
Yeah!
There you go. That's the boy Stefanski. Hey, bake it, kid. Get Chubb, kid.
Yeah!
Let's go.
I'm hyped, baby. Let's go.
Freeze pops.
Get those
Have you
votes in?
Now you've done one and dones before, but
oh yeah,
I feel like normally your one and dones are like Madden After Dark. So
yeah,
there's anticipation. Nothing like a one and done, a fraud shift in the middle of the day, because then you can just really let it out. You're full of energy.
Totally.
Just leave it all there. Leave it all for YouTube, Twitch, and the other platforms.
I am full of energy. I'm well rested. I got, full night ahead of me. I actually have a fantasy draft tonight right after this. It is the league that stuck me in the diner for 24 straight hours. So I'll be finding out what my new team name is before the draft, because the winner gets to pick the loser's name for the season. Those are typically not safe for work, so I doubt I'll be able to share what that name is. So I'm kind of looking forward to that. Yeah, so that fantasy draft will end, and then it's time for Tommy to hit the town, baby. Only a couple Fridays left here in the Midwest. Got to make the most of it. Go drink some Diet Cokes with the fellas.
Let's go.
Pretty pumped.
Let's go.
Love the American Disc League.
Joe Buck, Troy Aikman standing by. Why don't you ask the people one more time, and then we'll get our final votes in.
All right, yeah, so if you've voted already, those votes do count, but if you want your vote to count twice, vote again. Vote early, vote often, vote as much as you possibly can. Yes, for Joe Buck and Troy Aikman. No, if you don't want Troy Buck. God, I keep messing that up. Troy Buck and Joe Aikman.
Idiot.
I got the Little League World Series on the TV. I change my mind every year if I enjoy it or not. This year I like it.
Why is that?
Just decided to.
Okay. Fair enough.
Sometimes I decide to be too cool for it.
Too cool for it?
Yeah, like that. Little League World Series. I want real baseball. I'm gonna watch the majors. But then other summers, I'm like, oh yeah, that's fun.
Well, and I know I say all of this with all the love and respect to my heart. DraftKings has a partnership with Major League Baseball. I will say this. Of course, we don't have any affiliation with Little League World Series because of the age and whatnot of the
gambling, etc.
The youngsters. Correct, right. That kind of speaks for itself.
DraftKings Sportsbook, check it out.
Yeah.
11 a.m. Eastern every day.
There it is. Thank you very much, Tom. Tom will always be there watching with you in the chat going forward on September 1. He will be there. 3rd and 8. Let's go long, shall we? Oh, incomplete. Now they'll probably punt. Tim Green. Tim Green, I laughed. It's not the only time that joke's been made. Sounds like the presidential election. All right, they're going to punt. Smart. Probably. Not as fun, but smart.
Fake it. No.
But I give Little League World Series this. 6-inning game. They move. You catch the ball on the mound. You throw the ball. There's pace.
Not as many strikeouts.
No, let's put the ball in play. Let's lay down a bunt.
Not homers either.
Nope. They play baseball. They play the sport. Interesting. Okay. We are midway through the first quarter. Are the votes in? I see a lot of yeses.
taking a look at the email that Drew just sent out. Looks like there's going to be quite a few three-man booths.
I see the schedule right now, and wow,
Let me take a look.
it's updated.
He told us to all control F ourselves. I'm gonna report him to HR.
I've never heard someone say that to me. Noah Moon really thinks Joe Buck's here. He is Noah.
Wow, it's kind of weird that the schedule just ends right there. Normally there's more boxes for days in the future. Yeah, just ends right there. 10 p.m. Tuesday, August 31st. Talent 1, cough/glash. Talent 2, plan on as many people as possible.
Wild.
Love that. Wow, chaos. I'm going to do 4 straight sims to end the day that day.
You know what I kind of hope we do, though, on the 31st? Like, I think I said this to you. We do like we can't run another sim because as fun as that would be, like an encore, we just stay on. Like, we don't end. Like, we can't read the schedule for the next day for Wednesday, September 1st. We just do the longest post-game show in the history of post-game.
They can't just, like, kick us off, right? Or maybe just Don't Stop Believin' will play and the screen will just fade to black and we don't know if Tony Soprano died or not. Maybe that's what it's going to be.
We just never end the post-game show. It just continues. I think it makes most sense if we run it the post-game till midnight. And then when the clock strikes midnight...
Then Brandon Gowden goes, "Thank you, Glass. Welcome to Madden."
Something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot.
We stay till midnight. And then when the calendar flips to September 1, our time is up.
I'm in. It's not asking for that much longer. You know, it's like 40 extra minutes.
If people knew it was our final time speaking for a long time because technically the statement says pause, I think people would hang out for an hour.
Sure, for sure. You know what? We can just do it. There's no content on the other side.
We can.
Yeah, we're just going to do it. I think that's just what we're going to do.
What's the best way to end this? We need to come up with a creative ending. You know? Like Paul Walker driving the opposite direction of Vin Diesel. Like, it's good. Now, not all of us are
that song
dying.
Wiz
You know?
Khalifa is going to play.
Oh.
Gets me every time.
See you again.
I don't know the words.
All right. We did build them for just 3 quarters, so I think we'll get our team in here. Buck and Aikman. I think the majority rules here. A lot of yeses.
Sure.
I love that, though, from Drew. You're right. Plan on as many people as possible.
Yes. What is the limit on Zoom? I know you asked that question the other day.
I have no idea.
If you pay for like premium Zoom, I think you get as many spots as you bargain for. Do both of these punters have flow? That's not discussed enough. We have 2 punters with long hair here. Eamon confirming it's unlimited with premium. I want producers on the air in that post-game show. Like, everyone turn your mic on.
And camera.
Yes. Yeah, cowards. I know P-Fry will turn his camera on.
Producer Eamon is here. We have Andrew, the technical director. They are part of the fraud shift. They'll wear it proud, the fraud shift. Patrick.
I bet Drew has to do stuff with Disc League. Drew's probably sticking around. Other Drew.
Oh, he might. Is that true? Drew? Andrew?
Yep.
Oh, you have the slate. It's true. You have the slate tonight. I'm sorry.
They are not frauds. We're the frauds.
I take it back. I take it back.
Take it back. By the way, Bruiser B purchasing
I like
that
tater
taco pizza he's been talking about since last November will be delivered to me by Morgan later today. So I will be doing a review on social media of the famous taco pizza from Happy Joe's in St. Louis later today, for those curious.
Nice.
Gotta love when the
I like
fan
tater
buys you food.
Oh. I like Tater Hater's idea, a 1 hour buzzword.
Patience, 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 patience.
Oh,
I got to do more day shifts during the week. I'm jacked right now. I could do 8 sims in a row right now.
it's good. It's a good feeling. Yeah, it's good.
This is like how I was on the 24-hour stream class. You missed it. I literally talked for 24 straight hours. I had like 6 breaks for 5 minutes to go poop.
That's not fun.
No, it was painful.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Usually I like to take my time and have some peace.
Is my mic still not working, guys? Lots of people are saying that my mic is not turned up.
Turn up, dude. Turn up.
Hello?
Yeah, you sound good. I think he sounds
I don't
fine,
know what's
right?
going on here.
Could use a little more juice.
I'll go take a look.
Okay. All right, Nick Chubb, 73 yards, had a monster monster yardage there, Brendan, on a rush to start the sim while ball was playing. Not a lot going on in the receiving category. Nothing for Hill nor Mr. Kelsey. 14 yards for Sammy Watkins. He is the lead man.
Is that better?
Okay, should we go get our guest?
Hello? Is this better?
I'm waiting. Yep. They're saying no.
Oh my God. What is happening?
You sound like crap.
What the heck? It's not letting me manually automatically adjust microphone volume. That's why. Okay. What about now? Check 1 2 1 2 1 2. Hello, 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 hello. Check. Too much. Okay. Check. Okay, good. All right, we're back. Hi. Let's bring in Troy and Joe.
All right. Let's welcome Joe Buck and Troy Aikman to today's broadcast. Hi, Joe. Well, thank you, Brendan. Welcome back to the final Madden sim of this Friday. Joe Buck, Troy Aikman, the Hall of Fame duo. Typically, Troy, this would be a Jim Nantz and Tony Romo show in the AFC, but here we are. It's a thriller to be here in Cleveland.
Yeah, Joe, anytime we get to see a quarterback like Patrick Mahomes, who I've spent most of the week talking with, it really starts to remind me of our days, me and my guys down in Dallas. Some of the stuff we did with the Cowboys there in the 90s was special, and this team reminds me of that. And I think Baker Mayfield's got a little bit of moxie, and, he kind of reminds me of, myself down in Dallas in the 90s as well. So, this game has got me thinking about the 90s Cowboys. That's for sure, Joe.
That pass was caught by Tyreek Hill, the speedster. Now Mahomes out of the gun. He looks and fires right side, caught by Kelsey, and he's down at the 44. I look after my father, Jack, and I sat in his St. Louis Cardinals broadcast booth, and I learned so much. I consider myself very lucky. Be sure to read my book. I don't know if I can say the title, Troy. Don't want to get ourselves in trouble with the bosses.
Yeah, I don't know if Fox can afford those fines, Joe. Maybe DraftKings can.
The 7-0 ball game here in Cleveland. 7-0, which I just said a moment ago. The touchdown belongs to Nick Chubb, who is one of the better running backs in football. It's 3rd and 6 for Kansas City. Here is Mahomes, looks, pass is caught. Kelsey First down.
Yeah, you know, Joe, anytime you can have a great running back on your team, it's going to be an added bonus for your quarterback position. And look, Emmitt Smith is a guy I played my entire career with, for my money, the best running back of all time. But Nick Chubb is he's pretty damn good, let me tell you. But Emmitt Smith, man, oh, what a talent.
Yeah, you watched a lot of film this week. We talked to Kevin Stefanski, big fan of what they are putting together in the Cleveland backfield. Mahomes has him spread out. He takes the snap. Pass is caught. It's Kelsey. Tumbles to the 44. Mahomes loves looking his way, Joe. Troy.
Yeah, my name's Troy, Joe. And look, people get our names confused quite a bit on this broadcast. Not sure why. I heard that big fella earlier today calling us by the wrong name. So, yeah, going to have to read off the cue card moving forward to get our names right here. Maybe I should throw a name tag on or something, like the first day of rookie training camp back in the day when I was drafted by the Cowboys out of UCLA, because my name's Troy Aikman.
Will throw on the run. Passes caught to the 17 to Marcus Robinson. Stays in bounds. A terrific play by Kansas City.
Yeah, you love to see a big play there if you're the quarterback. You know, I watched this play on film numerous times all week, and, you know, you see that toe tap there. That's something that the Chiefs practice all week long. I was talking with Andy about this, and it's something that they put an emphasis on, is those receivers getting those two toes down in bounds.
Oh, Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes, great trust. Pass is caught. Kelsey to the 2.
He thought he was in there, Joe. I don't think he was. I believe he was a couple of yards short there. Going to have first and goal here from the 2-yard line. You lick your chops if you're a quarterback with first and goal from the 2. Has so many options and such a small amount of space to get to the goal line. So, yeah, you really, really like that when you're standing in the huddle. I'll tell you from experience.
It's first and goal for Kansas City. Clyde Edwards-Helaire. No gain on the play.
That's
you want to run around there, the line. He's the Hall of Famer, Troy Aikman. Joe Buck, great to have you with us for Sim Football on Fox. Mahomes, handoff, and a touchdown. No, he's down at the 1, Joe. Troy. I keep doing
that. Yeah, my name's Troy, Joe.
I'm just so obsessed with myself.
Hey, congrats on becoming a Hall of Fame brother a few weekends ago there, Joe, as we have a score here by CEH. You love to see that, reminding me of Emmitt Smith punching it in the end zone. It was great to see you get that Hall of Fame Media Award on the stage there from David Baker. You know, I'm proud to call you a brother here in the booth and now a brother in Canton.
So, Troy, do you want to get out of here? I've had enough.
Yeah, you know, Joe, I don't know. We're going to have to see if the Fox charter is going to be able to pick us up here in Cleveland. I know we're not used to coming to these AFC cities. It's kind of cold up here, Joe. I like our indoor stadium down in Dallas, where we do a lot of our 4 o'clock games. Remember, I played for the Cowboys.
Always a great time, great venue in Arlington, Texas. That's where we are next for America's Game of the Week in week number 2 of the season. Joe Buck, Troy Aikman, Aaron Andrews is on the sideline. Aaron, what did you see there on that last play?
Well, I'll tell you, Joe, it was great execution. They were very proud. Andy Reid was standing next to Patrick Mahomes and asked him what would be the right call. Let's trust our running back, the rookie, said Mahomes to Andy. He really, really enjoys making him better throughout the course of the week, and they have great trust in his ability to put the ball in the end zone.
Well, Aaron, thank you. And our conversations this week, Kansas City, Troy, they can beat you in so many ways.
Absolutely, Joe. They remind me so much of those 90s Cowboys teams. We were loaded on the offensive line, and that's where Kansas City spent a lot of their money this offseason to shore that thing up. Patrick Mahomes was running for his life there in the Super Bowl. Remember, I never lost a Super Bowl as quarterback of the Cowboys, 3-0. So I don't know what that's like there, Joe.
That ball was caught, in case you didn't see it on your screen, first down to the 41-yard line. Baker Mayfield trying to earn his next big contract. You saw the deal that Josh Allen got in the offseason, and Baker Mayfield has his eyes on one of those big, big contracts. I'm sure you would have loved to play quarterback this day and age, Troy.
Yeah, how do I get myself one of those? Can we get a little retroactive pay here for some of us old guys that didn't get to stick around long enough? No, but you love to see it. Josh Allen's got massive hands, and when you have hands that size, you're bound to fill them up with some cash eventually, because we all know quarterbacks with big hands are really, really successful here in the NFL. That's what my buddy John Elway always tells me. So I love a good big-handed quarterback.
Second and 7 in the hands of Mayfield. Looks to throw. Pass is caught. It's Austin Hooper to the 28 of Kansas City. Cleveland with the response, and there's Kevin Stefanski. We met with him this week, the fist pump. He's been working on his fist pumps throughout the course of the week, Troy.
Yeah, he likes to get his team motivated, and as a guy out there on the field, you want to see your coach into it. That's why we loved Jimmy Johnson so much. That guy, both fists pumping in the air at all times, yelling like a maniac. How about them Cowboys? You love to see it.
Well, we know firsthand, being in Dallas quite a bit, for America's Game of the Week. It's brought to you by Geico. First and 10. It is Hunt, caught to the 16. We know firsthand, all of our time in Dallas, the clapper in Jason Garrett. Stefanski loves himself a fist pump to motivate his guys. They're in the red zone now, Troy. Where does Baker go?
Well, I think Baker's going to go in the air here, Joe, and look like he's doing just that.
Pass is caught. OBJ to the 4-yard line. Odell Beckham Jr. He's going to say something there, Troy, but don't want to get us kicked off the air. Something smells, Troy. First and goal. And that is a touchdown. Jarvis Landry.
Good for Jarvis Landry. He's a good guy. He's a hard worker. You love to see a guy like that get rewarded on the field on game day. As a quarterback, crunching tape, you see the guys that put in the extra work. They go the extra mile. And Jarvis Landry, he's one of those guys, Joe. He's one of those guys in the locker room, takes charge, puts in the work, has great hands. You love to see that rewarded.
Sure do. Want to remind everybody, tomorrow I'll be with John Smoltz for Major League Baseball on Fox. Be sure to listen to me. Joe Buck will have Yankees Twins. I don't know, Troy. You're rooting for in this baseball race. Should be interesting.
Yeah, I pull for the Dodgers, being that I'm a UCLA grad, and I like to see my Los Angeles Dodgers do well. So I'm hoping that they can recapture some of that World Series magic and repeat here. You know, we see the Giants atop of the NL standings. We don't like to see that, obviously, as a guy that has an affinity for Los Angeles. But, yeah, really wish my Texas Rangers would do a little more here. But, you know, being that I live in the Arlington area still because I played for the Cowboys.
That you did. He is the Hall of Famer, Troy Aikman. I'll be joining him soon. I'm the Hall of Famer, Joe Buck. I love talking about myself, my hair, and also my father, Jack. It's great to have you watching Sims on Fox. Special sponsor to today's show, Arnold Palmer, which Troy is thoroughly enjoying in the booth nearby.
Yeah, I can't get enough of these things, Joe. Absolutely delicious. Half iced tea, half lemonade. It's the perfect combination. Perfect thirst quencher here up in Cleveland. You know, wash down some of that delicious Cleveland food. It's remarkable that Arnold Palmer was able to come up with such an amazing drink. Rest in peace to the Golden Bear. Actually, that's not his name. That's the other golfer. That's Jack Nicklaus. Got my golfers confused.
Oh, it's fine, and be sure to watch our golf
How's Tiger
coverage.
doing, by the way?
Be sure to watch our golf coverage on Fox, if we still have it. Not entirely sure. Jeffrey's in the chat.
Joe.
Jeffrey, today we read the chat. That is brought to you by Yeti. Jeffrey says, I'm drinking an Arnie right now.
Amen to that.
Here's a throw downfield. Flag is thrown. And it is holding against the Chiefs.
Actually just polished off my Arnold Palmer here. Going to be looking for some water moving forward. I think my mini fridge here up in the booth is out of Arnold Palmer's. If any of our PAs are listening, go down to the concession stand and grab me a few Arnie Palmies, please.
Pass is caught by Hill to the 38-yard line. He has 3 receptions, 42 yards in the sim. Terrell Lynn's phone charger weighs in. And please warn me the next time Aaron. I'm fine, guys. So, Troy, I think we're only going to stay for the rest of this quarter because I think we got to get Brendan Glasheen and Tommy Freeze Pops back in the booth.
Yeah, I agree with you, Joe. You know, they only got a few sims left here. As I understand, sim commentary is going to be on pause. So why don't we let them carry us the rest of the way here? We'll still collect our paycheck for those 3 quarters and get on with our merry way.
And Troy, before you go, be sure to tell everyone how they can watch The Sweat.
11 a.m. Eastern right here on YouTube. 5 days a week. The best DFS contest in the business.
Troy, like Tom, loves The Sweat. Aikman will tune in. For Aaron Andrews, Troy Aikman, I'm Joe Buck. Thanks for watching our second quarter on the Dream Stream.
I played for the Cowboys.
Well, that was it's quite a treat. It's good to have him here. It's good to have him
Always
back.
good.
You know, they've been here before.
It's always good to have both the Hall of Famers.
They were in and out. No pleasantries. They were in. They didn't want to come on camera. They were like, oh, we got to go. We got to go. So.
No. Busy guys.
Busy guys, high rate too. I mean, they ain't cheap.
Very expensive.
They ain't cheap.
Very expensive. But yeah, you got to pay to play, you know?
Yep. How you feeling? How you doing? That was a good break.
Good. What happened? What happened last quarter or so?
Nick Chubb didn't gain a single rushing yard.
Wow.
Jarvis Landry scored a touchdown.
Good for him. He's a hard worker. Puts in the work during the week. Good for Jarvis Landry. He's a leader in that locker room. You like to see those guys get rewarded.
And I know you're a big film guy. You watch a lot of film.
So. Absolutely. We crush film, talk to the quarterbacks throughout the week. Yeah.
Kelsey's got 4 for 32. Tyreek, 4 for 59. By the way, I want to thank our partners today. Yeti quickly stepped in. Yeti was huge. We had to find a sponsor in 5 seconds, and Yeti said we're in. And also Arnold Palmer. Thank you. Much appreciated. How about that? We could be salesmen while we call these. And while Joe and Troy come on.
That's part of the business.
That's what we're doing in the meantime. Where are you sitting in the contest?
Oh, great question there, Glash. Let's see. 7th.
7th. Wow. Andrew, our technical director, is in 8th.
In your face, Andrew.
Real quick, can we just go back to the receivers? Because there's a question in the chat from Congo Cab. Once, of course, Patrick's ready. They're looking for Higgins to see if Higgins has a catch. If he has a catch, it would be down, 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 down. Nope, nothing for Rashard Higgins. Nothing to see.
Down, 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 down.
Kelsey, 4 for 32. Nothing to see for Higgins. Kelsey, 4 for 32. Hill, 4 for 59. 2 for 40, OBJ. Watkins, 2 for 20. Hooper, 2 for 13. Hunt, 2 for 22. CEH, 2 for 15. There you go. Those are the big ones.
Kareem wants me to spike my Arnold Palmer. That'll make a mess if I spike my Arnold Palmer against the ground. The little droplets that are left in the bottom of the can will go everywhere.
Careful.
I don't want to have a sticky floor. Come on. Ralphie508 asking you some Pats questions.
What do you got, Ralphie?
Wants to know which running back is going to either get cut or traded for the Patriots. He doesn't think they're going to carry them all.
Whoa. Fumble. I think the Chiefs hopped back on. Probably did. It's funny you bring that up because we talked about that a little bit last sim, and we didn't really have much of an answer.
Well, Damian Harris isn't going anywhere, right?
Meaning, nope. Damian Harris needs to stay.
They're not going to cut him or trade him. That's what that means. James White, I would assume, is safe because he's James White.
Yeah, but you know something? They've been rumored. They were rumored to trade him. No. Remember there were rumors of him signing in Tampa. He never did.
I just think that if they haven't gotten rid of him at this point, and if he still has gas left in the tank, they're going to keep him around. I say, they'll keep him because he's James White. That hasn't stopped Belichick before, so what am I saying?
Yeah. Just wouldn't shock me. Wouldn't shock me if they dump him.
I'd be shocked if Harris moves. Every other guy, I wouldn't be completely shocked. Kaka head saying James White was the real MVP. I assume he means of that Super Bowl against the Falcons. He was great in that game. Shout out to Kaka head, always with dynamite commentary here on The Sims.
Anthony has no last name. I'd say Sony Michel getting traded since they didn't pick up the 5th-year option. Better to get something for him than walk for nothing.
Yeah, it's disappointing that
one.
he never really turned out to be the guy that we thought he could be. He definitely flashed in his rookie year, but it was always kind of a questionable draft pick. And injuries just never allowed that guy to take off. Peaked in college.
How about this Stevenson fella? A couple touchdowns in each of the first 2 games.
He's a beast. I mean,
Yeah,
I'd
let
like
this
to keep
guy
him
go.
around. I'd like to keep him around. Maybe he fits like a Brandon Bolden type role if he can do some stuff for you on special teams. There's a spot for him to stick around. But I think he's a player, man. Especially that first game. I mean, that big run. I don't care if you're going up against subpar competition. That's still very difficult to do.
Yeah, he's been running the ball well. He runs the ball hard.
Big dude,
that speed,
too.
that breakaway speed down the sideline against Washington. I didn't know he could do that.
Yeah. And he's got great size.
I didn't think he could do that. Yeah, I mean, I just think if you're going to take a shot there in the 4th round, not to say like 4th round picks never get cut, but almost feel like it's an admission of guilt by Bill. Right, I took a guy in the 1st round. This guy Stevenson is just as good of a running back as Michelle. The part about Michelle that makes it hard to make you think they'll cut him is he was a 1st round pick. But if he was a former 5th rounder, I don't care, you know? It's the fact that he's a 1st round pick.
But I also think that Belichick doesn't necessarily care about what people think. Like, if he doesn't think the 1st rounder's good, he'll get rid of him. Like, he's not one to hang on to guys.
Yeah, I suppose. That's fair.
Right? I mean, I know that's been kind of a narrative people are floating out there. Like, oh, you know, Belichick doesn't want to seem like he's wrong. But, I mean, he's gotten rid of – remember Chad Jackson? That's the famous example. And there's all sorts of examples over his 20-plus years in the league of him just saying, like, if you don't like it, he'll get rid of you. He'll go with Tom Brady over Drew Bledsoe. He'll get rid of Bernie Kosar. I mean, this is what he does. Got rid of Wes Welker in favor of Julian Edelman.
True.
Yeah, producer Drew with a great list here. Dobson, Easley, Antonio Garcia.
Who, I don't even remember him. Antonio Garcia.
Butker coming in for the field goal. I mean, there's a million names. He'll bring in the older guys, and if they stink, they don't even make the team. Like, Reggie Wayne and Albert Hainsworth and John Lynch. He'll bring in Ocho Cinco and just, only target him 20 times the whole season. It's just, if you don't do what he wants, then he has no use for you.
Fair. Jordan Lindenbaum has arrived. I liked Skip Perkins. Only thing, you killed the whole shtick with the beard. He was supposed to be from the early 1900s, not the Stone Age. Got to research the role.
Whatever.
Hey, you know what? All fair criticisms.
No, my thought on it was that he's still old. He's still that age from that time period. Therefore, he's so old that he has a crazy beard, Like maybe back in the day he kept it clean shaven, but he's an old, unkempt, annoying man now. Notice I said annoying.
Yes. I don't know. I mean, it was all on the fly. Yeah, maybe I put a little pre-pro into it. Kyle's in the chat. Hi, BG and Tom. Can I work as an intern for DK?
Sure.
Go, son. How do you go back and forth from DK in Connecticut? I drive. What a catch!
What a snag there. Ay. Love that.
Kyle, what are your interests?
Kyle, send your resume to Glash.
See, now at least Kyle didn't ask for a job. He asked for an internship.
Baker looked like he was over the line of scrimmage there. Just saying.
Even that's a little annoying. But I've got to know Kyle. Kind of.
No, yeah, it's not like a total stranger. We're talking about Kyle here, dude. He's here all the time.
Kyle, what do you want to do? And it can't be Madden because, that's...
Yeah, that's unfortunately not an option at the moment. Paused.
Yes.
Check out the sweat, 11 a.m.
Maybe Kyle can... Well, because if the commentary is being paused, what if Kyle can serve as the gatekeeper of the sim bubble? Like when we all leave, he'll protect it.
Yeah, it's sort of like when a team leaves an old stadium, but they don't knock it down for a while, and they hire one security guard to just monitor it 24/7.
Yeah.
He can be that guy.
Kyle can do that. You ask trivia questions if people want to get in. You say, all right, well, where were you and what buzzword aired on...
Exactly, yeah. Keep it all
September
simulated.
6th, 2020.
Yeah. Brian C. saying, Kyle, you need to pass your humanities test first. Brian, I don't know if you know this, but Kyle's routinely in the high 80s, low 90s on his humanities tests. He's just fine.
Yeah, he'll be fine.
Holding.
They're at the 12.
Smash the like button, people. What are you doing?
They actually hit the like quite a bit. Most people
No, well,
did
hit it more.
When Buck and Aikman were here, but not for us. People just like the celebrities. It's okay.
I get it.
It's fine.
It's fine. I'm fine.
Erwin says, better give Kyle the damn schedule. Kyle, the schedule's gone now. Well, it's over. It's as we talked about briefly. It's been made. It's created. Any updates to that?
What is the schedule for Sunday? Is that our next slate of games? Is Sunday? Do we have that yet?
That's actually a good point. We can bring that up. There are no Sims tomorrow because of all the preseason action that we figure most of you will be tuned into. And then on Sunday, 2 Sims, 4 and 6 p.m. Eastern, Chargers, Niners, Ravens, Titans. The broadcast combos for those 2 Sims, Chargers, Niners, Rossi and Jeff. And then the 6 o'clock Eastern Sim, Brandon Cristal and Matt LaMarca.
That's a squad right there. I will have the day off as Morgan and I will be doing our engagement photos that day.
Ooh, good question.
Very excited.
That's when you move?
Nope. Engagement photos.
Oh, engagement photos. You haven't done that already?
No.
Oh, what are you going to wear?
I don't know. She's got it all figured out.
Oh, okay. You should have asked for
recommendations of the chat.
No, well, that. But you could also ask Mort to borrow his gold jacket.
That would be badass. No,
I'd wear that.
she'll tell me what to wear. It'll be fun.
Do you have a preference of what you want to wear, or?
Well, we're going to all these different locations, and she wants it to be kind of fall themed, even though it's the summer. But she wants kind of a fall vibe, so she's got her stuff picked out. So I'll kind of just, go with the flow from that perspective. Yay!
Well, how do you plan on emulating fall when it's not?
It's just fall aesthetic for the clothing.
Yeah, flannel season.
Yeah, we're getting them taken now because we have a friend that's gonna do them for free.
Ugg boots. Oh, you're gonna have the sweater vest.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You know me. I'm a big sweater vest guy.
Oh, wait a minute. For engagement photos, do you have to dress up for that? Like, by dress up, I mean like...
it's kind of one of those things where people do them a little bit differently. Some people get super formal for them. Some people do them relaxed. It's kind of what you want to do, because they're not really utilized for any specific purpose. Like some people use them for wedding invites. Some people just throw them up on their website. Some people throw up a Facebook album.
Yeah.
It's basically up to you. So I'm leaving it up to her.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Fun day on Sunday. Very excited for that.
Jeffrey says, "What jersey are you gonna wear?"
Yes, I don't know if that's gonna happen.
Get a Brady Bucks jersey.
The dog will be in the picture for sure. The family dog. So I know that's happening. Got some flannels, maybe a sweater, maybe just a plain black tee.
That's not fall.
Keeping it cash.
The only part about a plain black tee that relates to fall.
Yeah, he's going out at night.
Yeah, right. Or like the bouncer. Like you're the bouncer at it's like a 60-degree night during a fall night. Yeah, that's about it.
Plain black tee, dark jeans, maybe some dressy boots. That's sort of my look. I'd like to wear that in one of my pictures. It's my going out look.
But you want a going out look for your engagement photos?
Well, one of the shots, yeah. Why not? That's when I look good. Why wouldn't I want to look good in my pictures, Glash?
This all sounds miserable.
Well, if you take that next step at some point, Glash, you're going to be in that same boat. So
I will wear what I want,
which is what I'm doing.
Well, you just told me she had it figured out for you.
Yeah, but the black T-shirt thing, like I want to wear that. So.
That's happening for sure. Okay,
yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Anyways,
have fun. Chubb.
It's gonna be great.
Chubb, 74 yards and a touchdown. He hasn't done anything since the first quarter.
But still nice to have him in your lineup because of that first quarter performance. Got a full quarter to go here. Browns are on top. Maybe they'll run the ball a lot here. Get some Chubb in the mix. Still in B-word territory. I'm not mad. Not mad.
First time playing Fortnite on Twitch. Glash, since you're retiring from Sims, can I get your microphone as a memento of this time in my life?
It's a fair question.
This?
So, yes.
I mean, DraftKings bought it, so I have to probably give it back.
Well, I mean, you're still going to be doing stuff for DraftKings. So, I feel as though you probably don't have to give the mic back as of yet.
Not yet. And in theory, we're going in the office.
So there you go. Maybe they'll let you hold on to it as an at-home piece in case you ever have to work from home,
Yeah.
Then when they bring the Sims back, you'll have the mic still.
We think. If we're back.
Well, it's on pause. That means that at some point they're going to press play again. That's how I read it.
Press play.
You can't pause a game forever. It's bad for the PlayStation. Got to press play at some point.
First time is also proposing as Kelsey makes the catch. Pass is caught. Yeah, Joe, come on, get back there. Or the DraftKings tie-dye hoodie. No way. I love that thing. I think it's cozy.
Cozy. Yeah, just because the Sims are going away doesn't mean Glash isn't going to wear certain articles of clothing.
Maybe I'll wear that in my engagement photo, too. Gotta keep the sweatshirt for that.
100%.
All right. CEH, another catch to the 28 of Cleveland. Chiefs down 7. That's horrible math. Ralph to Joe Buck leave. He's around the corner. But we're not paying him, so he can stay.
Yeah, he's having a quick club sandwich before he hops back on the old charter flight.
So Kyle is asking follow-up questions as a good interviewee would, or prospective. Is that the word? Prospective.
It's a word for sure.
Okay. Thank you. What do I have to do for an internship / be gatekeeper? Well, we
to be honest, Kyle, we kind of just came up with that on the fly. So you tell us what you think you should do. You sell us on the job.
Yeah. What do you bring to the table? What do you have interest?
Flip it on us here, man. The ball's in your court. Interview us. It's a classic interview tactic.
Jared, meanwhile, just tried the new Chicken Caesar wrap from Jimmy John's. They do wraps at Jimmy John's? Since when?
Well, wake up, bro.
It's new.
It's 2021.
Oh, touchdown. Kelsey.
Congrats
Imagine
to
us-
him. He's in my lineup.
You know, imagine us as commentators if we just hired everybody as an intern at DraftKings. Like, kind of like, by the way, you know, Sims are over, but we got a bunch of interns.
Yeah, so we need something for them to do. So we're just going to let them do the commentary now. So just kidding. Commentary exists still. It's just going to be Kyle and Tater Hater.
What could make the best chat duo for a
that's
comment?
a hard question.
I would
Personally,
pay.
I've
I would pay.
only- Go ahead.
Here's mine. I would pay loads of money to watch Jordan Lindenbaum and Obi-Wan call a sim together.
Oh my god. do you want to just do you want them to just get thrown off the air immediately?
We'll let them go first.
I think Must Be is a low key funny candidate because like he just fires off hot takes at all times. He holds everyone accountable. He seems to be in on the joke. So I think Must Be is a low key great option. I think Jordan W is someone that's always very positive and he's here all the time. I think he'd be great. Personally, I've only met two members of the Sim fam. That would be Creature from the Glash Lagoon, who's not here much anymore. I met him in person. He bought me a Diet Coke here in St. Louis one time before a Sim, so that was cool. Great guy. And Bad Boys of Pop, who, you know, Tommy Mack of No Authority. I had him on the diner stream. The dude was crushing Diet Cokes and took his shirt off at one point, and he was singing and smoking a cigar, and he was just having a great time. Talked to that guy a few times. I think he'd be a fantastic guy to have in the booth. Eric Winalda has been in the booth as well. A member
That's
of
true.
the Sims fam. So,
Forgot about that.
Get him on the payroll. I wonder what he thinks about this. I'll have to text him.
Ashley Edwards, first place in our free roll. A Edwards 90. There you are. Fantastic.
Hey-o. Ashley's always in the mix. I do think Tater Hater would be great.
Oh yeah, definitely. Who would we pair with Tater Hater?
You got to put Tater Hater with like a straight man, you know, like a guy that's gonna keep things on the, you know, like a Joe
How about
Buck
Meager?
type, right?
Meager 66.
Yeah, I like that. I like that combo.
Okay.
What about Noah Moon?
Noah Moon and
Doozy.
No. Oh, it's all interns.
Well, I like this thought that was posed in our Slack here by Andrew. He said, "What about a SimFam member with a commentator mashup?"
Okay, all right, fine.
He suggests Obi-Wan and Rossi.
Nice.
That would be. I would feel bad for Rossi. He'd just get bullied to his face. And the whole time he'd be like, "I love what you're saying. It's fine. You know, nothing that you say brings me down. We're good. You can say what you want. I still love you, Obi-Wan." And then Obi-Wan would be like, "You're a fat idiot that sucks at this. That's okay. That's great. And drink water and stay positive. I love you. And just the fact that you're here and talking to me, that's a win. I don't hate anyone. You suck at your job. That's okay. That's great."
Oh man, that's good.
Nick Chubb, first down. Now he's just going to tease all of us. 87 yards. He probably won't get the bonus. All right, so we got Rossi a partner. Well, who'd you say with Ducey?
I threw out Noah Moon just because. I mean, I don't know if they have any true history. I just know Noah Moon's kind of a guy that likes to stir it up, and Ducey is someone who also likes to stir it up. So I could see a little friction happening. Love a good friction broadcast.
Kilgore and Kaufman would be too much of a love fest.
Yeah, the Cough and the Kilgores are like tight. So
yeah, there's no fun in that.
That one might not be safe for work.
That one's not fun.
No.
Mike Bizzle says Cough and Sarah Priv. Watch it.
Cough and Mac Mama.
Watch it.
Must be in Moose, says Andrew on our Slack channel. Yeah, Must be has an issue with Moose. Maybe they could talk it out. It'd be
really
healthy.
Actually.
I seem to remember Must be giving Moose some slack, some flack, I should say, on a sim.
Who do you want to work with? Fooligan?
Give me anybody.
Okay.
I'll make it work.
Who should I work with?
I mean, actually, Noah Moon's the good one for you because you guys have gone at it.
Must be though too. I want to know if Must be really is sticking to his takes. Zachariah, hello.
That name actually doesn't sound familiar to me. Are you talking about Zach Lowe of ESPN?
No, I think it was Zach Love. Zachary, I think his last name was Love. Hates me.
Oh, I don't remember that. Maybe that was before my time.
Yeah, not Zach Love from ESPN. Yeah, I think Zach Love. Pretty sure it was Love.
It would be weird if Zach Lowe from ESPN was just randomly trolling the Madden sim chat on DraftKings.
I'd like to work with. I'd work with CEH. CEH 1300. I'd work with CEH. That's what I'd work with.
He's hit or miss with me as well. He has his days where he really likes me, and then he has his days where he doesn't at least voice that he doesn't like me. So that could be interesting. He used to like me. El Paso #1 is a big fan of mine. I'd like to work with him. I actually would like to work with Lindenbaum. I want to harness that. The artist formerly known as Brother Phil likes the historical stuff. I think him
Brother
and
Phil
BK
would be fun.
could be good together.
Brother Phil would be a lot of fun. Hey, touchdown.
Him and BK for sure. Who would be good with LaMarca?
Anyone.
I love that guy.
He's great, huh?
I don't think. Am I going to work with him before it ends? Let's see.
Remember how you had not worked with him yet? For like
forever.
For like a month or two, and you're like, I haven't worked with LaMarca yet. I really don't know what it's going to be like. I'm like, dude, you're going to love LaMarca. Really? Yeah, you're going to love him. All right.
That's a spot-on impression of me right there. Let's
that
see.
was my Tommy Freeze Pop's Curious voice.
Ooh, what about this guy? I get to work 3-man booth with LaMarca on Thursday. Wow, there's so many 3-man booths next week. I love it.
Yeah, let's just tell everyone now because the new week starts Sunday. There are no sims tomorrow. This is fair. It's the final sim before we begin next week. The final week.
Well, there's Sunday sims as well, but yes. So I have it in front of me, so let me just fire it off quick. Monday sims in order. You got Emerson, Koff, and Rossi. Then you got Emerson, Kenny, and Christian. Then you got Glash, Zach, and BK. Then you got Glash, Jeff, and Lamaka.
Oh my God, that's going to be great.
That's going to be awesome. Then there's no late sims on Monday because of preseason. Tuesday, only one 3-man booth. That'll be at 4 o'clock. Koff, Zach, and Rossi. On Wednesday, jam-packed with 3-man booths. Rossi, Jeff, Christian. Rossi, Jeff, Tara Lynn. Koff, Kenny, Tara Lynn. Koff, Kenny, Christian. Koff, me, BK. Then you got Thursday, another jam-packed with... we're going 3 wide the rest of the way here, folks. Rossi, Christian, Tara Lynn. Glash, Zach, Christian. Cough, Glash, Kenny. Cough, Lamarca, Tara Lynn. That's going to be great. That's
oh my
gonna
God.
Be awesome.
Me, Kaufman, and Kenny. It'll break.
Cough, Lamarca, Tara Lynn. Cough, Lamarca, and me. That should be fun. Jeff, BK, and me. Friday, Glash, Rossi, Christian. Emerson, Jeff, Christian. Cough, Rossi, Kenny.
That's good,
and
too.
No Sims Friday night. No Sims over the weekend because of preseason. And then Monday and Tuesday, the last 2 days of the Sims. Emerson, Christian, and BK. Cough, Kenny, and BK. Glash, Jeff, Christian. Cough, Jeff, Lamarca. Cough, Rossi, Lamarca. And then me, you, and Rossi for an after dark on Monday. That's going to be a very good broadcast.
Second to last Madden After Dark.
Yeah, wow. That's a good threesome right there. And then Tuesday, the final day of the Sims. Emerson, Cough, Glash. Look at that. That's a fun threesome right there. Cough, Kenny, Christian, Rossi, BK, and myself. That's an interesting three. Rossi, Glash, and me, again, together. And then the last two, it says Cough and Glash in the one chair, and then it just says plan on as many as possible. So.
That's good.
I'll be there.
Plan on as many as possible.
That's going to be such a disaster, and I hope it stays like that. I hope that they're not like, oh, we thought more about that, and it would be too much of a mess. No, like, just leave it. Like, let's just let what happens. And if it has to be like either you or Cough like hosting and really like playing point guard or whatever, like whatever, like that, it is what it is.
Right.
Because I know the other day, I think you and I might have been talking about this. Maybe it was someone else. And we were joking about how Cough would just take it over and it would become like Cough hosting with, 40 people. But like that actually might be the way to do it, to have it actually operate and make it work. It's so good. I mean, I'm sad, but that
Mahomes
lineup
doing
there excites me. Making plays, baby. Gets out of bounds.
No, but there's a flag. He passed the line of scrimmage.
Yes. Andrew's sending along the Brady
illegal
Bunch
forward pass. What is he doing?
Yeah, he was way over. I'm going to watch this on YouTube.
I can't get over how producer Drew thought it was a good idea to put me, Kaufman, and Kenny together. That is going to be hell. That's hell.
That's going to be awesome.
I might call out sick. Oh, of course they convert. 4th and 11, touchdown.
That's the Chiefs.
Wow. That's my captain. Oh, and he's 1 yard off from the bonus. Wait a minute. He may have gotten the bonus there. He might have gotten the bonus. He did. He did get the bonus. That was a 19-yard touchdown. Sammy Watkins is going to get the bonus and a touchdown.
Wow. And the wooden nickel. Congratulations. You've earned yourself a mini ice cream cone at Lion's Choice Roast Beef here in St. Louis. Going overtime, baby.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Wow. I'm in 7th now. Unreal. 107 yards for Sammy Watkins. Well, we do have the slate coming up next to preview tonight's baseball slate.
Love the slate. Love the sweat.
Matt
Check him out
Meiselman.
here on the Dream Stream.
2 Matts coming up. Meiselman and Lamarca.
Matt squared, baby. Lamarca.
Dom says Glash out Ducey last time. That was just the two of us.
Just the two of us.
Then factor in Kaufman. All hell will break loose.
I'm excited for it.
So, Andrew is our technical director. Is there a way, if we say had like 10 commentators in the Zoom room,
and we went to a quarter break. Could you frame all of us up and have 10 different Zoom windows fit on YouTube?
I have to imagine that they can do that. Yeah.
That'd be kind of
cool. Would have to, I have to imagine it would have to be like built ahead of time, but they could do it.
That'd be pretty awesome. It would just look cool. I want that screenshot, you know? Like,
yeah, that'd be like a cool last day of school picture, you know?
All right, 9 is the cutoff, he thinks, for it to look good.
Well, that actually works, right? That feels like about the number of people that would sign on for those last two, no? It'll be, obviously, you two, myself, Rossi. We can count on those 4. I feel like LaMarco would be in. That's 5. Carolyn, in theory, would want to join. That's 6. BK.
Yep.
He might have football practice.
He might, yep. Jeff would probably be in.
For the Broncos or his children.
Jeff works late.
Yep, Moose, no doubt. So that's 6 or 7. I can see ZT just being like, Ducey, no, definitely not. Ducey, wanted this thing to end a month ago.
What?
You know it's true.
I don't know that.
Ducey, I would say Ducey is probably the happiest that this thing's going away.
No. He is not. I mean that. He does not.
What about Christian? You think he'll be? He does late. He does late stuff. He'll get
Christian will do it every once in a while if he's around. Yeah.
Yeah, he's in the Midwest. So last day will probably get everyone off their couch. You think Reed?
No.
Yeah.
Buchanan? No.
Are we letting him in? If we only have 9 spots? Yeah. No.
Babysitter Billy, that'd be great. Billy, I would love to have Billy on because Billy is a huge part of these. He really is. He really is.
I've never done a sim with Billy, but I listen to the Pop Culture Pile Driver podcast. Find it on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Big Babysitter Billy fan.
The last time Billy was on, I think, was right around the New Year's Eve Sims we did as a celebration of the Sims. That kind of felt like our last time all of us together, but it wasn't. Billy, the institutional knowledge of Madden, just getting familiar with stuff, Billy was a big part of that. I thank him for all of that because it made me feel more comfortable going into these when we first started, just how stuff works, what to look out for, the jargon, word choice, which, is very interesting with me. He did not teach me the buzzword. That was my own thing, but oh my God, choker, Greg Ehrenberg, who does not work at DraftKings anymore, but that is I forgot Ehrenberg did these. Garion did. Greg Ehrenberg, wow. I haven't talked to him.
What about the guy that got fired?
We're not supposed to talk about that. We really aren't. I mean,
all right.
I'm serious. All
right, anyways, it's overtime.
You're talking about me, right?
Yeah, didn't you get suspended for a while?
Yes, that happened. I want to read a nice email.
Do it.
Is it we'll watch 3rd and 3 if they get it here. Then I guess here's Mahomes. And first down and more. There we go. Coming in from Brian Whalen, who offered me, I don't know if I ever told you this, he offered me singing lessons in April of last year because it was just one of the topics that came up during a sim, and I brought up the idea of singing. And he's like, hey, man, I'd be happy to give you some singing lessons.
Only in Simland.
Only in Simland. Brian sent a really nice note. It was about an hour ago. We were on the air. He said, Brendan, just wanted to let you know I was disappointed to hear you and the rest of the guys wouldn't be commentating on The Sims anymore. I really thought it was cool, a unique thing, and I've enjoyed it quite a bit over the last year and change. I'm sure you'll land on your feet. Good luck in the future.
I mean, it definitely is unique. There's no doubt about it. That's the best way. If I had to pick one word to describe the Dreamstream Madden Sims, the word is unique. Because what the hell are we doing here, right? It's play-by-play over a simulated video game football game with a live chat happening at the same time, and it devolves into a live broadcast, like a live podcast type thing. You know, it's unlike nothing else in this business, to be completely honest, and not to like overblow it, but unique is the best word.
Yeah, so that was really nice. Brian, one of the day ones. I'll tell you, I'll find, I hope we can find the initial email. April 15th, 2020. Subject, singing lessons. I've been really enjoying the Madden Sims. Very helpful during this time. I heard you mention today you were exploring vocal lessons during the quarantine, and I wanted to offer my services. I'm a professional musician. Kelsey, to the 3. I live in LA, started teaching more than a year ago. Obviously can do that now during quarantine. You can check out brianwhalenmusic.com for more info, or just let me know if you want to send a resume. Thanks again for providing the excellent entertainment.
You should do it. You should still take them up on it. Why not? These eyes. Ty Raider says, every time I try to explain what these are, I have to lead with, hear me out. That's kind of what I have to do too, Ty Raider.
To my
Even
buddy,
when I talk to people like in the business, they're like, what is this thing you do at night again? I'm like, okay, I know it's weird, but you know the game Madden? That's how I always start. I'm like, you know how in Madden, when you used to just not touch your controller for a while and the computer would just start playing a game against itself? Well, think about that, but then we call the game like it's a real game and we mix in DraftKings terminology and people create daily fantasy lineups around it. And also there's a live chat going on YouTube and we interact with the listeners. So that's what it is. But also sometimes we don't pay attention to the broadcast at all.
That's your ball game. CEH just got into the end zone for a touchdown. That's your game.
Hey-o.
In our contest, 51% owned, 7% in the captain. You sticking with Watkins as your player of the game?
Yes.
Okay. Not my kid?
Not my problem. I don't know.
I think it's Higgins. Higgins had nothing, dude.
Give it to him. Higgins. Sorry, brother. Not today.
He was only $3,200 and 55% owned in our contest. So
yeah, that's typically a value play, no doubt, right? I mean, at that low amount, he's a guy that has, a chance to go off with the way the Browns are in this game, and he didn't do anything today. So, we're crawling towards the finish line here. Every sim I get to do with you guys moving forward, it makes me more and more appreciative of the time we've already spent together, and just enjoy the weekend, everybody. And we will be back with a bunch of 3-person booths on Monday. Got a couple sims for you on Sunday, but those 3-man booths, those are going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to that.
Okay, we encourage you to stick around. So as Freeze Pops mentioned, there will be American Ultimate Disc League tonight. The slate is coming your way. Baseball talk, LaMarca and Matt Meiselman. Monday, the Sims return in full force with 6 of them. Do I have that right? No, pardon me, 4 of them, because of Monday night. There was a Monday night game in the NFL. So without further ado, don't want to waste time. Give these guys their chance here to get into what they need to talk about tonight for tonight's baseball slate. I'm just double checking something. Okay, very good. So yeah,
Matt.
They have till 6. Okay. Thank you all so much. We see your kind words in the chat. We're not going anywhere until, the final week. So without further ado, here are Matt Meiselman, Matt LaMarca. It's the slate. They're getting you ready for tonight's baseball slate. What's up, guys?
Well, thank you, Mr. Glasheen. This is Matt LaMarca, joined by Matt Meiselman. We do not have Bukes at the helm tonight, so they're giving me the keys to the car. I will try not to cause an accident, but no guarantees. We're just going to have some fun. I don't know if I've worked with Matt before, but I've always said if one Matt is good, 2 Matts must be better. So, Matt, thanks for joining us. What's going on?
So as you can see behind me, I'm here from the Fantasy Golf World Championship. So if you guys hear some noise going on periodically, there's some golf happening. We've got Adam Hadwin and Brendan Todd over there to my right. So it could be a little bit of a different MLB show than what I'm used to doing, but nice to be here. Happy I could join all the way from Jersey City, which I guess is actually pretty close to where I normally am. But yeah, this is interesting. So let's talk some baseball.
Yeah, absolutely. We got a 4-game slate tonight. First thing that sort of jumped out to me, there is no shortage of like big implied team totals on the board. I'm looking at 4 teams right now with an implied team total over 6, and then the Red Sox are only slightly behind at 5.8. So there should be no shortage of runs scored tonight. But let's start with the pitching options. So we've got Walker Buehler up at the top. He's 10-5. There are a couple of other pitchers, priced in this 9,500 plus range. Who's your preferred target out of here? And do you feel like you want to pay up for one of your pitcher spots?
Yeah, I don't really feel like I have a guy for this slate. I think there's a lot of solid choices. I think what probably will happen here, though, is we'll see a lot of GPP lineups where there's 2 expensive pitchers in them, and then probably some Yankees, and then some super cheap Blue Jays or some value bats at Coors Field, where you just get this common lineup construction where you have, let's say, Sale and Sonny Gray together, maybe Buehler, maybe Robbie Ray, McCullers, all those guys with some value bats. So I think I'm totally fine paying up for any of these pitchers. I just don't really want to play 2 of them together because it kind of forces you into a type of lineup that I think will be really, really repeated by most of the field. If I have to pick one from the high end, though, I mean, he's a little bit cheaper, but Lucas Giolito, 9,200, I think will just have a lot less ownership than some of the other top-end pitchers. Like Chris Sale, Sonny Gray, Robbie Ray in particular, I think are easily the chalk. So I kind of like anyone else that isn't those guys. But I think Giolito, just because he's been inconsistent lately, I think the ownership just won't really get there for him. The Rays matchup is not a great one, but it's somewhat beatable because it is more of a pitcher's park than what we normally have. Tampa is playing at home, which is a little pitcher friendly compared to Chicago. So I don't love Giolito. I don't really love any of these guys, but he's kind of like my default pay up, and I think I mostly would rather just go with cheaper pitchers.
Okay. Yeah, the ownership concerns or comment is definitely fair. I do think that, Buehler, Ray, Sale, like those guys will all certainly check in, I think, with pretty hefty ownership. But I think all things considered, like when I'm building lineups, I'm fine with differentiating elsewhere. Like I'll try to go with a more contrarian stack because when you have a high end pitcher that performs well, it's hard to duplicate that production. So with that in mind, I'm gonna go with Walker Buehler. He's facing the Mets. The Mets are just a disaster. I don't understand why they're so bad. Every hitter on their team is underperforming sort of their season expectations for 2021. They just don't score any runs. It's a problem. They scored 1 run yesterday in a bullpen game against the Dodgers. They threw 7 pitchers out there. One of them had like a 7 career ERA. It didn't matter. The Mets scored 1 run. Buehler faced them in his last start. 7 innings pitched, 1 run, 10 strikeouts. I think that's like pretty reasonable for what we can expect from him again. I've been waiting for this Mets offense to heat up all season, and it just doesn't seem like it's going to happen at this point.
Yeah, I don't really disagree with much of that. Like, I think Buehler is a perfectly fine choice. I will say, though, that moving from Citi Field to LA, while it's now home field advantage for Buehler, it's a better park to hit in. So I have some concern. Like, part of the Mets' struggles, I think, offensively come from the fact that they play in one of the most pitcher-friendly parks in the MLB at Citi Field. So when they can get out of there, it's a little better. And even recently, like they've played games in San Francisco, they played in Miami, so they've been playing in a lot of pitchers' parks. You're right, though. Like they've struggled across the board, and it's not like they were good in the recent games against the Dodgers either. So even last night, where they saw a bunch of mediocre relievers, they didn't perform that well. It's not that I want to fade Buehler by any stretch. It's just I don't want to pair him with Chris Sale because then, like, yeah, you can differentiate elsewhere, but like it's hard when you have the double chalk hit pitcher. So I think we're kind of on the same page here, where it's like play one of the chalk pitchers, pick your favorite, play him, And then I think, right, like maybe pay down at the second spot where then like that's where you're starting to differentiate a little bit.
Yeah, and Sale is interesting because he is going to be, I think, pretty popular tonight, but he went 5 innings in his last start. Now, granted, that was a football score, right? 16-2. A weird football score, but a football score nonetheless. They didn't need to push him all that hard. It's still just his second start back, though. You know, I kind of question the ceiling for the price tag in just his second start back. You know, I don't know if they're necessarily going to let this guy go 7 innings in his second start. I understand the Red Sox are in the midst of a playoff battle right now, so maybe that doesn't matter, but it wouldn't be that shocking if they kind of just eased him back into action.
Yeah, I think Sale probably is a bit of a safer choice than Robbie Ray, who's like almost the same play tonight in terms of like average production. Like both those guys should be really good, but Ray, I feel like you're probably right, has more of the long leash potentially, where if he's like really, really good, they just let him go for potentially 8 or 9 innings, where Sale probably only makes it through 6 or 7, even if he's dominant. But Ray also is just a more volatile pitcher in general, so I think the downside is more there for Ray too. So I think it is a really hard call between these guys. The one pitcher I don't want to play as the popular guy, though, is Sonny Gray. Like, I think Sale is a good choice. I think Robbie Ray is a good choice. Buehler's fine. Gray is not on the level of those pitchers, and I think he will get the ownership just because of the price tag. And I've mentioned a lot about parks already, but Miami is going into Cincinnati, which is as good of a park upgrade as you can get without Coors Field. Like anything besides that, like Cincinnati is up there as far as home runs. Miami is probably the worst. So this matchup seems good on paper, but like if Gray is 40% owned, I don't really like that at all. I'd rather have a 30% owned Sale, a 30% owned Ray, a 25% owned Buehler, compared to a 30 to 40% on Sonny Gray. Like that ownership, I think, is the worst of the group. So we'll get to offenses soon, I'm sure. And like the Marlins, that seems to me like a really clear leverage spot that makes a lot of sense. I don't know if they're my favorite offense or anything, but either way, I don't have a lot of interest in Gray for this slate.
Yeah, and you can see it in his numbers, right? Sonny Gray on the road, 3.38 ERA. Sonny Gray at home, 5.44. So that the Great American Ballpark might be, you know, it's not Coors, but it's pretty close. It might be the most friendly park from a pure home run perspective. So yeah, I'm with you there. I think that he is someone to be underweight on, if not just completely fade. So if we're not gonna go with Sonny Gray, who are some pivots that you like maybe in that price range? I brought up Blake Snell in my article today. Snell's been much better over his last handful of starts. 2 earned runs or fewer in 6 of his last 8. He does have a couple of stinkers sprinkled in there. You know, this game against the Athletics, not very good, but his strikeout numbers are up. He had 13 Ks, granted, against the Diamondbacks, but like he's been better. So I'm kind of on Snell, I think, a little bit. Who are some other guys maybe that you might be targeting?
Yeah, I like Snell too. I'm waiting, though. We don't know if Rhys Hoskins is in this lineup yet. He may be returning tonight for the Phillies. So that is a big deal, I think, as far as Snell's production, with that being a right-handed bat who probably is the best right-handed hitter, at least in terms of power, in the Phillies lineup. Like, he could do some serious damage against anyone, but against the lefty, like that's a problem for Snell if he's in. I like Snell regardless, but I like him a lot more if Hoskins isn't playing. The other pitchers I like after Snell, like it starts to get pretty gross, but basically there are some cheaper guys that I want to play just so I could fit in some overpriced and then therefore unowned stacks. So Michael Wacha, 7,600. I think getting to pitch at home helps him a little bit. I'm not excited about him, but like this is a guy who's going to be 1% owned tonight because he's had some terrible outings this season. But I think the upside is there. Like he's had some games with some big strikeouts totals. So he's a purely GPP contrarian pivot. But I think he's one that I'm interested. And then I think in the same vein, you have like Miles McCollum, Austin Gomber at Coors, but he's had some big games at home. So those few pitchers, I think if you want to err on the safer side, go with Snell. And I may just think Snell is better outright. Just, you know, ignore the ownership, just play Snell. He's much better than these players. But I think some of the guys I just mentioned, like those could be the GPP pivots where you're getting like no ownership on any of them because most people went with Snell or Gray and then a payoff option.
Yeah, I think those were two guys that I also had penciled in if you wanted to go. Mikolas really kind of stood out to me. I mean, he's taking on the Pirates. I don't think it's a huge, like we're not going out on a huge limb by targeting pitchers who are facing the Pirates. So I think that's certainly viable. And Waka, the White Sox matchup, like you said, is going to scare a ton of people away. But he has delivered some, 25-plus fantasy point performances this season. So, yeah, that's an interesting call too. The last guy that sort of is popping for me is Dane Dunning. I definitely don't like targeting the Red Sox, but Dunning has kind of like quietly been okay, and he's the second cheapest pitcher on the slate. I mean, he has a 4.06 ERA this season. The super like GPP winning ceiling, maybe. I don't know if he has that, but he does seem underpriced given his production recently. Am I crazy if I play Dane Dunning in a couple lineups?
I think it's a little crazy, but not totally nuts. I think if I'm suggesting that Austin Gomber is a decent play for a little more salary, like that's not any safer than Dane Dunning. I just think Gomber is more upside. Like the problem for Dunning is I don't see the potential for him to put up a big strikeout game. Yeah. And I also don't think there's like any real win equity. So he's going opposite Chris Sale, who's like a minus 300 money line. So like where does Dane Dunning potentially get 17 or 20 fantasy points from? Like I just don't see that as a possibility. But he saves you so much salary that even if he goes out and gets like 13, then you can afford some really, really pricey bats. So like if that's your game plan, I think it makes sense from that angle. But it's not like the guys that I'm recommending instead are any better pitchers, really. Maybe they're marginally better, if anything. So there's a lot of gross stuff at the bottom of this salary range. I think I'd probably prefer Gomber to Dunning, but I mean, that's not the reason you play a pitcher at this price. The reason you play a pitcher down here is so you can afford the pay up bats that other people don't have. So I think from that standpoint, I'm not really that opposed to it.
All right, let's transition over to the offenses. As I mentioned when we kicked off the show, we've got 4 teams with an implied team total of at least 6.1 runs right now. Are you looking to? I can tell just from our brief conversation that you're definitely thinking from a contrarian game theory type of perspective. So, are you kind of avoiding all of these offenses, or sort of what's your approach from a stacking perspective tonight? Where are you kind of building your lineups?
So I do think there is some usable chalk, and then there's just some like crazy chalk that I don't want any part of. And if it burns me, it burns me. But like the Yankees ownership against the Twins is just too much, and I don't think like they're not cheap enough where they're locks, and it's not. I mean, the Yankees have sufficient downside, I think, a lot of the time because of just like the way they play on offense. There's just so many power hitters that you can have a game where they just don't hit the home runs, and it's not like they do other things well that can get them there. So like the Yankees are pretty high variance, and if they're gonna have a bunch of players 30-40% owned on this large of a slate, I just want to look elsewhere. Like it's just an ownership thing. But at the same time, like the Rockies will be pretty popular. I don't have as much of a problem there because I think the spot is much better than it is for the Yankees. They're just not as cheap, so I think the ownership there will be a little bit lower. So like it's not that I'm just fading all the chalk, but like Yankees and Blue Jays, I don't want much of that because I think it's just excessive what the ownership will be. But like the Coors game, I don't really have a problem with it. It's more I just want to avoid certain pieces at Coors. So like Connor Joe as part of the stack is like the first guy in because of his really low price tag. I'm leaning towards wanting to stack the Rockies just without him, if that makes any sense.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, Joe's been really good. He's kind of hard not to like at 3,400, but again, that's why he's going to carry, 25+% ownership in a GPP. Definitely the Rockies are an interesting team tonight because yes, they're playing at Coors. Their implied team total is 6.8 runs. It's the highest mark on the slate, but frankly, like they're just not that good of an offensive team. So it'll be interesting to see which wins out in the end. One thing that I do think is working in their favor is they have a lot of right-handed bats. They're facing a left-handed pitcher. Guys like Trevor Story, CJ Crone, even Connor Joe. Like, these are guys who have been better against left-handed pitching historically than right-handed pitching. And this season, if we're talking about guys like Joe, it's a team that does much better in that split. So
Yeah,
I think that could
regular lefty though. They're facing a lefty who probably is bad, who also had a no-hitter 5 days ago. So
okay, right.
That does does that scare people off? I really have no idea what to make of this, because Tyler Gilbert might be like the most random player ever to get a no-hitter in the MLB. So maybe people think he's good now because of that game. But either way, yeah, he's probably a not that good lefty pitching in course. So all the righties, that should help for sure.
Yeah, in his first career start too, right? Who would have had Tyler Gilbert checking that box to start his career? All right, so let's talk some of the other offenses here. What's a team that you think might be underappreciated tonight?
Yeah, I'm kind of going on the same theme as you, picking on the Mets. I don't think anyone is playing the Dodgers tonight because the prices are just out of control compared to where the Yankees are, where the Blue Jays are, and even where the Rockies are. You have a bunch of players around 5K. But Carlos Carrasco has not been good, and he just pitched 5 days ago against the Dodgers, and they did really well against him. I think there were a couple homers in the first inning. So they get the benefit of just having seen this guy. He's clearly not the same Carlos Carrasco that he was pre-injury before he was on the Mets. So I think the Dodgers have a ton of upside. And then even more expensive than them is the Braves, who are in Baltimore. And normally, if this were a typical slate, it'd be how are we not all playing the Braves in Baltimore against Keegan Aiken? But because the Yankees and Jays are so much cheaper, I just don't think anyone gets to these. I mean, honestly, they're overpriced, but the upside is so massive if you play some of these gross pitchers like we talked about. But getting up to 5,600 for Dansby Swanson, and now Jorge Soler has a price approaching 5,000. It's a lot more than what the Braves have been lately. So I kind of like that, where I think it has to be relatively contrarian because they're just so much more expensive than some of the other teams people like.
Yeah, that's definitely fair. The fact that Freddie Freeman is the fourth most expensive Brave is pretty wild to me. I get it's lefty, but Freeman can hit Keegan Aiken. I don't think that's an issue. I want to focus on the other side of Coors Field, right? I think that the Rockies are going to get the majority of the attention, but the Diamondbacks are just as cheap. Austin Gomber has certainly been effective at times this year, but I think that if you want to play Coors, stacking up the other side of this game could actually be kind of interesting from a ownership perspective. It's a very similar thing. If Connor Joe is going to hit leadoff for the Rockies, Nick Ahmed is even cheaper, and he's 3,200, and he also owns good numbers against left-handed pitchers this season. Asdrubal Cabrera, third place hitter, he's 3K. Carson Kelly rakes against left-handed pitchers, 4,500. Even Christian Walker, 2,600. Their most expensive hitter is their number 7 batter. So they're a very easy team to stack. And maybe that does lead to their ownership being slightly higher than what I'm anticipating. But I think with so many offenses implied for, 6 plus, 5.5 plus runs, the Diamondbacks' modest implied team total of 4.9, they could fly under the radar tonight.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. And I think the fact that Austin Gomber has been way better in terms of ERA at home is a total mirage. I don't really see how that's predictive of anything. And if you look at his walk numbers in Colorado, they're far worse than what they are on the road. He's just, for whatever reason, happened to have really low. He's had really good run prevention at home. So yeah, it's not like he's a great pitcher, and Coors Field is good for offense for anybody. I do worry about ownership just on Asdrubal Cabrera. He's the one who I think is the chalk play there. I don't think Christian Walker, though, because of his position, he's playing first base where you have Luke Voigt and Anthony Rizzo on the Yankees, who are both mid-3Ks. I just think that's where everyone goes for first base. So it's not, I don't love the stack, but I love pieces of the stack. And I feel like this is the team that I like the most for throwing a 3-man stack around your main stack. But there's certainly upside here, so it's not like I dislike this spot.
Okay. One of the things me and Steve like to do is our random off the wall stack of the night. So you mentioned the Marlins giving you some leverage off of Sonny Gray, who's going to be one of the chalkiest pitchers on the slate. Would you really consider stacking up the Miami Marlins tonight?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I don't know if they're my favorite contrarian stack overall, but they're up there for me. Honestly, I think the Dodgers are that off the board, like they're the crazy stack.
Right.
Like, we're seeing a bunch of 1, 2, and 3% on hitters on what probably is the best offense in the MLB. So for me to pick someone else, I feel like it's a little disingenuous because the Dodgers are my favorite contrarian stack. But I do like the Marlins, so I wasn't just saying it as like a leverage point against Sonny Gray. I think because they're up in Cincinnati instead of Miami, they actually have enough upside where they're worth stacking too.
Yeah, and one other team I want to just throw a quick shout out to is the Twins. Nestor Cortez has had some very good moments this season, but he has also been hit pretty hard of late. If we look at 2 starts ago, the Royals kind of got to him. The Mariners have gotten to him. So he's certainly hittable. And the price tags on these Twins hitters, very affordable. Again, Donaldson, 3,500, Garver, 3,900. They've got a bunch of sub 3K bats in their lineup. I think if you wanted to go, cheap, contrarian, Twins, interesting target.
Yeah, I like them too. So I think they're one of the 3 teams I like where if you want a combination of cheap and not that popular so that you can play 2 pitchers you're comfortable with, I think the Marlins, I think the Twins, and I think Cleveland, where Jose Ramirez and Fernando Reyes are expensive, but like everyone else in the lineup is super cheap. I think those would be the 3 between Marlins, Twins, and Indians where you're getting probably low ownership and also low pricing, which I think is a rare thing to find, even though the slate is so large.
All right, let's talk just a couple standalone hitters. Is there anybody not necessarily stack dependent that you feel like is in just a really good spot tonight that you're looking to get into your lineup?
Yeah, Shohei Ohtani always for me when no one's playing him. And it's not that I think he'll be unowned entirely, but because of the pricing dynamics of this slate, he's $6,400. I just don't see how he's a priority for most lineup builds. So I almost don't care who he's facing. It's just like he's so good of a fantasy player with the home run and stolen base combo that anytime we have a slate where paying up for hitters is not the priority and playing expensive pitchers with cheap hitting is the way to go that most people are doing, just get Ohtani because he can go for 40 or 50 fantasy points and maybe he's 5% owned. I think that these situations are rare enough that that's where I'm focusing, even though, he's one of the most obvious players to choose in all of DFS.
Yeah, that's a fair point. This is probably not an Ohtani night for a lot of people, which means maybe it should be an Ohtani night for us. Yeah, you mentioned Ramirez. I think he catches ownership, but this is just a really good spot against Barria. He has raked against right-handed pitchers. Barria has struggled against left-handed batters. 5,900 feels pretty expensive for him, but he's just a very fantasy-friendly player. He has 14 steals, I want to say, on the season to go along with being a threat for multiple home runs. I think that at 5,900, he's maybe my guy if I'm paying up for a standalone hitter. And you mentioned you can even build a stack around him with Cleveland if you wanted to, just because the rest of that team is so cheap.
Yeah, I think should be good news for you because I don't see any way that Jose Ramirez is popular. And the reason is because a lot of these chalk stacks have a third baseman in them who is substantially underpriced. So you have a third base only Rougned Odor in the Yankees stack. And then you have Kevin Smith, who's the bare minimum in the Blue Jays stack. And then you have Asdrubal Cabrera, who's 3K in the Arizona stack. And I just don't think that any pay-ups at third base, this position specifically, I don't see any of them getting to double digits. So Jose Ramirez, I think is an awesome play. Rafael Devers, I think is an awesome play. Austin Riley also, I don't think the ownership gets there on any of them. So anyone in this category, I think, like, you're way ahead of the game if that's where you're starting.
What about like a value play? Anybody catching your eye from a value standpoint?
Yeah, we already touched on them, but Jesus Aguilar, first base, 3,400. It's the same price as Luke Voigt, I think, right on the number. So you just won't have ownership there, because why play Jesus Aguilar when you play Luke Voigt at home with the platoon advantage? He's been good lately. Like, it's just too easy to play Luke Voigt. And I think Aguilar, if this were a more typical slate, would actually be a pretty chalky play, but not in this spot with Sonny Gray as like a popular opposing pitcher. So he might be my favorite cheap player to target. Like, I think Mitch Garver, who's cheap as part of that twin stack, and then a bunch of the other twins, like you mentioned, those are maybe a little more owned value plays. So Aguilar is my favorite for that reason. But I think, like, all the Twins, all the Marlins, and a bunch of the Indians, like we mentioned already, I think those are good places to go for value.
And I wouldn't be honoring the legacy of one Steve Buchanan if I didn't talk about punting the catcher. I don't know if Steve's ever paid more than $2,500 for a catcher. So who's our catcher punt special tonight, Matt?
All right, this is going to take me a second because I want to play Will Smith in my Dodgers stack, but Austin Barnes could be in the lineup instead, and then it's Austin Barnes. So that would make my life really easy. But like we talked about Carson Kelly in the Arizona stack, I think he's perfectly fine. So, I mean, I don't really want to pick one of these guys because I think there are a lot of good payups at catcher who won't be that popular. So I'm going to defer to you there. Who's your like very low price catcher? Because
I do love Kelly. He's the guy that I want tonight, to be 100% real with you guys. But I think Kirk here for the Blue Jays will be sort of the popular pay down at catcher. You know, part of that Blue Jays offense. He's in a righty-lefty matchup. You know, all good things for Kirk that I think a lot of people are going to be drawn to. Plus, he just hits bombs. You know, like he's got that. He's a fun guy to root for. I would rather go a couple $100 cheaper, and you could play either Christian Vasquez. You know, the Red Sox are also implied for a ton of runs. I mentioned maybe playing Dane Dunning, but certainly you will hear no arguments from me if you want to roster batters against him, or even Wilson Ramos for Cleveland. So, like, I think that those two are the more natural pivots off of Kirk if you want to pay down a catcher.
Yeah, Ramos is my favorite of the guys you just mentioned because I think we both are on the same page with this Cleveland stack, and he's under 3K. So that's certainly a play I can get behind.
All right, let's pop over to the sports book real quick. Do you have any sort of bets that you're feeling confident in tonight?
Honestly, I don't love that much of what I'm seeing. Normally I'm on here talking about how, like, the Diamondbacks and the Pirates and the Cardinals and, like, all of the worst teams are just getting too much odds on the money line. And, like, I think they're undervalued. They probably won't win, but, like, the money line's just a little too long. Yeah. I still think that that's kind of true, but it's not. I don't think there's as much value in some of these games as normal. So, like, I think the Pirates probably should be a little bit closer to even money than they are. But, like, it's not the craziest line in the world. Like, plus 175, okay, maybe it's a bit high. Maybe it should be 150. Nothing jumps out to me, really. Like, I sort of have a contradiction where I like Arizona, but I also don't think that Tyler Gilbert has much of a chance to hit his strikeout prop. So, like, that's going opposite directions on the same game. Because the reason to like Arizona is not so much that you think Gilbert can repeat the no-hitter. It's more that you think Austin Gomber putting up a sub-2 ERA at home is not sustainable. So it's more there. Like, I think Arizona's offense may be the thing that's undervalued.
Yeah, and I think one team that kind of fits what you've talked about here is I think the Twins should be significantly cheaper than plus 195. I really don't fear Nestor Cortez. I know he's had some good games. I know the Yankees are scorching hot, and they own the Twins, right? They've won, I don't know, 100 in a row against Minnesota or something like that. But I think all of that has sort of conflated in the Twins being really, like, just plus 200 tonight, and that feels too high for me. You know, I think we're getting a good 20 cents maybe here in terms of, like, value. Do I think that the Twins necessarily win? I can't say that I do, but I think if we take this number, we're going to be profitable in the long run.
Yeah, I think you may be right. I have so little faith in Charlie Barnes, which is tough because if you're not playing any Yankees in DFS, you're already like running the risk that he implodes and destroys your night right off the bat. I don't hate this call. I think I would probably prefer to bet the Twins team total just to avoid this problem of the Twins pitcher potentially just getting lit up in the first inning. But I don't disagree with you. It's just like, it's not my favorite bet, but I do think that this line is probably too high. The Yankees in general get too much credit when they're playing well. And like we talked about before, like this is a bunch of home run hitters. They could have an off night where the fly balls just go to the warning track. So I'm probably a little more interested in the team total at 3.5, but money line also sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah, 3.5 minus 145. Obviously a big difference in the juice, but that does feel like a safer way to play this game. Let's see. I feel like the Mets are kind of popping for me as a team that it's like a similar thing, right? We should be trying to buy low on teams that everybody thinks they're never going to win again, but I just can't bring myself to do it. I don't trust Carlos Carrasco. I certainly don't trust their offense. If anything, I might take the under. Just because the Mets have been like an under gold mine all season. They're like 10 or 11 games over 500 when taking the under in their starts this season. Maybe being in LA changes things, but again, I have a hard time just seeing their offense do anything. So maybe we look their total is 2.5 runs, their team total, and the game total is 8.5. So I don't know. What if you were? Do you feel like there's anything that you're leaning towards in this game?
I mean, maybe I'm nuts, but that Mets team total with like the pretty sizable odds on the over, like, that seems really appealing to me. I know the idea of the Mets scoring a bunch of runs is not the most. Oh, okay. So I just read it wrong. That says minus 150. I was like over 2.5 plus 150. That's the best bet.
Yeah.
Okay, so not as great. But I do think run scoring could be undervalued here. I know you said like under may be the way to go. The total's actually gone up from 8 to 8.5 since this line opened, and I feel like it's just the park upgrade. I don't have any other good reason to say the Mets should do well against Walker Buehler, except sort of like Buehler has not been the elite strikeout guy that some of the other Cy Young candidates in the National League have been. He's at a rate of, I think it's right around 9.5 strikeouts per 9 innings, which certainly isn't bad. It's well above average, but it's not elite by any stretch. And I just don't think he's quite on the level that he's given credit for. Like, I don't think he's as good as Corbin Burns or Garrett Cole, or I guess a lot of the other Cy Young contenders are on the IL right now. Obviously not as good as DeGrom. So I'm just, like, I have a little bit of faith in the Mets offense, but really, for me to bet the over, it's mostly because I think the Dodgers just crush Carrasco again. But even when you said you like the under here, it didn't sound that crazy to me either, because the Dodgers are kind of like the Yankees in a sense. They rely on home runs very heavily, and you could get a game where they just don't, like, none of the fly balls make it over the fence. So this game just seems like a game with a ton of variance, and maybe you're right. Maybe the way to just play this one is just take the long odds on the Mets money line, because if you have a super high variance game, long odds are always a good thing.
All right. Well, thank you, Matt, for joining us from the FGWC. We appreciate you picking up the slack for Bukes, who, just gets to take random 10-day vacations apparently whenever he wants. But that's it for us. We've got the American Ultimate Disc League coming in just a few minutes, so stick around for that. But that's it. We're out of here. Catch you guys later. Sorry, guys.